bragging. In games we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these news they hit, we got 'em. Fallin', groveling, so we lit in any room, serve a camp. Knowing they sense we stand, we never lead till we amp, lead till we champ, beat 'em advance. We do we think for the win when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell we claim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these new bodies too, we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all line on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate end gamers league a million degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Fuck the ruckus, I get buckets with the knees. Better duck, I tap the budget for a fee. No questions when I step into the lead. Man of the hour, power forward like Embiid. I lost a couple homies, had to take some time to grieve. Now I'm straight, gotta get it out the gate. Go ahead and fill my plate up. Cleaning makeup off the other pillow when I wake up. Her glasses down to tell her she don't see it when you shade her. When you hear him talking down, does it faze ya? Spend my time inside a booth going crazy. Like, have you heard the latest? Shattering the earth, groundbreaking while I'm faded. Said that you were there for me, bro, where you at now? Spinning till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from my glass house, never feel the thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down.
I don't back down, Mac back now. I got two hoes looking for me where I'm at now. I'm on a whole nother level, wanna get a brand new bezel. I got 20,000 on me, trying to get another 20 for me. For my bitch, for a brand new flick, ain't no skits. I just keep my shit 100, no bullshit. I got money on my mind, I don't never switch. Since I was a little jit, I'll slap the shit out of a bitch. Don't get disrespectful with me, I be checking how homies. I got too much money that's reflecting off me. So let's reflect, and I be talking to myself. Niggas, time to get this money, time to strap around that belt. Wanna run your mouth and I take that off and I whip your ass myself. I ain't playing around with no game system, I take it, put it on the shelf. I'm on high levels, elevated, pretty bitches think I made it. Now that don't get shit confused, it's me and money, we related.
Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down.
Yo, 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 what's going on? It is your boy Black Diamond here, and I'm accompanied with the one and only
Ash.
Bingo. And we're gearing up here for another match here at the UEL between the Cobras and the Wolves. The Cobras off to a strong start this season,
Yeah,
and the Wolves looking to show that new veteran leadership mixed in with a rookie or two
I'm good. I'm excited
can
to
go
see
ahead
it
and
tonight.
get these W's done, man. How you
Mhm.
feeling, Ash? This is the first time we're commentating together. What are we looking to get into, man?
Not too sure yet. I haven't seen the Wolves or the Cobras really play yet, but I'm definitely excited to see how this goes.
Well, I can tell you right now, the Cobras are going to come out here with fire when it comes to the fighting games. They are set up and stacked to the point where they don't even have Strix playing, which is an underrated figure. Like, he's there, he's coaching, but he's not playing. They're trying to get that coverage going. So to have something like Strix in the building and then still have your coverage and fighters between Hogeki, TK, and LA is not crazy. And here we got rock, paper, scissors. Boom. And for those who don't know, rock, paper, scissors determines the setup and who determines like map, essentially the choices of the game. So it'll alternate back and forth between the teams. Whoever won here gets to decide if they would like to respin this first spin that we're about to see right here. Let's see what game it is. Overwatch. I don't see either one of these two teams wanting to respin this. I don't see it happening. So I think we're gonna play some Overwatch.
That sounds good to me. What are we looking at for shooters over on the Cobras?
On the Cobras, I mean, they're definitely gonna look to take Halo. From what I've seen, Brene and Alchemist, they've actually proven themselves to be pretty darn good at Halo, if I do say so myself. I think they're gonna trot out a pretty decent Valorant team. I think that's actually an area that they're looking to take from the Cobras, seeing as to how shooters is not really the Cobra's strength, right? They're built more on sports and fighters, mixed in with some strategy. So I think shooters, I'm going to go ahead and lean over to the Wolves. However, Overwatch could be a sneaky game that the Cobras could have been labbing, seeing as to how the whole league pretty much loves playing it.
Mm-hmm. Right. So who has set up?
Well, we'll get that information here in a second. So once we determine who has set up, they'll just determine the map and mode. Sometimes the mode can determine the map, right? If it's push or what have you. So once that's determined, it'll flip to the other team for the next setup, and then we'll get that to you. So I know you said that you haven't gotten too much of a chance to dive into these teams, but what do you know so far, and what are you looking for?
Really, I'm looking to see what kind of gunnies each team has today. Looking to see how their shooter, I guess, skills are looking like. But I'm definitely excited to see how these fighters. You say Cobras are definitely going to be taking the fighting games on these. I'm definitely excited to see that, especially trying to dive into fighting games coming from.
Yeah, to be quite honest with you, I don't think that they're going to get played at all on the Wolves side.
I don't think it's going to be a bunch of forfeits.
I don't. They could be. They're very situational, right? So fighters, especially when you're going up against someone who's good, could be a quick sweep. So really, it's just a matter of trying to save time on setup. So it just depends on when they roll, but I don't think they're going to try and sacrifice anything else, right? So they're not really going to want to. They'll probably want to forfeit a couple of the strategy games too, StarCraft, League. So yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of an uphill climb with the Wolves here, but they do have a stake. They can win the sports for sure.
That's definitely.
Yeah, between Big Bad MJ, Alchemist, and Renee, that's going to be their main point. So I think sports will be the most contested.
Okay.
Cobras over there have pretty solid sports and Deuce, Pop Candle, rookie sports player of the year from last season. LA definitely touches the sports games to some degree. I know the Bubbles has been practicing and training a lot of the sports. I don't know where TK is at, and I know Jekyll's okay. So especially with Madden, so I know that they'll be well covered there. Not a bad build from the Cobras. They've done well.
Right. Still 2 minutes on setup here. What game mode do you think they're gonna go with today?
I think they'll probably go push.
Push?
Yeah, that seems to be. I feel like they would go push.
What game modes are available for them to choose in Overwatch?
Ooh, I might get this wrong, but I know it's push. You can do control.
Okay.
And then escort the payload.
Okay. All of them are still all game modes, they're going to be challenging the teamwork of both teams, because it's not just regular team deathmatch or just outgun the other team.
Right. Yeah, and that's what Overwatch brings. It brings that fluidity between, you know, having abilities, knowing where to place your you know, your champions, and yeah, essentially, I mean, that's what Overwatch does. I mean, it's a very fun blend of a shooter, right? The shooters with abilities seem to have really taken off over the last few years, and for good reason.
Yeah, I definitely like how a lot of the shooters are now requiring a lot more teamwork, because it increases the skill gap basically, and it's not just your typical like old Call of Duty where it was just run and gun type thing. It's now where are my teammates? What are they doing? What are they looking at?
Right, and it requires a lot of awareness, right? Spatial awareness. So that's already required inside shooters, which makes it a really interesting, right? So shooters, to me, you really have two, I would say maybe three different forms that you're really trying to capitalize on, right? One's the God-given ability between your hand-eye coordination and how fast you can aim and hold aim. Then you have spatial awareness, and then you have game knowledge. Usually between all three of those things kind of create your shooter baby, right? That's how you start and develop. What these shooters with abilities have introduced is a fourth level of game knowledge and spatial awareness with the abilities. So now you have to know where to place the abilities along with them, right? Similar to Valorant and Apex. Especially seeing as to how they give you certain advantages, knowing when to push, knowing when to use abilities, especially recon abilities, right? So anything of those natures, I mean, they make a huge difference. Right, and we've got about to have 5 seconds on setup here, so we'll see if they were able to get this done. We'll let you know whose setup it was in a moment whenever we get that word. Let's see. We'd hate to see a team take a timeout off the top. And that's what we got here. It was definitely the Cobras setup, and they were not able to get it. I think I heard Third out there talking about getting your DPI settings straight. So that means that they weren't quite ready. Maybe close, but you know.
I know, definitely with having to play different games, having to get those settings straight. If you don't get time to set that up, I know that when it comes down to each different game, I know I have my own different settings. So having these timeouts is definitely going to be. Hopefully, they take the advantage of the entire timeout. Maybe get some more strategy talk in there.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So speaking of strategy, what are your thoughts on, from what you've seen so far, what are your thoughts on running 5-mans versus a 7, depending on what it looks like? And how do you feel about the Wolves, even though you haven't gotten a huge chance to dive in? What are you thinking?
So there's definitely a it's definitely going to be a skill thing. I could definitely see the Wolves coming out on top, you know, as long as they've been practicing. But I think with the 5-man versus a 7, they're not going to have as many breaks, and it's just going to be a constant game time for them, which will definitely keep them warm, but they don't want to tire themselves out yet.
All right, and we've got Pokemon for the next game. Pokemon, a game where you can kind of use a sacrificial piece, and as long as you have a coach that knows the game, you will be able to get away with that. They can literally just coach them right through it. So we got Overwatch starting right here, and it looks like we are looking at Hogeki's screen to start.
It's looking like he's going with the Mei pick. I'm excited about that. Mei is definitely a fun character. She's going to have a lot of. It's going to give him definitely a lot of survivability by himself to be able to push different angles. Not have to worry about healing from too much from his team. The Kirikou. So looking like they went with escort.
Right. So if I'm not mistaken, both teams will get a chance to score here. Per round, I should say. No, actually, I believe it's right here. So this should be a one shot. All right, we got good here.
The Sigma on the wall. Definitely good placement on that. Is that a Ramatra? I can tell. Oh, Mercy not paying attention. They're like, pushing him back. Got a good push here from who's this though?
Oh, this is the bubbles right here.
The bubbles?
Yeah,
Okay.
so the bubbles is over here. I believe he's running the tank. So they're getting that machine there escort. See, like, I don't even know what it's called, if I'm being honest. Oh yeah, the robot. There we go. Yeah, he's definitely getting the escort. So good start from the Cobras so far. This should be an area where the Wolves are really looking to surprise and show, right? Shooters being one of the Cobras' weakest areas.
Right now they've got one choke point right here. Hopefully they can slow the Cobras down from pushing it too much.
Okay, looks like we've got a little bit of retaliation from the Wolves here. Just a little bit.
Do that shit there, boy. Yeah. I like that.
Jekyll using some good little movement right there.
Looks like Wolves are back up.
Right, if I'm not mistaken, Hogeki, this was actually one of his better games. So we haven't seen Hogeki play here in a long while, so it's actually good to see him. It's like he kind of showed up, did his thing last season, and then disappeared for a little bit. So having Hogeki back is gonna be interesting. And to their cast of fighters.
There we go. He's 1v5ing at that point. Oh, Reaper getting caught out. Nice little treat. Oh, did not want to let him get away. Like he's going around the. Oh, they're all dead. There was no flank.
Right, and Hogeki making quick work of them, showing his knowledge here. This is a game he highly touted. I know that he teaches the Cobras a lot here. They've been practicing it a lot, trying to solidify those shooters some more.
Oh. This May is one of those characters you definitely want to target, because if you lose track of her, as soon as she gets behind you guys, you guys are getting your movement stolen. It's like the round goes to the Cobras on that one.
Yeah, Cobra's making some quick work, and like I said, it's both teams had an opportunity. So I believe, yeah, and Hogeki right there with the play of the game, showing his stuff. So it looks like we're gonna get Pokemon coming up here. It's like we are going to get some Pokemon.
Seeing that right there, that play of the game, that's the reason why I personally like to focus Maze anytime I get them in a game, because if they get behind your team and they do that, if nobody's watching, I mean, if your game sense isn't on point that day or in that part of the team fight, team's going down.
Right, and that just comes down to the game knowledge, right? Game knowledge and then skill to back it up. You can have the skill, but if you don't know where to aim it and where to put it, then it doesn't really help out. Really interesting stuff here. So Cobra's starting off extremely strong, right? What they've been able to show so far this season, markedly improved team. We've got Pokemon here, and I'm not quite sure if the Wolves have anybody who plays Pokemon on that side. I'm pretty sure the Cobras may have one or two people for sure. They also look like they play Pokemon, a good majority of their team. So that's usually a good thing to bet on. You guys in the chat can tell them I said that when I they definitely look like they play Pokemon. But this is going to be a 1v1. If any of the coaches know it or have strats for it, they can go ahead and coach it through. Pokemon, I mean, tried and true, right? Most of us grew up off Pokemon.
Sure
right?
did.
The games at this point have both evolved yet stayed the same, which is an impressive feat. That's how I look at Pokemon, right? So they were able to keep the core essence of the game, but push it more.
Yeah, and they're definitely adding new Pokemon. Almost what generation are we on?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I could just tell you just about every time they come out with a new generation, it's fairly frequent. So I mean, the base of Pokemon is knowing your team, knowing the builds, getting the stats. I know a lot of players grow their own Pokemon, breed their own Pokemon. There's a multitude of different ways to get Pokemon, but essentially every lineup has a strat, right? So the moves and abilities are to be boosted with certain other moves and with your stats to make your Pokemon as unbearable to deal with as possible. So though I'm not the most versed expert, I do understand what's going on with Pokemon. It's always pretty interesting.
It's always changing with each generation that comes out. One Pokemon is more powerful than the other.
Yeah, more or less. I wouldn't say that more powerful. They definitely add different loops. Like there are obviously some Pokemon are just unplayable because they don't have the right base stats or any true advantage to them. But those metas change all the time with team comps, and that's what's really interesting. So a lot of times with teams in the league, they don't come in using the same Pokemon meta that they use. So for any team that does study them, they may counter pick. So just about every time, like your team has to be built and ready to go.
Yeah.
So it's been pretty interesting to watch.
Looking like we got a timeout again.
It looks like a technical timeout. Nope, this is a timeout on the Wolves. So they do not have everything set just yet. So the Wolves taking the timeout here. Both teams back-to-back games to start off. 2 timeouts. We'll get the point on the board for the Cobras there in a second. Yeah, Pokemon is one of those games where it's like if you come in and you have everything set up, you should have it set up before the game. To be quite honest, it's perfectly legal. Just have it over there, and you can literally just walk over there, and it's already done. But if you're not doing that, the way these switches work, man, trying to connect and do all these things can take a little bit of time. And I think the Cobras just not the Cobras, but the Wolves in this instance just were not prepared.
Who you think has got this?
Well, I feel like Peruvian might actually play Pokemon a little bit.
Yeah.
I think I have the emphasis on think. I think third and Strix, who are coaching today, have Pokemon knowledge, and something tells me that Pop might as well. Pop has come in, and I like to say like something like him is about grown man business because he's legitimately a grown man. So for those who know and have heard of Pop Candle, like yeah, he don't got time to waste. Got kids, got the wife, and no time to waste. So when he comes into the league, he made sure that look, if I'm doing this, I'm doing a full blast. I'm going to learn everything, and that wouldn't surprise me if that also included Pokemon, which would give them a conglomerate on how to run their sets and strats. Because ultimately, like if you have a coach and multiple people who know Pokemon and know the strats for the teams, and what the base goal of it is, you could talk through what the best moves are to play because every move matters.
Yes, it sure does.
Yes, every decision, every move. So although you may know the meta and the strat, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to execute it properly. So that being said, what games are you looking forward to being played? What do you think are going to be some interesting and hotly contested matchups?
So of course I'm looking forward to seeing Halo being played, of course, looking forward to see Gears of War. I haven't seen Gears of War played yet. I think I got to see it one time played. But a lot of times it either isn't played or it's technically pulled out of the game. But definitely looking forward to seeing a lot of those fighter games. It's it always intrigues me how deep into a fighting game that you can actually get, and watching these players and how their combos are built, and just seeing the passion behind those move sets.
Well, I respect it. Personally, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think fighters is what I'm looking forward to. I think I know which way they're going. But we got another wheel spin here, and maybe that it's gonna be that fighter you were talking about. Let's see. And we were that close to Guilty Gear, but it looks like we've got Texas Chainsaw Massacre up next after Pokemon. We have Pokemon here. We've got a Tyranitar out here. We've got a Incineroar. And we got Entei and a Shampoo. We'll give you which side is which in just a second. All right, so both teams getting the initial moves out. Got Entei. There we go. And we will give you which side is which in just a second. Looks like Spiky Rock put out on the field, making it point of float. Yep, if I'm not mistaken, that move makes it difficult for any incoming Pokemon. They'll take a little bit of damage. Choosing to boost Tyranitar's attack speed. There we go. Sandstorm is affecting Pokemon who are not impervious to it. There we go. And choosing to go for a damage move here. There we go, choosing for a direct hit on the Chien-Pao. And Chien-Pao has the Sword of Ruin, which decreases the defense of all Pokemon on the field other than the Chien-Pao himself. So that means everyone else, including the allies. So there we go. Of course, Tyranitar being impervious to the Sandstorm. There we go. Let's see what both teams go out with here for the next options. Then Landorus has been chosen in a Garchomp. So both teams with some new Pokemon out on the field, and then we've got Obagon. So Landorus has a Sand Force for his ability, can unleash a mini Sand Whirlwind, along with surrounding itself with a Cloud Shield to protect it from harm. Not bad there. Going with Earthquake, not very effective. Making decisions. How do they want to go? Do they want to do Sword Dash and boost the attack? There we go. Boost the attack of the ally. That's actually not a bad choice right there. We're getting this, seeing every generation of Pokemon get crazier and crazier to me. He's literally a pyramid. Gotta love it. So here we go. Choosing to protect the guard. Excuse me, a little fighting off. And really, that's obviously just a man with a cloud. So Pokemon clearly not the highest expertise, but I know the little that I do. I would love to get which side is which, so I can give you guys an update of who's really strategizing and doing what. We've got Spiky Shield there, using it to protect themselves. There we go. So Garchomp down to about 50% health. Well, a little under actually. Making sure to protect and is getting through the Sandstorm as well. Is upper gone. Then Landorus being brought out onto the field. Landorus, oh, we'll get the string right back for you. There we go. Landorus, so definitely a strat involving surviving these sandstorms, right? So Pokemons that have a lot of Sand Force abilities. And we've got so good using Wide Guard to protect both Pokemon. They're in preservation mode here a little bit, but not able to stop the Garchomp from being taken out. There we go, and they are looking a little rough here on their side. I can't tell you which side it is just yet, but just know one team is not very happy right now. Using Recover to go and heal the health. An Energy Ball, good 1-2 punch. So going ahead and attacking, making sure you get some damage off, super effective here. You're in self-preservation mode. You've got 2 mostly healthy Pokemon and 2 that are suffering on their last leg. So trying to get that recovery going. All right, Sludge Bomb. Energy Ball, which I believe is super effective. Yep. Super effective. Down to a sliver of health, about a 10th. And that hurts. Critical hit. The Icy Edge. And yeah, he was able to get that recover off, so that's good. But will it be enough? Maybe he has one more hit that it can survive. Tyranitar comes back out onto the field. Sandstorm is kicked back up. Fault Curve, it is effective. Now they're just trying to go for that last bit of damage, get them out the way. Okay. And also interesting choice between. All right, we got another protection here, trying to protect the Tyranitar. Getting hurt, and that's Gargant. Oh, he's out the way, and it is not looking good for them. Right, and the problem with just using Protect every turn or every chance you get is you're not going to last very long, right? Like, there's no offense, so other teams are able to use abilities that can boost their stats, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, things that make it extremely difficult to deal with. So when you're already down, like that Ogerpon has been on the field for about 3 different Pokemon. So, I mean, clearly here we know that it's going one way. We will get whichever way that is for you in just a second. That's the Who's Who. Right. There's only so much you can do. It chose to protect Kimberit, which, I mean, makes sense. I think it's all they could do because you can't use Protect back-to-back turns on one Pokemon. So, really, they're just dragging this out. This should be done here. It's looking like we're gonna get to an end here. All right, what do we have here? Okay. And getting that. Oof, there we go. Able to survive that. This could be it here. We got one more hit. 2 attacks that weren't very effective, even with the transformation and the stat boost. It's not looking like they're going to be able to come back here. And that's a burner. I do say so myself. So finally, Ogerpon has finally fainted. this is going to be the end of the match here. So, good win from whichever side that would be. Really just hoping for a miracle here. You can only protect yourself for so long. Buys you another turn. But we all know where this is going. Hoping and praying that sandstorm's going to take him out. When in reality, it's going to get you more than that. Always rough when you have to deal with the elements and you get halfway taken out because of the elements, right? So that is the final Pokemon right there. I know that teams should have Texas. Oh, well, there we go. So the Cobras proving that their strat goes through. Looks like that was on Juki's account, so there we go. That's another coach who has some knowledge in Pokemon, so it really wasn't, didn't look extremely balanced. We got Texas Chainsaw coming up. 2 minutes on the setup timer because we went from a Switch to a PC game. So both teams should be in position to set up and get this action on to you quickly.
No, I do have to say, based off of that that Pokemon gameplay, a lot of those Pokemon, I did not know what they were.
I mean, that's fair.
And that's just that just shows how Pokemon has changed throughout the years. I mean, like you said earlier, growing up on it, I watched the show a lot. I think I watched all the way up into the Hoenn region. But in terms of like some of those Pokemon, it was hard to keep up if you don't know those moves.
Yeah, and I mean it can be like that, and that's why it is a strategy game, right? So like I said, if you know the strat, you can look it up. You can look up strats online on the internet, but if you don't know, like, there's not too much you can do.
Mm-hmm. And especially noticing like when to protect your Pokemon in that game. That's something that's completely new. You know, I grew up playing Pokemon Emerald, and it's like,
well, they had protect back in that one. I think it's more strategically placing it, right? So, for instance, the way the Wolves were doing it was, like I said, more of a preservation type of thing. So it's like, well, we're gonna protect because we don't really know how to attack effectively, right?
okay,
The team that we're going up against, our strat is not being executed to the point where it's gonna make a difference, right? So they were protecting because they were essentially outmoved in that situation. So the Cobras knew exactly what they were doing and what they were aiming for, and a lot of times it just bounces off of their team comps. And like you said, if you don't know it, it is a bit tricky, right? So even for me, like the little base knowledge that I did know, it's like, okay, well, I know some of the abilities, and I know that maybe this may happen here, that may happen there, but it's been a little bit since I've been a Pokemon fanatic.
Well, definitely, Pokemon was not a game that I really kept up with after a while, but it is definitely grown into something that is massive.
Yeah, absolutely. Just more strategies. I mean, everything has its place. But right here, we're moving on to, and this is a tough one, right? So we'll have to take another time out on Texas. You had one player playing for Pokemon. So really, this game should be set up. Good to go. Good to roll. Texas can be, I would say, looks like one or two things that they had to get situated. And we're about to get that next wheel spin up for you. Figure out what this next game is here.
Let's see if they choose Leatherface or if they give the basement up for the first part of the game.
All right, we've got Call of Duty Warzone, a game that I know for sure the Wolves will look to prove themselves in a game that they can make happen. So right here, this is Texas. I believe this game could be a 50-50 for either one, depending on how much training and landing they have done.
Definitely excited to see how this is going to go. Oh, I don't know if they... Not sure who the killer is right now, or who they chose. Like they're making their way through the basement. Okay, so they
There we
did
go.
choose Leatherface.
Chose Leatherface. The family is on the prowl.
How much you know of this game?
I know bits and pieces. I know the base objectives for the most part. I know what each team is looking to do. It's actually a pretty fun game playing it. I didn't think I would enjoy it that much, but Dead by Daylight in Texas turned out to be, pretty good additions to the league. I thought, I was a little weird at first, but it works well. Like, for instance, I know that they're all the killers are trying to feed Grandpa, right? Feed him that good blood, because that will essentially give him more perks and abilities that makes it easier to find the survivors. Meanwhile, the survivors are going around trying to complete a series of objectives that allow them to escape. And here, if the killers get all 4 kills, then they win. Or I'm sorry, if they get 3 kills, they win. So if one person can escape.
Yes, because it was the. How was the scoring? Again, was it based off of how many leave, or was it based on like time as well?
It's a mixture of both, so you can rack up points.
Okay.
So you could leave, but the killers could have more points.
Okay.
For instance, yesterday in our match, we had one player that had more points than everybody combined. But because there were 3 kills, we were unable to get an extra person out. We weren't able to get those points counted. So really, it's about having at least 2 for the survivors to escape. And then, then it's an even point. And right here, looks like the killers have gotten 1. So Leatherface doing his thing, his super creepily thing.
What kind of strategies could we be looking forward to on this? Is it, you think any of the survivors kind of try and round up and make some noise, or
no, you definitely want to avoid making noise.
Okay.
That's why they're crouched. The more noise you make, obviously, the easier you are to spot. And right now we're spectating the bubbles, so.
And isn't the more noise you make, the quicker you wake up Grandpa too? Like, how else can you wake up Grandpa?
Well, if you're, I believe you're very loud next to him.
Okay.
That could do it, but like ultimately the killers are supposed to feed him with blood, and that's what actually activates his abilities.
Okay.
So like right there, crouching is a really useful tool. And there we go. There is a second murder. I survive. Not likely. Endgamer Species 5 has been executed. And that is Ogeki. So that's 2 kills for the Wolves here. The Wolves looking to get that first point on the board. It looks like they might get it. I actually think this game's fairly balanced out between Survivor and Killer. We've seen both win here in the league.
The Cobras are definitely being down, 2 people now? 1 or 2?
Right, and hiding in the bushes and crouching like that, the killers cannot sense you. So it's part of the strategy right there. So we just saw the killer run by, right? Now we've got 2 team members, and they're making a break for it. Oh, that's not good. 1 is being chased. This could be the end here. Getting through the gap, which means that it's going to have to go around. Unless Leatherface might be able to break through that. But he's going to have to go around. They're trying to essentially loop the killer here. It's going to be a tough. Oh, they've got 2. Oh, yeah.
Looking like he's going to go back down the well.
Yep.
Definitely a good escape from him.
Best course of action for the time being. Now you got to go in. You can't go to the well. You're just a weird killer. Oh, but somebody else. Good communication from the Wolves, actually.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Right back down into the well.
They're both reset. They both reset.
The Wolves actually showing excellent communication here, showing that they're a little bit more comfortable with the game.
Red container and bridge are still locked.
Yeah, you can definitely see it. They see this. They see the win.
Yep, and the Cobras are speaking about going to go. Oh no, not the Cobras. Sorry, the Wolves. They're gonna go feed Grandpa. They need one more kill to seal this up here. And the longer the game goes, the more it benefits the survivors, if I'm not mistaken, point wise.
Not on that.
All right, there we go. Excellent, excellent handiwork there.
How is he not at 2?
I'm out to put him at 2. I'm out to put him at 2. Don't worry.
Got more blood collected. They're going to go feed Grandpa, which will give them the ability to sense the survivors more. This game definitely another one as survivors where your communication has to be high. I think it has to be much higher than the killers. I think the killers, you know, kind of have a from communication. I feel like you don't have to do quite enough, right? You can really, as long as you can chase and you understand you have map awareness, you can get to whoever you need to. It's just a matter of not losing who you're going after.
Really going back downstairs.
If you can find another door and start with that would be
Adrian, can you just focus on
There we
what
go.
you're doing?
Much better handwork. Now the killers are leveling Grandpa up, which is going to give them a boost here. I think this is the next level. Yep, power has increased. The detection cooldown has reduced. So they can feed Grandpa one more time in the state that they're already in. It's just 2 survivors. So the survivors are really just kind of floating around, trying to pick these lots, carry as much as possible, and get this done. And there we go. They're collecting blood. They're going to go feed Grandpa again. They're trying to get Grandpa so strong. Grandpa's still kicking it.
Things are not looking good for Cobras. Cobras are they gotta figure out what they're gonna do.
Right, and so far a good bounce back game for the CE. Oh, there we go. We're making an escape. You think we should tell the? Oh, and it looks like he's been detected. They're waiting on it. Good luck. Ooh, is that 2? Good times. Good times. Ooh, that's rough.
What a pinch.
Oh man. And this is game. Good job, Wolves. Yeah, definitely not a huge fan of scary movies. I think, yeah, they are the most pointless genre to me.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I've never once in my life decided, hey, I would like to elicit fear. It's just like there's not been one time in my life where I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I was scared.
You know what? When you put it like that, that kind of makes sense.
I know people like them for the thrill, but for me, it was like when I was a kid, I was just like, okay, well, I'm scared. Then I got older and started watching them. Like, okay, well, I'm not scared anymore, but now I just think this is utterly ridiculous. And that's why I know some people watch them. But to me, I'm just like, stupid.
For me, is especially in like watching a lot of the older, like scary movies. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Don't pick up the phone again, or
You've been walking upstairs for 24 years and you decide to forget how today?
Yep.
Okay. That's fine. Just trip up the stairs. Let's make the most obvious noise.
I don't know.
You know what does scare me more? Actual like thrillers, or like for instance, like First 48. Even though I can watch it, because I know that could actually happen to me.
Oh yeah,
right. So I could be watching like First 48 and be like, oh my god, like I could see that scenario happening. Leatherface, literally, I watched the movie with my and we were just dying laughing when Leatherface just had it, and they were trying to escape. I forget which one it was. They were just escaping, and at the end of the movie, he's just in there like, I didn't get you, and I'm like, that's the point. They're like, you suck.
Try again next year.
Yeah. So, anyways, we got Call of Duty Warzone, a super popular game and popular within the league. I've heard approximately 200 of our 200 players say that they are amazing at Call of Duty. So you don't really know sometimes until people can really pull out that strategy and that wit, really show that shooter grind, right? So the ultimate McDonald's shooter, everybody loves it. Well,
most part.
I'll just say it's easy to get, easy to play, easy to. So that's what I do enjoy about Call of Duty, is the fact that it is what it is. Not too much to think about in Call of Duty, except for fire a ton of bullets because your opponents will eat.
Well, one thing to think about with Call of Duty, especially if you want to take it serious, is with each gun now, you got to worry about the attachments.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have the most optimal attachments on your gun, that is you have the chance of missing one bullet. And if you miss that one bullet,
It makes a difference.
oh, that makes a huge difference. That's the difference between winning the point and not winning the point.
Oh, for sure. Because the one thing that Call of Duty has been known for is knowing that you have to eat bullets like a health freak eats kale.
Oh my
It
gosh.
just yeah. So that one shot, that one split second, that makes a huge difference, right? So like you said, the attachments do strategize and add a different element. That's been in a lot of them, but it seems that it matters more in
Mhm.
this one than games in the past.
Mhm. Well, this definitely feels like a Call of Duty with the highest skill gap.
So interestingly enough, here we've got Alchemist and Peruvian Pop. No, I'm sorry, Jorginho going in. So I think that this is actually good for the Wolves. I think this is another game that they can win. They could go and get this 2-2. You've
Mhm.
got the Bubbles and TK going in. Now, see, TK, I know, is a strong fighter. And Bubbles has a good sport background and is pretty much an all-around player at this point, right? So I know he's picked up a racer or two here and there, a fighter here and there, some shooters. I know he definitely plays because his brothers play shooters. So
Mhm.
we got a trio of them in the family. Definitely good. So it's going to be an interesting matchup here. And the way we play it here when in the quads, right? It's basically a kill race, right? So
Mhm.
1,000 points gives you 1,000 damage gives you 1 point, and each kill gives you 1 point. So they're quote unquote working together, but could easily poach kills and damage off of your quote unquote teammates who you're actually kill racing against. But you can't kill them. Pretty interesting, right?
Yeah.
Welcome to UEO. We don't do things normal here. We create normal.
Normal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's one thing that sets us apart, right? So
Yeah.
just a myriad of games where it's like, there's a rhyme and reason as to why each game is played the certain way it is
Mhm.
in the format that we play it, right? So my hope is that for some of these games, like player skill level overall gets higher, so we could up certain things in some of these games and make it a little bit harder for some. But
Mhm.
you gotta think it's just so many games to keep up with and play. So
And like you said, people might not see us as normal, but even if the rule set sounds weird on paper or like in your head, when you see it played out, it does kind of make sense.
oh, it always makes sense
Mm-hmm.
for the most part, right? There's very few games that don't make sense fully, especially in the context, right? The goal is to get these games in and out. And here we go. We got Call of Duty coming in, and well, yep, this is the phase, and we got the wheel spin going immediately right here. Excellent job on
Looks like he's using the new gun too. I forgot what it's called, but it is.
Oh, I'm interested to see this because I don't think the Bubbles is available, and that is their resident UFC player. So I know that he has been practicing just how to get people on the ground and submit them for that easy win. So that'll be next game, and that'll be interesting to see. I think he's in here, right? Yep. He's definitely playing.
Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Just
Yep.
Huge
Get
advantage
it.
at this point.
give him the shake.
All right, and then TK is on Deuce Deuce's account on PC2. The Bubbles is using his personal, so you're gonna see the Bubble. Alchemist is using his personal, so you're gonna see Alchemist, and Jorginho is pretty gordito. Let him know, Jorginho. All right, so they're about to drop here. We got the practice round out the way. Really interesting, right? That Call of Duty added that thing right there, letting you get some practice shots in, man.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice little warm up before the actual game.
All right, and looking for a strategic drop here.
Now the question is, are they supposed to drop in similar spots, or can they drop on opposite sides of the map and then just eventually meet up in the middle? How does that work?
They can, I believe.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was a rule or not.
There we go, right there, getting some slim pickings. Wow. Oof. Oof. Getting started off hot. Who was that we were just watching? with some good shots right there. Let me find out that I was TK and he's not just fire.
Looking like they got this nice little high ground going on up top on this wall here.
Kevin, try to stick by me, bro.
Bro, I can't, like, I'm doing, bro, like, I can't do shit.
No, here's controller.
He's like, what does he got?
Won't even let him move.
This is Jorginho? Jorginho? How did you say it again?
Jorginho.
Jorginho.
He's going by Pretty Gordito.
Pretty Gordito.
Yes. So getting some good sniper action here. Very comfortable. Very good shots. This is Jorginho himself right here. So like I said, oh my god, good push.
Nice finish.
Jorginho, that's 2 kills for 3 really, I think, because he did have a squad wipe earlier.
Oh, don't let him do it to you. Oh.
Yeah, he got a little bit some bullets, but he's got a little bit of support here. Can they do it properly? No, they can't.
It's like, who's that just got his self?
Nice. That's a good kill right there.
Give me a red. Nice.
Pick up your teammate.
Alright, I'm plating up.
Who are we looking at?
Another one coming in.
So I can't quite make that name out. But nonetheless, I mean, good start here. Once they put up the the scoreboard, I think it's even.
In the water somewhere.
I think it may be even.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Just know Alchemist and so blue and yellow are same team, right? So we're definitely watching the Cobras right now.
I need
Wonder what was going on there. You're just going for a swim.
Yeah, a lot of people trying to work the water here and not successfully getting some free kills out here.
He definitely wasn't stuck in the water. Wonder what kind of strategy that was.
Well, it's twice we've seen it, so it's possible that we may be seeing some AFK people over here. And we got 3 kills up at the top, and 2. I'll get directs on who was who. We got eyes on the Alchemist here. An underrated shooter in the league, always has been. Him and his brother, both. Renee as well. So, see, just locked in and focused. Just stone face, calm, cool, casual. No, just looking for people. That's exactly what he's hunting for. Okay, and we were watching TK on the previous account, so TK looks like he does have a little bit. TK is he's proven himself to be a little bit of an end gamer here.
So this is my first time actually watching Call of Duty played here at the UEL. Are they in a full Warzone lobby?
Yes.
Online?
I'm in this building. I'm up
Yes.
top. I'm gonna check
Oh. That changes
This
things.
goes outside.
Okay, yeah, so now you understand where he's
Now,
coming
yeah,
from.
now I'm understanding because I'm like,
Yes.
okay.
And it works like a kill race, essentially.
Okay, so that's kind of like how, what's that one that does it online? I forgot what it's called. They did this similar thing.
No, they are irrelevant to us, so.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. So all four players go into the match, but it's split 2 and 2.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, it's the
So you
scoreboard is looked at.
you could technically pick off of them.
Oh,
So they
okay.
could do the damage and you can come and sweep with the kill, especially if they get down. Right? So a little bit of strategy there. It's almost like you want to keep separated to prevent that from happening.
Mm-hmm.
But teams could play it the opposite way and take that risk and actually want to muddy the waters knowing that they're better shooters.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes.
So Gordito's been working these snipers.
Mm-hmm.
Was hitting those shots earlier. Got a squad wipe off of them, but now definitely switching up a little bit here, getting with the semi-automatic and a good swap out right here.
Looking like they might go for this loadout. That'd be smart on their part. That way they get all their perks and everything.
This should be a down, but you are missing and selling. Oh, really? You
Yeah.
like that? You should. Yeah, okay. There you go. Good reload.
Ooh,
Good use.
Good use of
That's
cover.
a down, and then there we go.
Just one more.
That was
You gotta get it before he does.
bubbles, I believe. This TK right here. TK getting down.
Looked like he started self-res, but he wasn't able to use it.
Yeah, they finished him off real quick. TK shaking his head. Yeah, no.
Oh,
And that is squad elim. They placed 12th. That is game. We are going to find out. So dudes. Oh, looks like the Cobras took this, which is a big deal because I was looking for the Wolves to come out here and do their thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now we shall see. I believe once they tally it up, it looked like from a glance that the Cobras won.
It looked like it was definitely a close game too.
Oh, somebody close the Discord. Oh, we don't need to see your strats, man. I mean, I would like to see them. I might need them, but yeah. So Cobra's taking that one, and like I said at the top, the Wolves are gonna have to really come in and secure these shooters, and it looked like Alchemist wasn't able to kind of carry his weight there. Some things may have happened. You never know. Sometimes controller. He looked calm and collected, so just a better showing from the Cobras here. I think that's all it really came down to.
Yeah, they definitely did. It looked like, based off the scoreboard of what we saw, it looked kind of close. Looked like three of the people had 3 kills. Oh yeah, went to Cobras. Looked like 3 of them had 3 kills and 1 had 1. So you just got to hit your shots more. Maybe find some better like placement, I guess you could say, better route, probably higher up, especially now knowing that it was a full online Warzone.
Well, Jorginho started off really fast, right? Sniped that team right off the roof. It was like, oh, okay, it looks like they started with a decided advantage, but Alchemist really getting 1 kill and I think under 500 damage, so he really only got 1 point in that instance. In that situation, it actually would have been better for them to go and pick off 1 or 2 of the kills from the Cobras.
Yeah.
That way you could steal one. So they may get the damage, which is good, but and then the whole squad being eliminated. Really, technically, that's almost a strat. So if you know your head, and you see that the other 2 go down, you could technically go and get it over. So they have Pop available. I'm sure he's been practicing UFC. I'm excited to see how far he's come. You got Bernay over here, who's not bad in the game as well. We will give you who is who in just a second. Pop is Blue Gloves. So Pop is Perea. Next game is going to be Fortnite. All right, interesting. Very interesting with Fortnite. I think this might be fairly even between both the teams. So we're going to see how they fight. So right here, the game is going to be called. It's not set up properly. So either a timeout will be taken or the game will be called by whoever was setting up. As you can see the stamina, and that's what I was going to speak to. So those HUDs, you have to, in UFC, it's really stamina management and shot placement and avoiding getting taken down. So right here, and I think Pop is going to go straight for the submission. Renee is going to get up. Oh, that's a reversal. So personally, yeah, I don't play around. Like I can submit people, but I like to keep them on the feet. The main thing is I like the defense submissions. I find it that people who don't really know who aren't too skilled with the IQ in the game, go for the submissions. So my whole game plan is just literally just defend submissions. There are very few times you're gonna get people who actually know what they're doing on the feet. These 2 kind of look like they do, but a lot of heavy shots being thrown. As you see right there, Pop was trying to go for another takedown. Pop is trying to end this off of a submission, right? And Pop is a sports player, so jumping knee right there. John Jones' stamina is down, so it's going to make him much more susceptible to getting rocked. That's a big whiff right there. Those whiffs, Renee should be capitalizing on, but right now he's instead just swinging heavy into blocks. So he'll break the block down, but it's not really going to pay dividends. Yep. And as I said, I believe it was set up improperly, and we're going to find out who gets the point for that one. That's a shame. I really do love watching some UFC, and that is on the Cobras. Got to make sure you double check the settings. Should have been on Legendary. And honestly, that was a 50-50.
Yeah.
That was a 50-50, so it going to the Wolves isn't really too much of a surprise. It could have gone either way. I think both teams were not capitalizing on with punishing, more or less. If this was a traditional fighter, it's with punishing and just stamina management. It's just energy.
Well, with UFC, because I know each of the characters, they have a specific type of fighting that they specialize in. What of the fighters is better to use, like judo or
It really just depends on your play style and what you're trying to go for. So right there, they just went with two of the more known fighters. So John Jones is arguably the greatest fighter of all time in the UFC. I mean, hasn't lost one, had a myriad of issues. So using him is a fairly safe pick if you know what you're doing with the game. Usually when it gets to that point, I mirror that. I believe the Wolves use Pereira, who is a hard hitter,
Okay.
very strong kickboxer. So his hooks can get you out the way. Hooks and uppercuts. You don't want to get caught with that. So, but John Jones is an all around, fighter in the UFC. So using him and going for the submissions was not the worst strategy. But you really want to stand with John Jones. If you're trying to go for submissions, you need to use more of a Brazilian jiu-jitsu master or even wrestling, right? Some wrestlers have a really good submission. So that right there is just game knowledge. They went off of who they know was good. Okay, that's fine. But if you're going to go for submissions, then you're better off trying to go for something like, I'm not going to say too much. Obviously, you can look at the game and figure it out. But yeah, so you would want to go with submission artists. Let's just say that. Because they usually have a myriad of submissions from all angles, all points on the ground, and you just have to know how to get to the submissions. And that's going to be, I would say, 85 to 90% of the strat here, because most people just don't play the game at a high level. But they play it at a good enough level to know how to win within UEL, and I think that's what they were going for.
You got to learn way more games.
Yeah, and it's just timing. It's another game that's just about timing and feel. That's really all gaming is. You have a feel for the game, a sense for the game. This will be interesting here with Fortnite. We got Hogeki, Deuce, and Jekyll, and then Brene, Alchemist, and Big Bad. Alchemist, Big Bad MJ, and Peruvian Poppy. So Fortnite wise, I think we've got mostly a push here. So I'm just waiting for either one of these teams to surprise me, to go ahead on us.
Well, based off of just the history of this game, for shooters, it's looking like Cobras.
Yeah, which is honestly caught me off guard. But we don't know with Big Bad MJ, right? He's essentially like a rookie here.
Okay.
Right? So we don't know what everything that he covers per se. So we don't know, and we know that Peruvian and Alchemist are vets now. So putting them in the game and playing it out, they feel confident enough to win it, especially against Jekyll, Deuce, and Hogeki, right? Deuce, to my knowledge, isn't a heavy Fortnite player. Jekyll isn't a heavy Fortnite player, but plays it. And Hogeki might be a wild card where might be nice. I've never really seen Hogeki play Fortnite, so I can't really tell you.
Well, hopefully with what we saw in Overwatch from Hogeki, they'll definitely be able to pull something. But then again, Cobra's got to figure something out. I mean, they're down 1 point, and I mean, one of their wins was off of a setup error. So we're gonna see.
Are you speaking to the Cobras or the Wolves?
That's Wolves.
Well, the Wolves could have easily won. I mean, you can say the same. I believe they got a setup win for the Cobras as well. I'll wait for it. I could be wrong. But I honestly think that last match was going to be about 50-50 from what I was watching. Both teams, the way they were fighting it, yeah, it could have gone either way.
Hey, team 3. Go to team 3.
Team
All right, we got the next wheel spin coming up right here. Oh, is that Mortal Kombat?
I pick up your Jones, bro.
And this one, if I'm the Wolves, depending on how this goes, right? This is that point of the match where if I'm the Wolves, I can afford forfeiting something like that, knowing that I'm not really going to be able to step to the Cobras. I literally saw the Cobras practicing it right before the match, and they don't really got too many fighters over there on that side for the Wolves.
Fortnite is up here. And like, what we got going? Is it the bubbles? Like,
I think they might have one over at
crank some 90s.
Cautious.
Looks like they're just setting up right now. Doesn't look like the Wolves have left their base. Like they need to push out.
Right, both teams probably just getting the feel, getting the builds down.
I can't turn to look.
And who do we have eyes on here?
It's like Jackal.
Right.
I
All the
hit the one
Wolves
on the
have
right for
personal
110.
accounts, so Alchemist,
Alright.
Peruvian Poppy, and Big Bad MJ, you're going to be able to know who they are
They're
immediately.
on me. They're on me.
I hit 2 of them for 110. 2 hits
This
for
is
110.
Pop, so we are looking
Just keep
at
focus on them. I can
the Cobras here.
keep them occupied.
Have eyes on the Cobras. Flopping back
Give 'em
over
straight in front
to
of
the
me, then I
Wolves.
can
I
shoot
think this is a
with
game
that
that the Wolves might be able to take here, which will be really good for them and their morale overall, right?
This is stupid.
Even if you get a win off of setup error, a win's a win, right? That's testament to your team being prepared. There's no telling that if you guys had to set up that you wouldn't have set up improperly, right? So you deserve that win, regardless of how people look at it, right? It's very important to make sure that the settings are good. You can't just rely on the fact that it's here at the league. And right here, a walking duck, no cover. Okay, good build. Trying to get rid of it right there. Staying on the edge of the circle. Let's see what they decide to do. And you are eating bullets, my friend.
I wonder if it's
Something may have happened with the controller.
what it looked like. Looked like he wasn't able to get it back working.
It's
Out
not
in the
good.
open.
High ground has been established. They are building to cover. They're going to push here.
One's down. Yeah, finish him.
Wolves in trouble here.
Yeah, one.
Oh,
Yes, sir. Yeah, let's go.
looks like that was. Yep, that was the bubbles.
Hey, look.
Yep, that was the bubbles. So, one win for the Cobras there. We have another round coming up right here. Let's see if the Wolves can adjust.
Going into 2. Going into 2.
Mind you, this is a huge game for the Wolves to take.
Yeah.
They can't build, so just use that for Moss and just pop them.
But we can't build either.
That's what I'm saying. So, but don't peep like that. You're not gonna win the peep. You gotta build your way there and then.
Look, this is what you'll do. Leave the bait.
In there before time ran, should have just ran in.
Yeah, we got a little bit of comms there. I got tapped in and tuned in, trying to see what the Wolves are trying to cook up here.
Alright, so
Trying to make sure that they have a more effective strategy, saying that, hey, look, you can't just peek out like that, right? You gotta be a little bit more strategic about the way you do it.
One over here, one on ping, one on ping.
And it looks like
I won for 35.
man, if there's one thing about Fortnite, I love it. This game. Pulling anything that's popular for game.
Man, Fortnite is just it's connected to every universe out there.
Mr. Meeseeks and Vegeta are playing right there.
Keep doing it.
Oh, Mr. Meeseeks.
Cool.
Yep, and the Bubbles just casually eliminating them. That is a best of 3. Now we got MK1 coming up. And if I am the Wolves, I'm forfeiting. Bump it. It ain't worth it. Ain't worth it.
Save your time, get you another win somewhere else.
Ain't worth it. Yeah, just, take the L. You already know it's going to happen. Yeah, I would just take the L here. Like, and move on to the next game. Like, don't give your opponent any more energy if it's not going to be contested.
Well, it's looking like. Would you say most of the fighters are up for Cobras right now? And they're available for this game?
Yeah, actually, they have optimal fighting lineup. I know Bubbles has been practicing, but he's not the best one on the team. They have TK, Hogeki, Jekyll, and LA. That's 4 fighters right there, and I'm pretty sure TK plays MK, and LA touches just about every single fighter. So, LA's going to have a decent background. I know I saw Pop practicing it too. So, he might not be the best MK player. If they wanted to throw him in, he's going to know what he's doing. So, this is a testament to how they've built throughout the draft. Like, this last draft actually didn't have too many fighters in it, but they managed to grab and grow fighters. That way they are competitive against any team from a fighting game standpoint. So, essentially, I'm not going to say that they've dominated a category, because it's not that they can't be beat, but it is very difficult to sweep them, right? Unlike some of these other teams where they don't have it. So it looks like they're electing to play it anyways, even though I may disagree with the decision. 2 cages. Let's get it done. And FC24 now, if Alchemist and Brene are available, this will be a win for the Wolves. I've never seen them lose together. They are brothers. They are a tandem. They have the chemistry to where it's like, it's not going to be one player who knows exactly what's going on. Like, no, they know exactly what each one of them is trying to do. So, like I said, me personally, if I'm the Wolves, I'm skipping this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to the next game that I can win and get my points on the board without wasting too much more time. Now, if they feel like they can win this, go right ahead.
And that's what it's. I mean, that's what it's looking like since they didn't forfeit. It sounds like they got something up their sleeve.
Right, and we've got Alchemist and Jorginho in, and TK and Jekyll. So, I believe Jekyll plays Cage. So I believe Jekyll is in right now. Oh no, TK is active actually. This is TK, and then I believe Alchemist. Yep. So TK doing what we've seen, showing that he's the better Johnny Cage, better spacing. Alchemist actually not doing bad, holding his own, but combo wise, TK does this. But Alchemist actually held his own. I respect it. You know, I actually like the way the new MK plays. Haven't been a fan of MK11 or anything like that in the past, but MK1, I'm actually a pretty big fan of. Well, from when I was able to touch it and looking at the gameplay, it looks good. And right now, TK just kind of flexing his stuff.
I haven't had the chance to play MK1, but I was playing, I think it was the last one the other day, and I forgot how many like what is it, the different
Finisher. Yeah.
well, like not even just finishers, but like the amount of stuff you could take.
TK absolutely doing him dirty, mixing him up, using his cameo to mix up with the overheads, open you up and say hello, goodbye. Download complete. And he didn't even break a sweat. Jekyll's like, yeah, bro, that's cool. I'm not gonna get the play anymore. Yeah, like, but hey, you get to pad your stats, Jekyll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Algorithm's kind of, knew that was coming. But, I mean, I respect for them for playing it. I just think, your strong suit is coming up right next. So, even though they've got two of their sports players available for FC on the Cobra side, I'm going to lean towards Alchemist and Renee every time in FC.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got Scorpion here. Let's see what Jorginho has. Can you deal with the TK pressure? And this is where base knowledge in fighting games translates, right? So TK understands combos, overheads, okies, mix-ups, high-low, grab to get you off your game. Now you're trying to protect the grab. He's going to go ahead. He's going to space you out, make you whiff. He's going to come in, and I guarantee your low's coming here soon. After that overhead, yep, 1, 2, having him deal with it. And he's like, yeah. So right there, he just conditioned him. He said, I'll hit him high a couple times, and then he's going to think I'm going to go low like what I did. So I definitely would have got caught by him. I would have thought he was going low. Then just hit him with an overhead. Did overhead, cameo, overhead. So, and that's the clear difference. Like, right here, you can tell not quite as clean with the combos. He's getting full screen combos, getting him to the wall almost. Not bad. Not bad from Jorginho. Has better understanding than I thought, but I don't think he knows the matchup. An excellent cameo to save TK. TK now about to get in his bag, I can tell. But Jorginho showing some, showing some good stuff here. Surprising. All right, Jorginho, I gotta give you credit. Oh no, yeah, okay, don't do that. Be careful now. So now I think that was a download. Now TK, I think, took his foot off the brake, thinking that Jorginho didn't know anything. Now he's gonna come at him with full pressure. Either that or Jorginho actually managed to adapt.
Like I said, they didn't force
good
it for
grab.
a reason.
Excellent grab.
This is what we're seeing right now. We're seeing possible amount of practice that they took.
No, that's good. And sometimes if you have been practicing, right, it's good to at least play it, see where you are, see where you stand, see what you need to work on. Use this fuel in the fire. Good cameo to save his Scorpion. Match is not over. You might be able to take TK out. You're only going to be working with 1 life, though, if you do get to Jekyll, if you're Jorginho. So you have to play perfect from here on out. And it looks like he was able to snatch him out the air. Good general understanding. Oh, this is a crucial point for both fighters. That could be it. He's going to open him up. Can he finish? That's a low. Cameo.
Oh.
Good grab. Grab again. Can he finish the combo here?
Oh, and he
Jorginho
did.
taking out TK. I was not expecting that at all. All right. Let's see what Jekyll can do here against Jorginho. Jorginho said, I does this.
So
TK who?
Jorginho only has 1 life to play Jekyll, right?
Yes. But he definitely told me to shut up, and I will. Yes, sir. Jorginho, I hear you. Jekyll, no slouch. Clearly, we know.
This is definitely getting heated up here.
Yeah, so Jorginho has to clean sweep Jekyll. So Jekyll essentially has to take just one life. Jekyll takes one life, he's good. Jekyll takes no lives, he's not good. That's usually how it goes.
Oh. You see third there getting a little sweaty, a little worried.
Almost begs the question, should they have put Jorginho up first to deal with TK? Because it seems to me that depending on how Jekyll plays, Alchemist might have had a better time with Jekyll.
Well, it could have been that they knew that Jorginho was going to have a better chance, and they just wanted to burn who was it, Alchemist?
Yeah, but usually if you think it might be close, well, it's looking like Jekyll over here, and Jekyll just surgically opening up Jorginho. But Jorginho able to jump over that.
You said that was a cameo? Is that what it's called in this game?
Yes, they're called cameo.
I like that. It's like he's got good timing on those cameos, good predictions.
Ooh, just out of range. That's rough. And good stuff from Jekyll. Honestly, I think the play there would have been to put Jorginho first, then deal with it from that standpoint. But excellent try from the Wolves. If I'm them, I'm sitting right down. They know what time it is. It's Alchemist and Bernay time. I know that the Cobras are going to play because I believe Pop is available. Yep, Pop is available, and so is LA. So I think that's who they're going to put in. Good win from the Cobras. Wolves showing out better in that game than I thought that they would. Oh, Alchemist is not available. That's tough. So if I had to guess, they're probably going to go Peruvian, Poppy, and Bernay. But that ultimate chemistry that we see between Bernay and Alchemist will not be there. So now it's about a 50-50 game, I would say. Because with FC, you never know.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you have like great chemistry, you know exactly what each person's thinking, you should be able to power through. But other than that, if you just have general understanding, or even if one person could be really good and the other one could be pretty good, it can throw you off rhythm, which can be it's a weird wonky goal just because of the way FC's set up, right? It's the arcade-ish type way to play it, so it's not very strict on the rule set. So that ball sometimes is like a pinball.
Okay.
They get 4 minutes to set it up. I don't think it'll take them too long. Yep, and they put Peruvian in, Big Bag and MJ. They're gonna want to save him for some of the other sports games, I think. I mean, hey, while we're here, I mean, shout out to our sponsors for drinks, Sly. I definitely enjoy these. I'm gonna get you guys a look at that. The mango is definitely actually one of my favorite flavors. I haven't had one of these in a while, so you already know I'm about to crack this open here soon and enjoy that. One more time, yeah. Shout out to our sponsors, Sly, healthy energy drinks. Right, we all gaming. Let me get that out of my shirt shot. It's confusing. You know what I mean? All that gold. That's the mango flavor. Really like it. Almost threw it in there and flipped it. Show you guys what I'm working with, man. Hand-eye coordination skills on point.
Yes, sir.
So as I predicted, Pop and LA are gonna go ahead and go here. I don't think Hogeki plays too much. LA always covering up. He doesn't want you to know what he looks like. We thought we were good to go, but I guess we just got to see their faces for a second. So right here, like I said, this is going to be a 50-50. It depends on how much LA and Pop have been in the lab. I know when Pop came in, he wasn't too comfortable with FC, right? Called FIFA at the time, but he, I remember I was giving some pointers to somebody, and I remember he was literally just sitting back there just taking notes. Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Love to see it. New meta. A lot of teams have been going with the. Oh, we got wheel spin. See what's next. Ooh, Madden. That's actually good. I believe Big Bad MJ plays that. Pop, I think, will be back in rotation, so they're definitely gonna get Pop. So we're gonna get some good Madden gameplay coming up here. So back-to-back sports games. Cobras known for winning sports games. Wolves having to come in and prove themselves and see what they can do in the sport. So I think we're going to get a good matchup there, Madden. This is going to be fun. And both teams setting the rosters, lineups. Looks like we're working with a 1-1-1 here from the Wolves, which is actually a really good line to play in this mode. You just have to be in sync, right? So the 2-1 versus the 1-1-1. Really is just a matter of placement, right? So in the line, you're attacking all three levels, whereas with the 2x1, you're setting your two attackers up to essentially place pressure and use the attack horizontally.
Okay.
So when you use the line, it's more so about pushing the ball up and then having a 3-layer defense. So it's keeping that middle clog. So you're going to see the rotation switch. Now, a lot of teams don't play that type of style because they don't understand it. So some would say, well, no, that's not a good way. It is if you know how to lob. You know how to attack levels. Like right here, makes that super open if you can get that pass off.
Okay.
So right there, I don't know why they didn't pass. Blue is Bernay. So that was Peruvian Poppy who did not make the pass. Good defense right there. They're playing at Venice Beach, I believe. A lot of teams going with that, soccer, the superstars. Luckily in Volta, it doesn't matter that much. It's nice, but the players are just, you're taking the best 3-rated players on the team. So as long as the team is good, I mean, honestly, you probably even use the women's teams, and it's gonna be fairly even. And there's a goal right there. I think that was Jorginho that scored. Or, sorry, not Jorginho, Peruvian Poppy. There we go. Got to be careful. And that's the wonkiness right there. Sometimes you don't know, and I would take that shot. Yep. Good push. Able to push out Bernay, showing his chops. Well defended. They're gonna let them dribble into them, and good defense. Like, don't leave the ball exposed against them because they understand the mechanics of the game, right? And the one thing that I like about, I'll get it up. Oh, that's a free goal. Yeah, they're not missing that. So, like I said, Wolves doing their thing here. They know what they're doing. This is their game. This is a game that the Cobras play, so they can do fairly well. They're using Soccer 8, and you're gonna see here, like I said, like a lot of teams kind of just gravitate towards the metas of all the sports games. This is the one that it matters the least. Using the best team, I would say. NHL slightly as well, but you want that goalie boost from NHL. But yeah, it's just about every other sports game. It's like, yeah, the better player you use, the more it matters. If this was kickoff, it'd be a different set of rules.
So would you what do you say that? Is it because you think this game is more of like a skill-based game versus like an actual matchup game, or like how do you?
Well, what? So if you've ever seen street soccer before,
yeah,
it's like that. They do a lot more tricks, a lot more. Granted, although this isn't a street soccer game per se, it's just condensed FIFA. If you have good understanding of the moves and how to keep the ball away and how to play in a confined area, it doesn't matter because all the players are rated fairly highly in this mode. So they're covering an insane amount of ground. They're making all sorts of crazy plays. So it doesn't matter if you're using Ronaldinho and all of them. Now, see, it can be a boost to some degree, but it doesn't matter because everybody's kind of cracked, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like having the best builds at the end of the day, and it doesn't matter. As long as your defender isn't going to pull out of the goalie, you should be fine. Because it's really tough to just score around. Like right here, this is a free goal. Yeah, it's a free goal right there. So good on the Cobras to tie it back up. They have to play more discipline in the back end, and that's a little bit of the trick of playing the 1-1-1. So right there, good skill, a little step over crossman. Feel like they had something to show there. If the Wolves, like, no, you're not that good. I'm that good. So right here, where the Wolves keep getting themselves into trouble is they keep pulling the last defender out of the goal. So if you're running that 1-1-1, the interesting thing that the Wolves are doing, which I'm really surprised, is they're not attacking from a lob perspective. They're trying to more so just get the ball up one by one, but you're trying to stretch the court vertically, not horizontally. So right here, you're getting out of your 1-1-1.
Okay.
And this is where teams are, like if you're gonna play this, you got to practice it because everybody understands the 2-1 or a 1-2 even sometimes, but not the 2-1. So like right there, you pass. You see how they're basically playing a 2-1 even though they have the lineup as a 1-1-1, and that's kind of what's affecting. So right there, especially defensively, you see how they're kind of stacked. Portugal,
yeah,
they're stacked 1-1-1. Okay, so you want to level change is what you really want to do. Each one of those is a level, and you want to change to maximize the effectiveness because they're playing. The Cobras are playing wide, so you see one person in the back, and then they're playing wide. Like right here, that's the power of the line. So Portugal is playing and one is ahead, one is behind. Now you can pass back or pass forward or lob up, kind of like that. Good goal. Yep, it's all there. Like it's all there for the taking. Like they both counterbalance each other in really interesting ways to play. So like right there, you get up ahead and you can level change. So how the ball got popped up, it's super effective when you're running a 1-1-1. I'd like to see more teams utilize it. See, they keep pulling their goalie out. That's the thing. I don't know who. I think that was Peruvian who accidentally switched. Actually, haven't seen too much of Peruvian playing FC, so this is brand new. Rene, we all know he's a veteran, but this is kind of what I was showing you, where it's like you could be the better player.
Yeah,
you could be because by far out of all of them there, Rene is the best player on playing the game, right? But it's a team game, so you need your teammate to be on it. So right there you go. You see how they switch levels? That's the benefit of the 1-1-1. Oh my God. And that's Bernay. That's what I'm saying. Like Bernay just casually with the spin move, knowing exactly when to place the skill move, the depth, and it doesn't matter that you're using Sakai. It really doesn't. Because before it was PSG. But when Messi left, they're like, oh well, no, PSG's not. No, they're still like loaded. The fact that teams moved off of them surprises me so much. I'm like, yeah, like everybody trying to kind of goes for a certain meta, and they're like, oh well, this will give us the best advantage, which makes sense. So good lobs, but not enough. Now you've got a real chance for level changes here. Depends on how they want to attack this. Hey, that works. The Wolves pulling away a little bit here. I think they're up by 2, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yep, that's a big deal. And that's going to be a freebie. Just tap it in. But Volta, very finicky. The Cobras could come back immediately. That is how Volta is. Here we go. Look at that. Great ball control. Bernay is just absolutely masterclassing them, making them bite. And that should be a pass. There you go. Good on their part.
Good blocks.
Get it up to Bernay because he is cooking right now. He is cooking right now. Bernay is going crazy.
It smells good.
Bernay is going crazy. He said, Peruvian, just make sure you knock a goal in or two. Like, I got you. There you go. At least the Cobras get that concept. You don't always have to shoot just because it's lobbed. You can pass. Really put the team out of sorts. Right, and Peruvian really providing good support here. Get it to Bernay. He's gonna skill move him one time, keep the ball away. He's using left trigger to keep it. Then L1. So L1 keeps the ball close, and that's what he's doing. He's shifting really fast, so it's hard for them to get a read on the ball. If the Cobras wanted to be, okay, that's a free goal. You should have shot. Okay, good. They got it. If the Cobras really want to stop Bernay from doing all that, they'll just be patient and won't go for the steal. But that's what they're doing, or the tackle. Sorry. That's what they're doing right now. They're just kind of letting Bernay cook them. And they're biting. They let Bernay touch it here. You might. Yep. 20 seconds left. And you can tell, even though Peruvian scored right there, it wasn't as fluid as Bernay. Yeah. So it's just like he knows just enough. Whereas like Bernay, you can tell is like, okay, they're gonna attack at this point. I'm going to take this here. But this is what I was saying. Like, you kind of know that this is going to be a W for you, right? If you're the Wolves. So I would have tried to get to this game faster. Here we go. Clean win from the Wolves. Bernay absolutely going stupid with the skill moves, really flexing his stuff, showing them that it does not matter if you're using Sakai. It's still skill based. Like, even though it's arcadish, it's still got some skill to it. So one person can kind of carry. But if you don't have a teammate who's able to support fully in those instances, like it can throw things just awry. And both teams actually did a pretty good job of supporting each other. I think that's just a matter of time when it comes to the Cobras getting to the point where they can support each other the same way that the Wolves were.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the skill, teamwork, and both of them go hand in hand. So it was definitely an exciting game to see.
All right, so interesting choice here. We know Big Bad MJ and Hogeki have to go in. For the Cobras, it's going to be between Deuce Deuce and Pop. I think they're going to go with Pop. So Pop is going to be out of rotation. That's 2 sports games that he's going to touch back to back. I think Pop offers more coverage overall than Deuce Deuce. However, you probably want to go and try and secure this right here. You don't want to give any more points to the Cobras because really their best shot is sports. So technically they have 2 sports wins on it, right? So they won UFC by way of forfeit, but that was going to be a 50-50 with the way that was going. And
then they won FC.
Yes. So Wolves with 2 sports wins, and really that's the crux of their team. That's what they're looking to win some games in. But the Cobras are no slouch in sports. I think I'm leaning toward, depending on whether they're putting in Jekyll. Now, I know Jekyll plays. Jekyll knows how to do it the UEL way. But Jekyll has had a very checkered past playing Madden in the league. I'm not saying he won't step up to the plate here. I'm a Jekyll fan, but I've seen it. He sometimes when it'll fall apart. So I'm surprised that they didn't go Pop here, knowing that Jekyll covers more fighters than Pop. Not that they need the fighting coverage, but ultimately you would want him there. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I'm actually super surprised by that. I knew that Jekyll played, but I was like, hey, they definitely have a reason. They definitely have a reason. I may not understand it, but I trust Third and Juki and Strix over there from a coaching standpoint on what they're gonna do here.
Yeah, Third definitely seems like he knows what he's doing.
So Big Bad MJ and Jorginho are going in here. Big Bad MJ represents the reset. Jekyll is going to be, Hogeki represents the reset, and Jekyll and Jorginho will be unavailable for the next game. Definitely Jekyll for sure, because there's no 6v6 game or 7v7 game. So for at least the next game or 2, possibly 3, depending on what roles, Jekyll will not be available. Jorginho will get back into rotation one way or another within probably the next 2 or 3. I think we went through. We only have one more 1v1. Yeah, we've done Pokemon and we've done UFC. The only other 1v1s could potentially be Dead by Daylight, or there's F1.
Yeah, so, I knew it was a racing game. I can remember which one it was.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, the Wolves making this a competitive match so far. We got 37 minutes left to go in the half. We've got Madden coming up. Madden could go really fast or really slow. Yep. The Cobras are using the Ravens. The Wolves are using the 49ers. This is more or less the meta. Me personally, whenever I'm playing, I don't know, like Madden's one of those games where you can have a little fun. I actually like the Bengals as long as Joe Burrow is healthy. And having Jamar Chase is just absolutely cracked. And this is gonna be a fun one next. Apex.
Ooh,
Apex. We all love some Apex. Well, most people do. I've met a few people who don't like it, and I just don't understand them.
I don't either, man. I love Apex.
Yeah, it's the fluidity of the movement for me. That's where I'm just like, the way they marry the abilities and then the fluidity, and then even the shield system makes perfect sense. Like, depending on what mode, the health regen now that they added a few seasons ago makes sense as well. And I have thoroughly enjoyed watching Apex, even though EA locked me out of my accounts because EA sucks. But I'm sorry, EA is great. Thank you, EA. We cherish you and the games that you do bring, I guess.
Keep the support, please.
Yeah, I do like some of your games.
Yeah, Apex was definitely, it's a great game. I've played it ever since the day it came out.
Yeah, when I got locked out of it, I was so sick. That's what me and the boys used to play all the time. Get on Apex, get on Apex. But I was very mid at that game to begin with, so it's probably best I got locked out.
Well, I believe, didn't you play it a couple weeks ago? Because I casted for you playing on the Phantoms a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I can't wait for them to retire me already. Clearly, I did not do well last game, but yeah, I did play it. That was a muscle memory thing. I've not played it in 2 or 3 years.
I mean, you were still looking kind of solid.
So.
So?
Yeah, so. Yeah, I did okay. I mean, I had a few kills, but definitely should have done better.
I mean, as long as you're putting damage down.
Yeah, I mean, I did your shots. I did that, but we let them hold high ground a little bit too much, and we didn't know how to try to press them or attack. So that was just being rusty. Just a long time coming. So definitely something that can be touched on my end.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, there we go. So looks like setup is correct. We got competitive, exhibition, 3 minutes, even teams, of course not, accelerated clock, 1 p.m., Raven Stadium, clear weather, looking good. I'm wondering what the hang up is. What are they setting? What are we looking for? Or is the screen possibly frozen?
No. Actually, I don't know.
I think that may be it.
Well, it might be. It might be they're just trying to run out the timeout.
That is true. Probably strategizing. This is going to be a pretty big matchup. I honestly, I think this is going to lean Wolves. I think this is going to lean Wolves.
I'm thinking the same thing, especially with the way that today has been, because I mean we've already got this is our 3rd sports game on the board.
Yeah, and personally, I like the 49ers pick better. Big Bad MJ is running QB, which, if anybody paid attention to the last time the Wolves played Madden, it looked very good when Big Bad MJ was playing. I think it was with King Drake. I think that's his name. I forget, but for King Drake, I forget what his name. Apologies, I saw what you was doing. I dapped you up. Y'all were doing your thing, but I forgot your name at the moment. A lot of things, a lot of movements to keep up with.
Definitely here with the UEO.
Yes. So right here we've got the Cobras kicking off. Justin Tucker with the extra slow bar because it's Justin freaking Tucker, arguably the greatest kicker of all time. See if they run this out. Yep, they're feeling froggy. And getting Deebo Samuel absolutely smacked up.
In the Super Bowl this weekend too.
Super Bowl is indeed this weekend. I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be epic. 49ers versus Chiefs. But notice nobody uses the Chiefs because they were actually not that great of a team in Madden this year, even though their defense is very good. They had no receivers and just Mahomes. That man is making it happen. They have like one. So greatness personified. Right there, going ahead attacking the corner post route. Very good throw off of Big Bad MJ, and you can see he's very comfortable. He plays Madden. You'll see a lot of defensive adjustments too. Shout out to the sponsor Slide. Like I said earlier, that mango is killing them. Delicious. They got about 6 or 7 different flavors. Really good ones too. Only one that's kind of crazy is the vanilla because it has melatonin, so it makes you a little sleepy. So you want to be careful with that one.
I gotta try that.
I'm gonna go to McCaffrey in the flat right there. Yep. Big Bad MJ is reading the field very, very well to start. In a very Purdy-like manner, Brock Purdy-like manner. So, let's see how Jekyll tries to deal with this. He's going into dime package, trying to prevent the run, but that can leave it wide open for McCaffrey. So, Big Bad MJ may see this in audible, but no, he's an empty set. So, it's all receivers. I doubt it's a QB draw. So, Jekyll going with dime may help here. And that's that's tricky, but it works. It works. That's a big play down the field with the Kittle. That was a tough throw. It looks like a roughing the passer, illegal contact. It won't matter. You're going to decline that, take the 1st and goal. Big Bad MJ 3 for 3 on passing so far. Fitting a close one in there down the field. Looks like he might do oh, no, he's not going to do play action here. No way. Might just be running up the middle, having Jorginho do his thing. Does he trust Jorginho? Does he trust Jorginho? I don't think he trusts him. Not after that run. Good initial stop from the Ravens.
So that was them trying to run it up the middle right there, right?
Yeah, more or less. They tried to do like shotgun. Shotgun outside stretch zone.
Yeah, I was never a big football fan growing up, so it's another one of those games I'm trying to learn.
Yeah, it can be a little tricky if you're not a lot of moving parts, a lot of things you gotta understand. But right there, Tristan Hogeki said just go outside, and that's a missed kick. It could be that could be a tricky mechanic in the game, the way they've done it.
So would you consider yourself very familiar with this game? Is this a game you kind of main a little bit, or
no? Actually, Madden infuriates me. I feel like it never rewarded people who actually understood football. So for me, I've never mained it. I can play it. I can do it. I just never dumped a bunch of time into it. But
Gotcha.
I can come out and beat somebody for sure. I just have to play a clean game. I just won't know as many of the intricacies on defense. Right. So
Okay.
right here, you can tell that Big Bad MJ is already setting up his defense to play a certain way. So he went and had them play conservative. That way they don't give up any big play down the field. So he's trying to limit big passing plays, pinch the line so that they can't just run up the middle as easy. And then he's got his outside corners showing blitz. So he's it had that sniffed out. They tried to do a design run from Lamar, and honestly, you're better off just passing, and then if well, it'll be interesting to see how Jekyll adjusts because he's playing somebody who's clearly experienced. So it looks like he chose a play action here. Let's see if he does. That's really tough against the 49ers defense. He did. And oh my God, Jekyll. Okay. He said, keep it quiet, Mike. Keep it quiet, Mike. Can we get a replay on the board? Jekyll over here with the toss. Yeah, Big Bad MJ can't believe it. He's like, yo, that's just a Madden-ish. I don't know how to explain it. That's just a Madden-ish. It's cool. You let it go. Let's just see if they nail the field goal. Jekyll, after one play that went super rough, was able to get it down the field to Zay Flowers on a flick with Lamar Jackson. And I honestly don't know how he did it, but it looks like Big Bad MJ did not. He didn't think he had it in him, to be quite honest. Even though he hit play conservative, that was not conservative because that was a one shot down the field. So great start from both teams, both offenses. Definitely methodically move the ball down. A lot of big plays given up, which can be frustrating for me with Madden because if you look at it, it's been 2 minutes and there's already imagine if we were playing 5 or 6 minute quarters. The score could be like 45 to 38 because it's just so favored in the offense. That's been my frustrations with Madden, if you know what plays you're looking for.
Gotcha.
But it's fine. I mean, you could also have big-time defensive stops as well. For me, whenever I play sports games, I focus more on trying to wide open, and that's going to be a great pass. He's running a lot of the crossers, so across the field, so it stretches the defense horizontally, so he's got his players running from one end to the other, essentially on deep crosses and posts. To stretch the defense out vertically, this is going to be a sack or close to it. So good job by Jekyll adjusting. It's going to be tough. Big Bad MJ is actually super comfortable. He's like sitting there in the pocket like, oh, that's fine. Some of these will happen sometimes. Looks like we're going to get crossers again or a pass out to McCaffrey. 2nd and 10. Might be a run play too. He's creating some audibles, so who knows where he has him going. Definitely crossing in. A is wide open. That's Kittle. Kittle is a big body. He's going to run through that. And there you go. He's now in field goal range, so that's if he doesn't score. He's running that no huddle. Excuse me. Apologies. Operating primarily out of the gun here. Trying to defense open, stretch it out. So it's really going to be incumbent on Jekyll to really force a turnover here. Because other than that, they're probably getting points on the board. Oh, yeah, they're going to run outs right there. I believe that's Jennings on the outside. X. Oh, I cannot believe that he threw that. Now, see, it's not bad because it was going to McCaffrey, but you had X running wide open in the flat, and I thought once he showed his play, that's where he would target because it didn't look like they had anybody in the zone there, so that would have been an easy first down, and you could have kept it moving. May have a run play here. I would throw a screen. I wouldn't have run it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm actually surprised that MJ ran that. And he said he's going for it, so he's going to go straight to a pass play here. He's not going to play any games. If I were him, I'd run that same out. Yeah, no. Just played like a true Madden player. Go for it all the time. And super frustrating when I get it, but smart play. Just keep it in the pocket. Short play. George Kittle, big body. Run after the catch is insane. Easy first down.
Yeah, but I bet the defense is going to remember this one, right? They kind of rubbed their nose in it. Play action, now Purdy.
Yeah, nowhere to really go there. Good coverage from Jekyll. Loss of 5 on that. So in the red zone more or less. So that's super condensed or close to it. Tough play for MJ. We're going to find out what he does here. If I'm MJ, I'm probably throwing 2 short passes, trying to make up the yardage, because Jekyll may think that you're going deep here. But Jekyll is also smart. So we'll see. I want to see the Raven. Well, Cobras back on offense. I want to see Jekyll back on offense. Sometimes when you get those one-play big shots, like, it's not going to happen again. Stepping up. Oh, my God. You had B wide open and tough one. Now, see, that was covered up, but the second Purdy scrambled up and moved up in the pocket. GG. He had B wide open initially. He just missed it. And then A moved into that same space, and which was George Kittle, and that's the touchdown right there. No flop on the field goal here. I would have gone for 2 to push it to 7 in case they score, because either way you're gonna be down 1 or 2 if they score a touchdown. So it's a field goal difference both ways. So that's what I would have done. But good choices either way. Very pointed kicks. A lot of times people do this right here so that the runners can't get momentum, so they usually gets about the 20, which is, you know, odd enough because somebody could break one open if it kicks all the way into the game.
A lot of time for this unit to game plan on the sideline after that drive that they watched the other side just score. But remember, last time
And
they were out,
it looks like I'm gonna get what I wanted. So a minute 52, Jekyll can't really run the ball here. He can, but it's a little tricky. He's trying to show as many different plays to confuse, so he doesn't know which one's coming. I think he's gonna run the outs. Let's see what Jekyll's going for here. Probably getting a couple audibles in there, changing routes. And he is going to go ahead and run the ball. Interesting choice. I mean, you have enough time, but I'm looking to get the ball down the field as fast as possible, being under 2 minutes without using timeouts. And you have Lamar. So Lamar can literally break the pocket and become a runner if you need to. Got a couple changes. This is another run play. Yep, definitely sealed up the middle. You can see him making those protection changes, and he's running a lot of pistol power, basically. So he's going to try and run the ball all the way up the field because he knows it's passing time. So he knows not covering it, but this is going to be a pass right here. And that's Lamar's danger. He easily could have gone with Ricard open right there. Should have slid. That could have been a fumble. But so far, Jekyll showing good mastery of the Ravens. Actually, some of the best I've seen so far in the league in terms of, like, actually running the way they run their offense. Just running right up the middle, and that's, hey, look.
It's effective.
Yeah, it is, and he's not using the timeouts, right? So just now he uses timeout, put it at 45 seconds. He knew that Big Bad MJ was going to be prepping for the throw, so he's just been playing this power scheme right here. You've got 1 wide receiver and 2 running backs with a fullback out there. You're going to go right bumper, yep. Likely, who's shown very well, so big tight end, big use. 7, you're down to 30 seconds, so you're going to want to get a first down here and then call a timeout. Still pushing that run, and this could be score here. I'm going to call that timeout. You got about 2 plays left if you don't use the timeout. Yep. Here we go. Jekyll doing a good job here. Big Bad MJ has to make the adjustment. I'm wondering what he's thinking. Last time he just made the team forfeit. I remember. And the Ravens will get the ball to start the halfback too. So that could be, oh, that's tough. That's tough. I'm not running that in that situation. I mean, it's Lamar, but it didn't look good. I would have throw it away. You have more plays. Saves the timeout. Now you really have 1 play left. And then you got to run up and kick a field goal if it doesn't go through. So it's going to be a pass play here for sure. Well, I won't say for sure, but it would be your best bet because it's either a touchdown or nothing. And you can at least kick your field goal. Unless you're planning on going for it 2 times. And Jekyll said, I hold that. He said, Papu. A deuce in the back clap. He's like, hey, look. I respect it. Just casually. That's growth because I'm not going to lie. In the past, Jekyll's throwing a pick by now. Not just 1, 2 or 3. So Jekyll, big shout out to you. You know, hopefully you hear this back. Big shout out. So far efficient. You're going up against a Madden player for sure. It's going to be back and forth. There's nothing. I'm not going to say there's nothing he can do here, but he's probably not going to do too much. Big Bad MJ. So behind the 8 ball. This is why I would have gone for 2. because you've already shown the ability to get past the offense. You missed a field goal, and at least it's tied. So either way, now you have to go for 2 next time. So one way or another, you can't give up a touchdown, and they're going to get the ball back. So right here, and they got 3 timeouts, so they could technically dink and dunk a few. But they're going for that big play. That might be a pick. Wow. And that's out of bounds. Trying to get a field goal out of this, which in Madden is not impossible, right? Game gets very wonky in the last couple minutes. He's doing the flood, so Kittle's going to come across the middle. If he, yep, they're going to control the middle linebacker on the defense there. Going to cover the middle because they know Kittle's going to come across. And they're going to have some of these other wide receivers running streaks, so they're looking for a big play so that they can get a field goal in, and that's exactly what we're looking at. He's tossing it. Yeah, and that was, it's tough because that's into double coverage. Samuels can make it, but even if he had made that, yeah, kick the 57-yarder. Why not? I'm being so serious. Like, you're not getting a touchdown here, so I'm not gonna say not, but you know, I guess he's just Hail Marying it, run a vert, seeing what they got. Could be a pick, could not. As long as it's not pick 6, it won't matter. There you go. He has it. He's going for it. That's into a ton of coverage. So, yeah, nothing there. I mean, not a big deal. End of the half, you got to try something.
Definitely a close game here.
For sure. Did we get the next wheel spin?
Yeah, it was Apex.
Apex. Oh, yeah, we talked about that. We both like Apex. Awesome.
Yeah, really close game there, especially coming from the Cobras, with Jackal not being familiar with Madden. He's definitely shown that he's practiced this.
Well, it's not that Jekyll isn't familiar with Madden. He would just come out and make mistakes.
Gotcha.
He came into the league only playing Madden and Smash. But earlier, he would crumble under the pressure in games in Madden and just start throwing picks all over the lot.
Oh, okay. So he had more of a mental block issue.
Yeah, he would just kind of like, after a while, start chucking it, which is why I said this is impressive. So what Jekyll has done is he's gone the Madden route. Basically, if you can't stop what I'm doing, guess what I'm going to do? But that's a big stop right there. Chase Young. I wish he was doing that more in person. But I mean, he went with a design run right there. They were better off just moving the protections like what he's doing right now to create running lanes for the running back. So Big Bad MJ's been pinching the whole time. Oh, good play action. You're going to get a few yards. That's Fred Warner, so that's tough. Yeah. Usually he's going to make that tackle.
There's a brick wall you ran into.
So 3rd and 11. We'll see if Jekyll gets balls here. If he doesn't make it, we'll go for it. Oh, that's tough. Wow, that sucks. Sucks to be fooled right there. Because you kind of had him dead in the rights. I wouldn't have chased him like that. But hey. There we go. And getting a little bit more of the run sealed up. I think that was honestly like that. The before half mechanic that was keeping those runs so open. So we'll see here. I do have confidence that MJ will score. It's just he's going to be able to defend. Lamar getting out there. He should have just ran initially. He would have picked up the first down. Now we're looking at 3rd and 6. Can they get a big defensive stop? That's been the big question here. Neither team has stopped either one, technically, defensively. We got some audibles, tight end hot route. Probably has been going on and out. Ooh, that was almost the pick. That was almost the pick. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying he was meaning to do it there. I saw what he saw, but that's too risky. And at this point, you want to punt. This is huge for the Wolves. The Wolves need to win this game. This is one of the games on the wheel that having Big Bad MJ available for, like, you want to secure it. So now it's up to Jekyll to come up with a big defensive stop. Big 3rd and 6 right there. Getting the defense flowing, and that's a big pickup. Very good return back. They just need points. Jekyll sticking with that dime package. I have a strong feeling that we're going to get a run play coming up here. Good audible. Switching sides that the attack is going to move. Jekyll making adjustments to the coverage, probably covering deep. And it's a run play, like I said, but good edge set by Mollett. Awesome set on the edge. I would have gone the other way. But, hey, worth a shot. That's a big stop. Loss of 4. Now you need 2 more of those. That's a pick. MJ, what are you? Why are you forcing? Why are you forcing? Big Bad MJ just forcing a pass there. I don't understand why, if I'm being quite honest. He's played such a clean game up to this point. And that's, yeah, that's rough. So the thing about next gen Madden and a lot of sports games, that momentum bar right there, it is swinging heavy in the Ravens' favor. And the reason why I like it is because you have to make plays. So it's fair. If you make plays defensively, you're going to go with momentum, and your team gets added stat boost with those as well. So they get similar to 2K for those who know, like a team takeover, and that's another touchdown. Yo, Jekyll is slicing and dicing. Big Bang, a huge mistake. Now this game is not out of reach, so MJ can come down, score a touchdown, and score 2. Unless Jekyll's going for 2 here. Jekyll's going for 2 here. Oh no, he's not. He's not. I would have. Yeah, no, this is fine because at the end of the day they have to go for 2. But if Jekyll had gone for 2 and gotten it, he would put this out of reach, essentially, because even if MJ had scored, yeah, he could go for 2. It wouldn't matter. He'd be down a point. So he could have literally put the game away almost here. MJ has to score quickly and then score 2 on top of that. And I hope he does because this has been great. It's actually been good Madden gameplay. Don't force it down the field, man. Just throw it away. And that is the Madden itch. So MJ's been operating using about the same 4 plays. And they've been working. Which, for anybody who is familiar with Madden, is not uncommon.
I mean, looking at this game from a perspective of somebody who hasn't really played a Madden game, I can understand why. I mean, he's rolling through, you can see him scrolling through the windows with all the different plays, and I'm like, I just see a bunch of geometry, and I'm reminded of like high school, and I'm like, but when you explain it, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Throwing outs, edging, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's basically get your players in space and for the defense cover the space. I actually would have went back to the run. Probably going Y, X. You had X, but that's tough because you would have had to throw across the body. Yeah, didn't really have it. Another big thing, throw the ball away. A lot of people don't like to throw it away. But it can save you down, save you time.
I think a lot of people are they're just scared of picks happening.
Yeah, or he could have been trying to get to the edge. Well, when you throw it away, you're throwing it out of bounds.
Oh, okay. That's what you mean.
Oh man, that's rough. So Jekyll's actually adjusted to the crossers in the corner post. That right there was just more of a gap in space. So a lot of times if the defense doesn't get home, i.e. the defensive line sacking, you run into situations where the wide receivers have more time to just get open. They can go find somewhere and just stick there, and that's what happened. No, it's funny because the 2 of the 3 best Madden players in the league don't even play anymore. They're on the reserves, and I know that for a fact. I've seen them. They come in and they smoke everybody. He's not. Billy's not the best Madden player in the league. Billy just plays UEL the best way. No. Well, anyway, somebody told me that Billy. For the stream, sorry guys. That was a sidebar comment. Somebody told me that Billy was the best Madden player in the league. He is a very good Madden player, and that's a pick. Should have been a pick. And it's funny that he threw that right there. Big Bad MJ said that he'll beat Billy. He said he'll beat the no, but he's a very good Madden player. But I don't think he's the best.
He says he is.
You can say it. A lot of people say they're the best at something, but you don't know the metaphor of the way the league goes. I mean, shoot, it happened to me. Like, there's no 2 ways about it, even though I know it, but the metaphor of the league states otherwise. That should be a pick. Like, I just don't understand. I don't understand, actually. Like,
oh, it looks like this could be a score here.
It doesn't matter what it is because the game's over. Like, it could have been a score, could not have been. Yep, and the Cobras are hyped. They know that they got that. That's 2 crucial picks down the line for Big Bad MJ, who says that he's the best. I don't mean to throw shade, but like this is why we kind of quell that. You just go out and do it first. You do it first, and then once your stats back up, like because he had an amazing showing last time he played Madden. He really did. They squashed him. They made him forfeit mid-game. And this one started off well, but really what happened was that first pick and then the pressure at the end. I don't know why he didn't attack. Like, it's funny because these days people don't use like screens and short passes as much in Madden. But a lot of times it's how you build momentum and rhythm. So if you're using those passes, you can literally build momentum, rhythm, and then it opens up the big things down the field. So if you started off with the big things and your opponent has adjusted, all you have to do is start throwing short. It'll open things back up. It's like he's forcing the issue. So right here, he's getting another big gain, but this is the same play he was running before. And because it's Kittle on these defensive backs and they didn't switch off, that should have been another pick, if I'm being quite honest. That was in bad coverage, bad spacing. Technically, he could score here and it's not over, but it feels like it's over. See, they're getting out of bounds, which is good, but now they're going to score. They're looking to score a touchdown, obviously, right? This is actually kind of interesting because they could theoretically score a touchdown, not use any timeouts, get a stop. See, do you see what I was saying about the short passes earlier now? Like, that's why I said I didn't understand. Like, because if I was operating and I knew I was hitting them over the head, the natural thing to do is to counter that and make it's like in a fighting game. Like, if you're going high all the time, they're gonna think, oh, you're going high, go low. Oh, you went low a couple times. Now hit them with an overhead. They're blocking low. Like, you open them up on multiple fronts. That's tough. Like, he threw it into a tough spot right there. I would have thrown it to the outside shoulder and forced my wide receiver to make a tough catch and hope that he doesn't get popped, because you just threw it to a spot and there were defenders there that were able to make up the gap. Which it's just so funny to me because, like, now that he's under pressure and thrown 2 picks, he started throwing it short and picking them apart. And I'm like, if you had done this the previous 2 drives, you would have put yourself in position to win this game. But because you decided to force the issue, because it was working earlier, so big props to Jekyll for making the adjustments. I love to see it. I love to see it. And that's a touchdown. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. So, like I said, this one isn't over. He didn't use any timeouts, right? And just simply with the rhythm and momentum, they have to make this kick. Yeah, so technically this is not over. Jekyll may have almost put it out of reach. I wouldn't even try. Well, unless he knows the onside cheese. There is a like specific way you can do onside kicks and possibly get it. Either way, he's gonna have to make 3 stops here. Okay, so they got the ball at the 45. So really, a first down ends it here either way. But they could also, I think, fall just short of a first down and kick a field goal, which will put the game out of reach. And he's gonna run the ball 3 times. Yeah, look at the big boys right there on the line. No, he's not. Jekyll faked me out. And oh my God, the disrespect is crazy. Lamar said he's like that. Oof, yeah, you have to call a timeout. So do you? That's tough. He's gonna run the blitz, but I might engage 8 and just send everybody and try and get this snuffed out and get them to lose yards. Because at this point, it's I think he just audible to a slant. I think he just audible. They're gonna throw it. This might be game over. Yep. Oh, it's muddy. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. I like the call from Jekyll. I like where your head's at. That was super smart. I just don't know if you had the personnel to get away with it. Because MJ didn't go all full engage 8, which was when you sent 8 players to blitz, essentially, go after the quarterback.
Okay.
So if that was a run and he hit engage 8, that would have been a big difference. Now let's see if he goes with a run and goes for time or tries to end it here. Oh, this is so interesting. Making all the adjustments. Probably a pass play. Does he have it? Does he have it? No way! Oh, did he drop it?
No,
he dropped it.
Did he? Oh.
No way. What a game. Can Big Bad MJ redeem himself? He said, but this is what I was saying. They could get right in field goal range, and guess who you got? You got Justin freaking Tucker. Look how slow that bar is. Look at this perfect kick. Look at the disrespect. Look at the disrespect.
Oh my god.
Look at the disrespect. He said it was game. It was cool. Wow. Look, good try, MJ. Good try, but that kick was cold. That kick was almost worse than getting that pass taken out because that was some Madden nonsense. So this game's now officially out of reach, right? Cobras coming in. Jekyll. Honestly, yeah, he used the Ravens the best, I think. Like in terms of how you would see it online and finding a way to stop the meta of using them in some ways. Like there's other ways to use the Ravens, right? Out of pistol, but he used a tight end, a fullback, and a running back all in the backfield with one wide receiver out to really create those protection lanes and try and trick the defense. And it was working. There's not too much MJ can do here except for really score a touchdown. He threw another one and he had wide open. Well, I wouldn't say wide open, but he could have made a better throw for Y. But right there, he had to force something. So it's like he knows it. This one isn't as egregious as the other two. But hey, Jekyll's just bossing up right there, like literally saying, now that he's revealed his strat, I will just say for anybody playing the Cobras, go practice that. He'll come with a new one, I know that, but at the same time, go practice that just in case, because you don't know what he's gonna come with next. Jekyll, that is. So if you see them, hey, yep. Oh nah, see, you're too nice, bro. You're too nice, Jekyll. You're a good dude. I'm scoring on him. MJ said he was the best in the league, so I'm scoring on him.
That's fair.
I'm putting points on him.
That's fair.
But Jekyll's a real stand-up guy. Making his parents proud.
Shout out mom and dad.
Yeah, it just disgusts me. Nah, you're doing the right thing, Jekyll. Good job, bro. Good win. Yep. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, I wasn't out. Yeah, I just mad at all the trash he's talking. Oh, yeah, I wasn't worried. No, yeah. Well, oh, yeah, once I scored the first time, I do. Yeah, like, you see that? He's not good. That's what Jekyll's saying. I'm not saying that bit bad. I actually think you're good at Madden. I just, we hear a lot of people say I'm the best.
You hear that in any game.
You hear that, and you're actually very good and competitive, but you made mistakes. It just wasn't your best game. That's all. So very interesting. We're definitely going to get some Apex gameplay here. 2 minutes on that setup timer. Both teams had ample time to get this set up, so I'm ready to see some Apex gameplay. I think this one actually is a 50-50, even though I said shooters should be going towards the Wolves. I think they're going to go Bernay, Alchemist, and Peruvian. I think they would like to have Jorginho here for this game, but not going to happen. They're going to want to save MJ for some of the other sports, I think, that are left on the wheel. This will be interesting. Oh, who are they going with? Apex or TK. So it turns out TK might be a little bit of a shooter, too. Because they've put him into 2 shooters here.
Yeah.
So TK not only good in fighting games, but can hold his chops in the shooters.
Let's hope so.
Well, that's what it seems like. They're relying on him. So let's see who the third in is here for. It'll be Hogeki, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Man, so far, really good showing from the Cobras. They took it. I think that Madden game was really crucial for the Wolves because you're talking about 5-4 instead of 6-3 in a game that you definitely had a chance to win. And Big Bad MJ, like we've seen, is good at Madden. So it's not like you didn't have a shot, right?
Yep, Hogeki's going in. Well, that's definitely good. In terms of Apex, though, what characters do you think they're picking?
Well, it just depends on if they're going base characters or if they expand the whole thing. I've yet to see any team pick to expand and go with any DLC. I would love to because I would love to see some. Just some different gameplay, different characters. I'm not saying like they're the most effective, but for instance, you've got your fuses and your horizons and stuff like that. I'm not saying they're most effective players. I'm just saying I would like to see something different. Yes. There's obviously metas for the game modes that teams play and truly stick to them, of course, but not everybody is fully comfortable with Apex, so it makes sense. So when you see, I believe they're champions, right? What are they called in Apex? It's been a little bit.
Champions, or is
I think it's champion. Is it champion like hero? I don't know.
I don't remember.
Yeah, one of the two. So, they're probably gonna go base. So you see a lot of Bloodhound, Gibby,
Bangalores. Sometimes you see Pathfinders.
Pathfinder, depending on what you're trying to accomplish, if you're really trying to cover enough ground. I think Pathfinder is really good for when you're trying to maintain those high grounds. So like a Pathfinder Gibby sometimes really works out because you can get up there. You get up there at the same time. Maybe the Gibby's a little ahead of you. You can set that bubble so you can start holding the top.
I'm excited to see if they do the expansion of characters, because I'd like to see like an Octane in there, maybe even like some Revenant plays.
Oh man, so many Revenant is so useful in a lot of the game modes just because of that little extra life he gives, and everybody I know so many Octane fans are the ones who have Red Bulls, Monsters, and Bang C4s and all those right there, just chugging them. They're like, oh, I main Octane, and you also have extreme ADHD and you play like it. So I love watching Octane players because they are just all over the place.
I mean, you ain't gotta call me out like that, but
I mean, it's okay. I didn't say there was anything wrong with it.
Man, let me tell you what, when I was really grinding Apex, or like shortly after I was grinding Apex, I was playing Halo. It's just I'd have my trash can right next to my setup, and you just see nothing but water bottles and, and monster cans. So
That's how
it's very accurate what you're saying. I like to go fast.
Yeah, like and honestly, Octane, like he's really good for the pushes.
Mm-hmm.
He's really good for flanking, catching teams off guard, and then literally getting out of trouble. Like his mobility with the boost that he gets, the injection, it's just super useful. I'm forgetting the character that can fly. That has
Valkyrie?
jetpacks. Huh?
It's Valkyrie.
Yes, Valkyrie. I don't know how you got to tell me because it's been a while. Is she still super effective? I know she pretty much made Horizon almost obsolete.
I mean, for a while she had the best movement in the game. But in terms of like the meta now, I'm not too sure if people still really use her. I mean, if you can get her passive down and her jetpack,
right?
Oh yeah, like, especially if you're a solo pusher, she's definitely going to benefit you a lot. However, I don't know if
Who's available? MJ only.
I haven't checked the last update.
F1.
All right, and we've got F1 coming up after this. Depending on who's available, we should see a fairly decent race. I don't think the Wolves have a true racer. They might rely on Peruvian or Jorginho here.
All right, ready.
I know that Bobas has at least touched it. Pop's touched it, I believe. So I don't know that either team has a true racer.
This is the same map that
So
you
we're
guys
going
played with,
base.
Yep.
Bandits.
Don't see too many Wraiths. I remember when Wraith was definitely like huge meta.
I was just about to say that. I was surprised at how many races I have not seen.
Well, Wraith is tricky. That out of all the champions when I was playing, Wraith was the one I just for the life of me could not use. It just wasn't me. Like Gibby too. I wasn't an amazing Gibby player because hitbox and bigger, and I just wasn't as good.
Wraith was my number one pick because I couldn't understand how to play my life, so I would just charge in and just try and live the best I could, and I would definitely use her void walk as my crutch. It's looking. Oh, I mean, we got one.
What do we pick here? Control.
No, looks like this is definite.
Oh, good hip fire. Who's in gamer PC5? That's Hogeki. Hogeki showing some nice movement, nice tracking. Hogeki is like one of those underratedly, like, he's a sneaky good player. Like he can really give you a boost in just about any game that he plays. Like that's really what Hogeki does well. It's like a boost. I wouldn't say he's necessarily a full carry. Like Overwatch, obviously he did an amazing job, but like he is showing that he's got some real chops here in Apex.
Well, he definitely.
He's applying pressure. He's applying pressure.
Bangalore not even looking. Oh man, that's unfortunate.
Yo, Hogeki is just having a field day. Like I like the way he's playing. I'm not gonna lie.
Smart.
Yeah, his movement is on point. He knows exactly what he's looking for, and he is just applying pressure. He's forcing the chase, and he's.
It's like we got a devotion here. I didn't think the devotion. I don't think the devotion play is all that right now. I would have gone with some. I definitely would have gone with a Volt pick if that was available
when
to him.
When has the devotion ever been to play?
Maybe like season 4 or 5.
Because I remember they gave it a huge boost and it was still kind of garbage.
And even with the turbocharger, it's still not all that great.
Yeah, like
the Volt Peacekeeper pick. I mean, the Volt has such a clean like recoil pattern.
It's so beautiful.
And then Peacekeeper, if you're good, it's amazing poke damage, especially from a good range too.
Especially if you can get those headshots off with it.
Mm.
It keeps no peace. Well, actually, no, it induces a lot of peace. A lot of it. You might be screaming at first, but afterwards, you're definitely going to be very, very peaceful. Yep, right there, getting the sentence situated. Is this okay that we're watching? Yeah. It's like, well, that's not right.
I'm surprised to say that I haven't seen anybody using tap strafes.
See, I'm not a mouse and keyboard. I was just a controller guy. So, like that. But the superior movement is definitely with mouse and key. Just in shooters in general, but Apex, it really shows. Right? So, like, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage using a controller.
And even using a controller, you can still set up tap strafe keybinds, but you have to do it through Steam, through Steam controller settings. Looking like it's a close game right now.
Well, we don't really got an update on what mode they pick. Trying to figure out which one it is. I thought it was control, but I see that it's a counter, so it's 4-3.
Yeah, it's
which actually means that the Wolves right now are in the lead. Although I've enjoyed watching Hogeki, I'm not gonna lie. If we just followed him the whole game, I'd be like, okay, that's cool. But we gotta give some other people some shine.
Interesting pick here with the Spitfire. I can see where they're trying to get their defensive characters, the LMGs, but still.
Look at the strays. Boom.
Oh, wall bounces. There's a little bit of an advanced movement there. I like to see it.
That's what I'm saying. That's the first thing I noticed. Look to slide into it. Having to engage on two fronts. Quick switch to the Peacekeeper. Eliminating Jorginho. Jorginho didn't even turn his back because he was engaged. And just coming in and cleaning up. I guess we're playing TDM.
We're up two.
Because each kill has been a certain point. So we're playing TDM.
Oh, Kraber here. Let's see if he can get any picks. And that's unfortunate too. He didn't even know. He didn't have any heads up from that shot.
Yeah, I might have pushed that if I was one of the teammates once he said like, yo, 96 on him. I really wouldn't have cared if he had support. I would have just had the other two push just because he was so low, taking the trade off and then push right after. Oh my god.
Jorginho not being able to
oh my god.
Who is the Bangalore?
That's whew.
Was that
I don't know who the Bangalore is. All I know is Hogeki out here just he hunting.
He headhunting right now.
He said, "Pop your head out, baby dear. I got you." He said he's about to be the next Bambi.
Kraber's still going strong. He got 6 shots
He's
left.
just waiting for another headshot. Look. He's like, oh, that's cute. He's literally just like,
Oh
my
no.
god, they broke shield and they called in the ult.
Interesting push into the ult right here.
No, well, I think what it is they know that they have him scrambled.
Yeah.
So even though you pushed into your ult and you can hurt yourself, it's worth it because your team's pushing with you. So even if you know how to avoid it, you know that you're pushing them into a certain area because they're trying to avoid the ult. So off the push, they're already scrambling. They have to be on alert and they're getting hunted down.
Get chased
like
right there.
Like animals.
Wolves are.
They are getting murked.
Wolves are struggling to keep up right now. Cobras are definitely showing their strength in these fighters.
Honestly,
shooters.
I think it's Hogeki. I think Hogeki right now is really. I think TK is in as well. TK is definitely providing good support, but Hogeki is literally showing that he's just so comfortable with the game, the movement. He's had a wall bounce. He's picking off headshots like without hesitation. It's not like, oh well, I might see him. I'm worried about the shot. Like no, the second he sees it, he's taking it and he's hitting. So like giving him the sniper. No, that wasn't him. That was Jorginho in Call of Duty using the sniper. But right here, if I'm the Wolves, in order to get it together, they're losing high ground left and right. So I'm hoping that one of them is using maybe Bangalore and can really do the same thing. And like Hogeki does not miss with it. He just doesn't.
See, the Bloodhound there, what he should have done is he should have scanned to see where he was.
Oh my god. Yo, just give it up. Just give it up.
Oh man,
look at that. He's like, oh, you're not there. Like
I don't even know what to say to this. Like the only thing you could do is Bloodhound scan and then hopefully Bangalore smoke
That's what you're supposed to do.
But they're too scared to poke out. They're not.
Look, he's gonna flush him out again.
Oh.
See, there you go. Now they're picking back at him with the sniper, which is good. They're trying to engage, but like I'm telling you, you see it.
Mm-hmm.
Now Hogeki's like, okay, fine. You want to play this?
And he just busts out the Peacekeeper, which is essentially a shotgun with the Kraber just with a.
Like every time they're distracted,
shot.
he just finally somebody gets him out the way. Every time they're distracted, that's what the Cobras are doing really well right here in Apex, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are essentially making them have to make business decisions.
Yep.
And Hogeki is coming in and cleaning up if he's not already applying pressure with the sniper. So when they push and they're engaged, they're not really accounting for Hogeki because they're already engaged. Mm-hmm. So what the Wolves are doing here poorly is not utilizing their own movements to force them out of it. So even if you're not the best shot, you can at least draw them out. But the problem is the second they poke their head out, they don't even know where Hogeki's at, and he's just picking them apart.
And that's where their movement isn't the only thing that's going to save them. They're not using their abilities. I mean, you've seen the Gibby bubble once or twice, but they're not using it effectively to get out. They're using it, and they were just sitting in the bubble, healing.
That wasn't even close.
Mm-mm.
It looks like we're going into halftime. I'm speechless. I mean, y'all heard me talk the whole time, so I'm just. It's gonna be Big Bad MJ versus probably the Bubbles for F1. So, and I don't think Big Bad MJ's touched that. Dang, talk about getting wiped. But I believe that is going to be halftime. F1 will be next after half. We'll see you here shortly. Yeah, that was something. Unless time is slightly off. What are we looking at? Okay, well, I mean, either way, yep. So, yep, that's it. That's the call for half. We will see you guys here in about 15 minutes.
time.
Guess what? It's the start of the second half, and I'm back in the booth. Right away with my man. How you feeling, man? After
Feeling
that
good.
first half?
Feeling good. I'm excited to see what else the Wolves have in store for us. As they're kind of trailing behind a little bit right now.
Yeah. Excuse me, forgive me, y'all. But yeah, for sure. They are behind right now. They're only down by 4.
Mhm.
This is technically winnable on multiple different fronts, although the Bubbles has been touching F1 for sure. He's the closest thing they have to their racer. So I'm going to give the edge to the Cobras here because I'm sure Big Bad MJ just hasn't touched it. I would just put money on that unless somebody forgot to tell me that he's a godly racer. But he had to go in for this one. So ultimately they need a win here, and depending on what happens, luckily it's F1. So even if you don't feel like you're going to win, technically you can wreck and then that's it. GG.
Mm-hmm.
So both teams all have to set up. So whoever has set up, I promise they better get it done.
Mm-hmm.
We will go ahead and get the timeouts for the Cobras corrected for you. They drop down to 2. Both teams drop down to 2 after half. You lose all of your timeouts if you didn't use them. So timeout management in the first half is crucial, but even more crucial in the second half because you don't carry over 3, you carry over 2. So we'll get that corrected up there on the board. Cobras with 4 forfeits. Wolves with a full 5. Forfeits that I possibly would have used earlier just to kind of get more games in there.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't even really seen a heavy push on the racers, which can kind of sort of go either way.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, it's still anybody's game right now. Their Wolves are only down 4. I mean, they pick this up. They get some momentum going with this game.
Right. It won't necessarily be easy per se. That's StarCraft.
Oh.
I think this will finally be the Wolves' first forfeit.
I think I can agree with that one.
The Cobras do play StarCraft. Strix isn't in. Third isn't in. We got the Bubbles on the top. Big Bad MJ on the bottom. I'm looking for a nice little performance for Big Bad MJ. A recovery performance. I'm looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Going to get the POV situated.
Now, is there a specific rule set on where the cameras are supposed to be in this game?
No, that's at your discretion.
Okay.
Right. So big thing with F1 is understand the turns, and is this Bubbles at the top? Because the Bubbles is at the top. He's already in the 5th pole position. Big Bad MJ's trying to take it easy, as he should. If you're not comfortable, you will wreck. Especially with the turning. He's not quite used to the turning, but I think he knows to avoid getting wrecked. So it's already dropped down to 16th. Bubbles is already at 4. Like I said, Bubbles has been touching and labbing. In the racers, it's really knowing the map and knowing where your breakpoints, and there you go.
Oh,
that's exactly what I was saying. Like it's so difficult to really do. So now we're gonna jump into StarCraft. If I am the Wolves, I'm forfeiting right now. The Cobras are actually a fairly decent StarCraft team, and they have great teachers for it too. They'll be able to get the Hogekis and the Jackals and the Bubbles back into rotation, who I know have touched StarCraft and been taught StarCraft. So that's what they're going to be looking to do.
That went to Cobras.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking right here, personally. You don't want to waste time on a game that you know you're not going to win. And to my recollection, maybe Peruvian Poppy plays StarCraft, but that's not enough to teach the team. I know LA's been taught StarCraft 100%. Strix and him have been cool forever, and LA has to go in. So, hey, came in at the same time. They were both rookies, and now they're on the same team.
Yeah.
Always an interesting story about how Strix isn't playing, which is so interesting, right? They don't necessarily need him to play in this lineup, but what he did with the Bucks last season, honestly, I don't think has been talked about enough. He really had that team as an expansion team, competitive, strategized, and ready to go. It's just, wearing both hats and being a free agent, he had his pick of teams that he wanted to go to. And I know he was heavily recruited across the league and decided to land on the Cobras with some good bonds there that he has with Third Anarchist, Juki, LA. I think he was cool with Bubbles as well. So it just, for him, I guess it just felt like home and a good move, and it really strengthened that team. Then they went out and drafted TK, and Strix just coaching right now is showing his worth.
And I think that's definitely a good sign for a good team build. Is you got to have that connection, with your boys. If you're playing with somebody you don't have very much, like, I guess connection. Yeah, I didn't want to use the same word again. I couldn't come up with what I was thinking.
Well, it's more so chemistry that you're alluding to. Now, see, I actually have, I'm not gonna say a bone to pick, but I think it's not quite as clear cut as that. I think chemistry can be developed.
Okay.
At the end of the day.
Well, yeah.
If you're playing with your peoples and they're not that skilled in particular games, you guys could have the utmost chemistry in that game and maybe boost you. But if somebody else is better and you have a chance to bring them into the fold, yes, you may be comfortable with your friends, but that's not always going to translate to wins, right? So
absolutely.
I think chemistry is the focus, not just playing with specific people per se, right? You really want to be able to integrate and have good chemistry, because chemistry will lose you more than your individual talent. You individually could be good at something, but if you don't have the right dance partner, they're going to step on your toes. And that's what it comes down to. So, like, I think it goes both ways. I'm not saying it doesn't work when you already have a connection established because you know how people operate, but I think it can be developed. And I've been on teams in the past where you clearly see it develop throughout the season from people who have never worked together before. So, and I think that's the beauty of it, right? Like, you get thrown into a room, you get thrown into a situation, and it's up to you.
Yep. And sometimes getting onto a team where you don't know the person, sometimes that's actually, it could be better, because now instead of you, because I know I would make assumptions kind of like, oh, okay, I think they're going to make this play, when really they had a whole different mindset of it because you guys hadn't talked about it. You're just going in as boys, but building that team, that chemistry up from the ground, sometimes I think that could be better.
Yeah, absolutely. And because it's almost like you're starting with a fresh slate, right? And usually whenever you're playing with your people, you guys play the same games. So it doesn't actually help you expand that much if you guys don't have the mentality for growth, right? So people go for comfort and who they like sometimes as opposed to like what's actually going to secure them win. So in the case of the Cobras, that wasn't necessarily the only reason, because I know for a fact that it was a split decision for Strix to go over to the Cobras. That was not the only team that he was going to fit in. As a matter of fact, Strix fits into any team, right? Just from a skill standpoint and a personality standpoint. He's a very relaxed, good dude, laid back, right? Really easy to get along with. So he wasn't going to have a problem anywhere. But he just so happened to have connections with these people, and they were able to double down on some. So it really depends on how you want to figure your team and what you want to go to. And it's going to be interesting as the league continues to develop and grow. We got the wheel spin right here. They are playing StarCraft. This tells me that probably got... Oh, I love Need for Speed. Awesome. Awesome. So we got Need for Speed rocking right over here. Need for Speed is definitely the next game. Definitely one of the more entertaining racers, for sure. Pretty easy to get a hold of what's going on. You got... racers, and we got cops trying to bust the most one, but we'll get to that when we get there. Right now we've got StarCraft going. a game of mass strategy and Exodus, a game that could be ended in 3 minutes, a game that could be extended for quite some time. It really just depends. Not my forte personally, right? With StarCraft, but I know a lot of it has to do with builds, knowing exactly what you're building. There's endless strategies in a game like this, endless. And as we've seen, Billy is masterclass in this game. Like he played professionally. Teams don't even play him. They really don't. I've only seen him like actually play a couple times, and it's usually when teams are like, why not? Let's just see. And then he absolutely just destroys them. He builds everything so fast.
See, now I could tell you, I don't know anything about StarCraft. I've always heard about it. The only thing I know is Zerg Rush, but in terms of like,
I'm building shit though.
you know, like you said, there's endless strategies with this game. I recognize that, and I haven't made that dive into that because that's a big old can of worms. I don't know if I'm ready for.
You know, it's funny. I'm like definitely ready for it. Like games like this, they don't. It's a lot of information, but it almost like doesn't intimidate me because the real reason why I don't dive into certain games like this is because they become life consuming.
Oh, absolutely.
So because they're just so fun, like once you understand what's going on. So usually, you know, for the viewer, it's tough sometimes, right? So, but when you understand what's going on and what you're trying to accomplish, it's unrivaled. It's unrivaled. That's why these games have such big fan bases, and that's why they stand the test of time and go from year to year to year, like League of Legends. Like it's just, I don't know if that game is ever truly gonna die. Usually the developer kills the game, but
yeah, I think the only way for these two to actually like die out is if they maybe another game comes in to rival it, which I don't see because I mean these League and StarCraft, they're such unique games from what I know League a little bit more, but StarCraft, you know, from what I see, that I don't know too many games like this. But then again, I also that's coming from a person who is more used to shooters than they are strategy.
well, there are games like it, right? It's just more. I'm not saying this in a negative way, but it's like you remember Army of Two back in the day.
I do.
One of my favorite like games to just play, but it's not your traditional shooter, but it's a shooter.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like that. There are definitely games like StarCraft out there. They're just not as good. Or if you look at the MMO world, there's tons, hundreds of thousands of MMOs.
Like ESO or
yeah, but there's only 4 that are widely recognized. You see what I'm saying? So like, it's really about getting that product down, right? So that's what StarCraft and League of Legends have managed to do because you get teams that you know try and do the same thing. Like what Dota is another one.
Oh yeah, Dota was another game. I forgot about Dota.
I think Paragon was one.
Paragon was one, but I think Paragon ended up dying, which was an unfortunate thing. I got to touch it in its last week of its lifespan.
And then Paragon, and then what was the other one? It's gonna smack me in the face. It's a huge one. It's the one that rivals these two to some degree. It's like the 3D version of League.
Oh, Smite.
Bingo, Smite. Yeah, like which I would love to find a way for us to play Smite here in the league. We tampered with it. If we can find a way to play Smite, that'd be so fun.
That was one of the games I was surprised was not on the wheel. When I look at the game pool that we have, I kind of expected it to be.
Well, it's not just a matter of getting the game on the wheel. It's a matter of can we get it on the wheel and make it make sense for the way we play games, right? Getting games done in a quick manner so that we can really test out and play the other games. And that's the whole mindset behind the rule sets and the way we play the games.
Which is why, like I said earlier, UEL might not be looked at as normal, but when you look at the rule sets, they make sense for what you're trying to achieve.
To me, it's normal.
Oh, absolutely.
Like to me, it's normal because it's like normal is just a standard that people set. So when people stop setting that or stop wrapping their head around what is quote unquote normal, right? There's a difference between like normal and then set arguments for what's going on, right? So I think what people do is they look at competitive gameplay and they say, well, that's just quote unquote normal. When in reality, you could ultimately alter the way that's played.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But if it's something that requires like a difficulty level or a literal skill gap within the game, you can have an argument for certain things like that because, like, well, this actually affects the way the game's played.
Mhm.
So, quote unquote, whether it's normal or not, this affects the way the game's played. And I think that's where a lot of arguments come, but they don't always hold true.
Yeah.
Like, especially with the way we kind of play some of these games. Some of the games where you have easy for most people to pick up on and move quickly.
Okay.
Because the level of difficulty of the game. And for instance, the reason why I like StarCraft, League of Legends, and Rocket League, there's no difficulty.
Yeah.
We still got
It's
time,
just the game.
Yeah, we got.
And how
We're
well
just at the
you
6
can play
minutes
the
right now.
game.
Mm-hmm.
There's
We're
no
good.
difficulty setting to make it harder or easier. And when you have that, it really tests somebody's skill.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, they're doing something. That's I mean, what's going on? They're just
The one at the
looks
top
like
middle.
a whole part of the game, mining, building.
Not seeing any defensive units at the top middle. No defensive units.
Well, essentially, right here, they're setting up. So we'll figure out who's top. Pretty really quick. I know we kind of went on a tangent. I think it was a good tangent though.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
You know, it's a pretty fair one.
Yeah.
But we will get to you exactly which side is working.
He's got some quite a few.
Looks like
starting.
whoever has the top lanes has the advantage, from what I can tell. If you look right there at the bottom left corner of the minimap, you can see the pieces of minions that are being built. Kind of gives you an indicator of how many troops. So whoever this is here, let's see if we can figure out who that is. Looks like we're looking at the Cobras. So
what part of the map is actually considered the lane? Because I just...
So each one of them is different sections. Every person is essentially occupying a section.
Okay.
And as you move up, like you'll start to see as they start to attack, like where the quote unquote lanes are, because there's pathways to each one of those. It looks like it almost is like almost like a blossom type
Yeah,
of
that's what I was
map.
thinking, something like that.
So there's a way to get to each one of those. So what the teams are doing now is essentially building up their troops in their bases, right? Obviously, you destroy the home base. So you'll typically have maybe two, sometimes even one person build for attack. Maybe you'll have three built for attack and one person focus heavily on a defensive type of build.
4 seconds.
From what I've seen from a strategy standpoint, it's all about building fast and building faster than your opponent and being able to take them out before they're fully set up, and then knowing the counter for what they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
So building fast is one thing, but really finding that counter is it's key. And the faster you can do it, this game could literally end in 3 minutes.
Quite a few right now.
Like, and that's what Billy's so good at. Like, he played this quote unquote at the highest level for the game, right? Competitively, like,
Yeah.
So the things he's seen, like, it's endless hours, right? And that's just shout out to Billy for being cold at these games, man. He finds a way to win it from a UEL perspective. He's cold at it.
But then again, it's like,
that's why he's never lost a match. He'll just out UEL you. Once he gets one inkling of a lead or figures out that you don't know what you're doing, he will out UEL you like a mug. That's what he's good at. That's why he's never lost it.
So looking like right here's who's attacking and who is defending.
No, I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you.
It's hard to tell who's using what race, but
well, we got action here. So we got A base being attacked and wiped out. Pretty one-sided here. They're meeting in the middle. Oh my god! And look at the support. I think we know how this is gonna turn out. So that's one loss right there.
Oh, and then there's characters that can bridge the gaps.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I may not be a strategy like game player, looking at this and seeing how like it's being played, it actually looks kind of fun.
Oh no, I know this game is fun. I like Now, see, I will say for me personally, I've been capped off ceiling wise,
Yeah.
but I enjoy whenever I do get to play games like this, which is why I never got in the league because it's the same thing. Like I play a variety of games as well, but
Mm-hmm.
like when Elden Ring came out, I almost refused to buy because I was like, well, I have a life.
No. Yeah.
And that's what StarCraft and League represents to me. It's just like I will suck. It will suck all of my time.
And it's funny that you say that because I'm the exact opposite. You know, when I saw Elden Ring come out, I was like, I'm not gonna enjoy that because with the slow, more methodical, like Dark Soulish games like that, I'm not good at it. I'm not patient. I'm not good at waiting for the boss or whatever to come attack me. I remember trying to play Bloodborne and fighting the first boss, the clairvoyant beast, took me a good like 50 tries.
I think, but that's normal.
Yeah.
That's normal.
It was bad.
No, but that's normal though. You might have been frustrated.
Oh, yeah, I was so frustrated.
But you'd have to. It's weird because StarCraft, you have to be fast, but at the same time you have to be methodical. So really, it's just comfort in knowing what works. Then playing at a high enough level and understanding what each one of your builds and pieces means and how it can boost your other builds.
Yep.
And your teammates. And a lot of times, like teams will have one main StarCraft player, and they'll essentially build around a strategy where they're supporting and helping build to a point where that player is getting all the advantage that they need or all the support that they need to go ahead and be on the offensive.
Yeah, so I would assume like in that aspect, the team strat would be, have that one person teach all the others like, hey, build like this.
Yes.
And then just support me, which is smart because then now that opens up room for everybody else to focus on other games. Like, for example, next Need for Speed.
Yeah, which will be a great one when it shows up. And it looks like we're going to get a conclusion here soon.
I just sent all my
Can't quite, I'm not going to lie to you folks. I can't quite tell which side's winning.
Me too.
Looks like we've been focused heavily on the Cobra side. So I'm not sure if those are their pieces moving or if they're getting attacked.
Yeah, because right now, looks like we're watching Jekyll.
Judging by the face on Jorginho's face. Yeah, he's just rubbing the back of his head.
He looks kind of confused.
I'm pretty sure that they're getting attacked. And the Cobras are working their way towards another victory, kind of like I said at the beginning. I did not think that this one was worth playing for the Wolves just yet. I think against another team, it's worth the play.
Yeah. But this
looks like annihilation.
Yeah, I was going to say, I might not know what's going on, but it looks like a slaughter.
But yeah, it's akin to a fight, right? Well, I don't know all the technical terms, but I know that dude just got knocked out. So he's on the floor, gasping for air. So I think I know who won. And the clap from the Cobras. So, as expected, Jekyll. Big dub.
I was going to say it looked like Jekyll.
This was not worth the play. No, I will state this again. This was not worth the play. Like, this is something that I think from a coaching standpoint, I guess, when you're the Wolves, you might be trying to play everything and get a hold of everything.
Trying to get
and see where you stand.
Yeah.
In a lot of the games because they do have veterans on that squad right there, but it seems like, they're really trying to test their mettle. Whereas, like, I would just lean towards my team's strengths and then keep building, right? You need to find people to kind of show you some of these other games.
Mm-hmm.
One or two more drafts will help actually add people who can help you in those games.
Yep.
And realistically, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, because from what we've seen, today, they definitely have some skill. I think they need to focus a lot more. Well, I would say try and take out more like the easier games to try and learn, which would, in my honest opinion, would probably be like
sports.
Yeah,
it's the easiest.
Well,
racers
too. Yes, absolutely. I mean that F1. I mean he was just. I don't remember. It was because I remember watching the 2 and it was just like a. It was like a did not finish.
Yeah, the biggest skill gaps I think are inside the I would say shooters because like you need a team to support you in shooters. So, for instance, if TK and I forget who I think Deuce were in for Apex and they couldn't support Hogeki, yeah, he could carry. So if they're gonna murk, then Hogeki becomes exposed. You're asking him to 1v3 basically. So shooters to me, you can catch up in skill, but that requires a lot of support.
Now,
So I would
I would say certain shooters would require that. Like Overwatch is going to require a lot of support and teamwork, and Halo, depending on how the other team plays, if the other team doesn't have much teamwork, I feel like you still have a chance of just being able to solo with very minimal support as long as you play your life correctly. Same thing with Call of Duty. Call of Duty, I feel like if you play smarter, and like play back a little bit more, I feel like you could. And then Fortnite, I don't even really know what to suggest with Fortnite because that one is definitely a lot harder to try and
yeah.
get a little better at if you're not comfortable with the building. So yeah.
Well, I'm just saying because it's not just you, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what's so crucial. Like, pardon me, but a lot of the games on this wheel are not 1v1 like we've had in seasons past, where you could individually master a game and then go up against somebody else.
Yeah.
They have to have also mastered said game so you can show what you can do individually. Even in the fighters, playing a life-based system like stock, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Playing stock forces you to rely on a lot more of your team members because you're not playing a best of 3.
Yeah.
Per se, you're playing a best of 3 with your individual life stocks.
Yes.
That both pushes and gets it through. So the skill gap there makes a big difference because in fighters it already makes a difference, but between if you were doing best of 3, you get more time to download.
Yeah.
Whereas here is more like just not necessarily download, but give it your best shot.
Mm-hmm.
So when somebody's closer in the fighting games, the reason why it's tougher to get up there in the fighting games is because there's so many nuances to each one.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And then knowing your matchups and then characters, like the basis to any fighting game and understanding it is 1, obviously picking up the game and touching it, but 2, understanding the base combos that you can do and then knowing how to actually execute them. And the more you play online and other people, the more you'll be exposed. And that's why it's a little bit harder to get good at fighting games unless you have that base knowledge already. Because so essentially, like the first fighter you learn is the hardest fighter you're ever going to learn. Because you have to understand base principles, footsies, block strings, etc. Pressure, how to get out of the corner. Once you understand those basic things, we got a wheel spin. Then you can translate it to other fighters.
Yeah, because like I said, I'm not much of a fighter.
Got Halo next.
Oh,
you're excited.
I'm excited about that.
Yep.
But like for me, I've tried to pick up fighters. I picked them up recently, and the first game I decided was Guilty Gear, and it was mainly because it was free on Xbox Game Pass. But
that's a tough one to start off with.
It is really
very
tough.
fast.
It is very fast. I like I don't know. I like how it's kind of set up. It definitely kind of weirded me out because when I went to go do story mode, because sometimes what I'll do to like learn the neutral move set is I'll go and I'll play the story mode on a game. Right, like Mortal Kombat, you can jump in, do the story mode, or at least it was back in the day. I don't know how MK1 is set up, but when I went to go do Guilty Gear, it didn't have that, so I was like, oh, I guess I'm gonna just go. We're gonna go to the arcade, and then I got knocked out first round, and I was like, oh, but.
Yeah, so like with Guilty Gear, like that's an anime fighter that's like, how can I put it? Straight hands. That's pretty much what it is. Like they have an excellent training system. Like you can literally go online, and most people don't know this for Guilty. Go online and download a myriad of combos for your specific character.
Mm-hmm.
You just go in training mode and you just learn it. You learn the timing and the rhythm, and it's really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like to me, that's probably one of the hardest fighters to learn because you have to be so precise with your inputs. There's no real room for play or delay,
mm-hmm.
and that's what a lot of people. So people who are used to it it's slower, obviously, just like anything else. But when you were initially playing that game, oh my god, is it fast?
So, and if what would you suggest the best game to start out with if you know, for somebody who wants to learn how to play fighter games? That'd be like Tekken or
Basic concept, honestly, yeah, I've seen more people get really good at Tekken pretty fast. But Tekken is the most balanced in my opinion. So it's like a lot of little things, but if you want to learn like basic concept, like okay, remember a combo, since it's less about directions, like you still have them, but it's not like quarter circle or 3 or 4 directional movements into your combos most of the time. Certain characters have it, but it's more so the face buttons that you have to memorize. Like
yeah,
okay, face button X Y A down,
yeah,
and then launch, and then tornado. So I feel like, especially with that fighter, it's the one that translates the least because it's
okay,
more face buttons, but it's the easiest one to learn. I think.
okay,
I think the next one right now would be MK. Is it? And well, actually DNF. Sorry,
you
DNF
know,
is by far the easiest to learn. Because you don't have to be precise with your button inputs that much. You just have to know how to gameplay. So, for instance, I haven't touched it truly, so I don't understand how it moves or what the movesets are, but it's very forgiving. Yeah, it's so DNF is actually extremely forgiving from what I've seen,
okay,
because the inputs like okay, you don't have to quarter circle. You don't have to quarter circle, right?
okay,
So you can just hold a direction and gives you the same thing as a quarter circle. You still have the option to quarter circle, but you really don't. So if you want to learn like the basic concept, the
okay,
only thing that's really weird about DNF is that you can't block in the air. So yeah, that game's like all about pressure and knowing your outs.
okay,
So you just gotta play it, and then but you could TOD somebody. Well, I won't say TOD fully, but you could really apply a lot of pressure,
yeah,
right? Just like a lot of pressure.
okay,
DNF. So I think that's the easiest one to learn. But for somebody who's really good, they're gonna like know the ins and outs because it's easiest to learn.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now I do have to say with like Guilty Gear, because picking it up, I tried all the base characters that they had in it, and I ended up picking Axel.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a tough one actually.
And I mean, I'm slowly starting to get more and more comfortable with his ability, like with being able to zone. Because when it comes to being up close, one of my biggest issues that I've learned that I've tried to master was frame data. Frame
Yes.
data is hard for me to. It was just a little bit harder for me to understand than like continuing a combo.
All right, so we got a technical difficulty with the PC. That's why we didn't get Need for Speed started. So nothing, no fault on either team. Just giving you guys an update. But as you were saying, continue.
But I think a lot of the reason why I liked Axel was because like I think one of his biggest downfalls, because with him being a zone character and being able to reach from a good portion away, is unless his sickle comes back to his hand, he can't move. So I've been able to be like, all right, let me calculate like, oh, are they gonna jump? Are they not gonna jump? Are they landing? Okay, they're landing. I could throw this. Now, what can they do if they land? Well, do they have time to block? And I don't know. I kind of like how, because like when I told one of my friends that I had picked it up, he was like, oh, like you said, oh, you just chose the hardest one, and I was like, I mean, I chose the one that had access to. So kind of excited to see what I can learn from it, see if I can possibly maybe jump forward a little bit. Maybe
Most
jump
Wanted is
forward a
PC
little bit.
11. I hope they know that you have to use brown bit.
Where's the dark colors?
Jorginho, you're about to cost your team.
Dark colors?
First off, you're about to cost the viewers. You're about to cost your team the game because we are supposed to be using the crown bit. Or is that another crown bit for that? What's the?
I'm PC
What's
11.
The charger?
No, there's a racer car that you're supposed to use.
I can't tell the difference between one. What? I got a blue car.
Mm.
GG.
I was gonna pick a wrap car, like I always do.
I hope they just like. I would like to see the game.
Time limit won't
But
change
yeah, as you were
for
saying,
some reason.
yeah. I mean,
Oh yeah. I'm hoping that like with it being the hardest game, I'll be able to jump ship a little bit faster in other games, but we'll see how it goes.
this is about to be a 4-bit.
So is he not allowed to use?
No.
Okay.
no, no.
So we play base cars.
That was not good.
Because all the accounts in the game have to be on the same level to give each team the same advantage.
Okay.
So you don't want a car that's completely leveled up. Actually, both teams are unless it's been gentlemen agreed. If it's been gentlemen agreeing, then that's different. I could be wrong here. Maybe it's just a gentleman's agreement to be able to use whatever you want.
I was gonna say, is this kind of like Apex where you could extend it?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on because the cops are using different cars too. So, okay, all right, yeah. Sorry, folks. So no, we got some good stuff here. So right now, our unit's trying to break free, and I like it this way, to be quite honest.
Yeah, it gives them cars that they're comfortable with, that they.
Well,
really
yeah,
enjoy.
but like I said, some of these teams could have decided advantages because of this, right? So because their cars can be leveled up, have certain perks that other accounts don't have or have the counters to, so it can really screw you in the long run. On either end.
Yep.
Right? So it's just a risk. If they're willing to take it, they're willing to take it. But yeah, I love Need for Speed. It's actually, like I said, super enjoyable, super fun. We got Halo coming up next. For those who don't know, right now we got the cops. Obviously trying to bust. Trying to bust the racers.
Oh my god.
Right here. This is just who are we watching? Let's see. It's PC 7, I think it is. So that's Alchemist.
Yeah. Probably just 5. Definitely interesting to see the way that Need for Speed has gone throughout the years. I remember playing. I believe last time I watched it, I was talking with Third. I remember playing.
Ooh, hit your
that was
own spike
unfortunate.
strip.
I remember playing Most Wanted back in the day, where it was just there was no online. It was just you against the computers. So it's definitely interesting to see how it's grown as a game and as a franchise.
Isn't that kind of like every game though? Like one of the greatest like just pure plays of all time was Star Wars Battlefront.
Oh my god!
But that was completely against AI.
Mm-hmm.
But it by far stood the test of time, and that's you know what game I would love to find a way for us to play.
What's that?
Midnight Club.
Oh my gosh.
Dub edition.
Oh,
that would be so fun.
I remember old like elementary school nights playing Midnight Club with my dad on the PlayStation 2.
Yeah,
good memories.
We just gotta find a way to fit it in. Let's see if they can block the MP. Nope. Oh, they've been wrecked. So they're out.
So it looks like that's
PC7 Alchemist has been out.
So in this, the racers, in order to win, do they have to finish, or do they just have to knock out all the cops, or is that two different ways that they could win?
Oh well, okay. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah, there's only 2 Cobras left. The Cobras are the cops.
Okay.
So right now it's looking like the Wolves could get away here.
Okay, so I see it escaping.
They're looking good. They're looking good. The Wolves are trying to get back on the board. There's still an hour and 30 left on this wheel, and they are pretty good at Halo. Alchemist and Bernay are. So
I'll be the judge of that one.
Well, they've escaped. Good job, Wolves. So coming out of that half strong. First game didn't go exactly the way you wanted. Like I said, I would have forfeited because you have other games that you can clearly play.
Yep.
So why waste the time on StarCraft knowing that you have the decided disadvantage? Or maybe they truly didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's a coaching thing. So I'd like to see them tighten that up. Especially being that, like, yes, they have chemistry. They're a perfect example of playing with your boys, right?
Oh,
you got
absolutely.
brothers and then 2 of your homies all on the same team. But if you don't have the coverage or, you know, the depth in all those games, it's not necessarily always going to go in your favor. And that's not a shot at them, but that's just what we were talking about before. They have chemistry.
Yeah.
But they got to make sure that those games are being lapped up. Like, they are good players. They're veterans. Like, they've won a lot of games in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But, it you know, sometimes you got to mix it up.
Yep. Right now we got Cobras 9, Wolves with 4. Like you said, still anybody's game. We got an hour 30.
Well,
we still got...
I won't say anybody's game. It's definitely the Cobras to lose. But
yes,
there is a pathway to them losing it.
I like that. That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah. Like, they're definitely in the forefront. Like, a 5-game lead is no joke. But you're right at that sweet spot where both teams have games on the wheel that they feel like they can win.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more of capitalizing on that.
Well, we still have a lot of fighting games left. We still got almost...
Oh, I know. I've been thinking about it. I didn't say it, but since you brought it up,
I hate to admit it, but it's like it's something that we can't really escape. It's like really the only one that was played was Mortal Kombat. That was it, right? Yeah. Because UFC is considered a sports game, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you still got Guilty Gear,
Tekken,
DNF,
King of Fighters,
Smash. That's something that would be. I want to see Smash played. I have not seen Smash played yet.
Oh, I fumbled Smash so hard. I'm not a Smash player, but I remember stuff. But I forgot about the items. I would have got them out the way yesterday, but I fumbled.
Oh man, I found a it's kind of a side thing. I found a song on TikTok. Right, it's called Kirby Down B, and the guy or the band, they're talking about how they kind of miss old things, and one of the lines in the song is, "I miss spamming Kirby's down B," and I was like, from like a child point of view, that spoke to me playing Super Smash Brawl on the Wii. Sorry. As time goes by, you learn to miss things.
Smash Brawl on the Wii.
Yeah.
How old are you? You don't mind me asking.
I'm 26.
26? Okay, we're not that far apart.
Yeah.
I'm only 12, so it doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, clearly. No, I mean for me, like my nostalgia with Smash is N64.
Oh.
Like nothing beats that. I guess GameCube is the next era where you're like, man, Smash. But like N64 and GameCube Smash were just different times.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
before I knew that it was for people who didn't take hours. So
yeah. No, that's you're 100% right. Like it just like we've been saying, just the way that the games have been progressing and have grown as as franchises, it's amazing to see. But I mean, how well do these teams know their games? I mean, could Wolves pull something out in Smash? I don't know.
Yeah, honestly, I can. Oh well, they've got. It depends. Is Jekyll in LA available?
Okay.
And then honestly, TK is a fighting game Sweat, and it wouldn't surprise if Jekyll isn't available. I don't think LA is a Smash player per se, but I honestly forget. If Jekyll's not available, there's a chance because Alchemist Grenade, they're not like terrible at it. They're not like elite, but they can win.
But how comfortable do you think Wolves are with it?
That's what I'm saying. I think they're fairly comfortable. I don't know about Big Bad MJ, but I know that the rest of them should play to some degree.
Okay.
Like in a way where they should be comfortable with it, right? So that's one that if I'm the Wolves, I play. They're not gonna have the same like level of. They won't have the same ceiling.
Okay.
But it's not undoable with the items.
Yeah.
So the items can really swing it in either team's favor, and that's the thing. We've seen some of the more skilled Smash players already get taken out. So not necessarily they're worse, but because of the items. So we got Halo going up, and always good whenever Halo actually just works.
Yes, I completely agree. That was the unfortunate thing. I did not get that.
Wow, NHL 24. Now Vape, one of the best NHL players in the league. Definitely top smoke. Oh, sorry, not top smoke. Pop candle. Yeah, I'm talking about the right. That's a bump. But yeah. So Pop Candle, top Pop Candle. So we know if Pop Candle is available, that's going to be a big boost. I know the Bubbles plays it to some extent.
Let's just play like we play.
Yeah. No, this is looking good. Let's see if the Wolves can clutch us out here.
I'm wondering what game mode they chose and what map.
I'm kind of ready for some good old fashioned TDM.
I mean, I've seen a lot of players or a lot of teams they've chosen to play TDM, but I personally I'd like to see some oddball or some CTF played. See how their teamwork is really developed versus wanting to know how their gunning is, because I mean anybody can shoot.
Well, yeah, and that's what the better and more experienced Halo teams do. They will take it there.
Oh yeah,
take
absolutely.
it there because they understand the game more. A lot of it is. Oh, so they're actually on CTF right now.
Aquarius CTF,
which tells me that this is probably a Wolves pick.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, this is not an easy map or an easy match for either team. CTF Aquarius, this is a very team-based game, and it definitely, with the map being symmetrical, I said last time I was here, it comes down to who can shoot better, who can play their lives.
They have to back out something slightly off.
I have a feeling one of the players didn't connect. That's a huge problem with Halo. I love Halo so much, but Infinite had a huge issue with people connecting and disconnecting, and especially in ranked. You know how many games like it costed me, because doing a 3v4 in ranked on Halo it was one of the hardest things to do.
Yeah, but that's what made you the GOAT.
Oh, absolutely.
Exactly. You were just 3v4 and left and right.
I appreciate it.
As a matter of fact, too, your teammates weren't even good. It was really a 1v4.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, see?
See? He gets it.
You gotta speak it into existence. Come on, man.
Yes, sir. Definitely curious to see who's gonna win this. You said who's really good at Halo?
Well, I know that Alchemist and Bernay perform fairly well in this game on a consistent basis.
Okay.
Peruvian Poppy, I know, plays with them. So interesting they went with Big Bad MJ. So that tells me that he does play for sure. They decided to leave Jorginho out for, purposes. I mean, well, I'm sure we'll find out later.
Oh yeah, probably want to save him for something else. Maybe he is comfortable with Halo, but he's more comfortable somewhere else. But I don't know. Looking like it's gonna be a technical thing going on. I really hope they can get Halo working.
Oh, they probably will. Have faith.
So if it's like, if the game doesn't work 2 times in a row, like when does it get thrown out of the play?
That's really at the game master's discretion, right? Or referees, for those who don't know. So it could either be skipped or come back to.
Okay.
Sometimes with Halo, just skip it because it means the servers are just having problems.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know when it's going to be fixed. You don't want to have it holding up the rest of the games. But in this case, I would like to see it be come back to, because I think the Wolves are the ones who chose for it to be CTF.
Okay.
Because they're pretty comfortable from a chemistry standpoint, I think. So I think that's what they did. I mean, but circling back, like I'm really thinking back. There's 2 games that the Wolves really should have won, and if you look at the score, right, that would put it at 6-7.
Yeah.
There's 2 games that the Wolves dropped. So that's the margin of error when we play this type of style. It literally comes down to that. I genuinely, they had a shot at Madden.
Yep.
Obviously, Jekyll did what he was supposed to do.
Yep.
And then let's look back at that list. Apex, they had no shot.
Oh yeah.
Well, they were supposed to. COD. That's what I thought they had a real shot at winning.
Oh yeah, COD was something. I feel like they definitely could have played their lives a lot better on COD. But I mean, this is. We're gonna see. I don't know. Like I said, I'm excited to see this. Especially not knowing these 2 teams very well. I want to know what their Halo skill is. No, I don't judge people based off of how good they are at Halo.
That's fine. I do. I don't even play it. I judge people off a lot of stuff.
Just if you hear me screaming, "What are you doing?" I might. I don't know. We'll see. All right, spawning in here. I definitely want to see what they're going to go with in terms of setup. Typically, like the best setup that my teams and we would run. Okay, picking up scout rifle here would be 2 people pushing car side. This is car side right here. Typically having 1 person sitting up planters, which would be top mid, and then another person kind of floating. And what that does is if you have somebody in their gin, which is that room to the right there, and just the way that they would be set up, you would be forcing people to spawn over there in their back corner, which is that would be their blue fridge, and it really just creates a spawn trap type of thing. So right now they're kind of just sitting here, bottom car.
It looks like we are watching the Cobras right now. So, with it being a smaller, more condensed map, do you think that was the idea, having a smaller path, even though it's a lot harder to get past?
I think that definitely could have played a factor in it. I think what the Wolves are going through right now is just they understand like the spawn aspect of it, maybe, or that's what I'm hoping they chose Aquarius for, because Aquarius has an easier spawn, I guess, layout, I guess is the word I'm looking for, that you can pick up pretty quickly. But in terms of, like I said, with the whole gunny part, I really hope they can trust their aim.
I think they do.
Oh yeah, throw the flag out, get them distracted. I like that play. Puts it out there, gets the team focused. Definitely pulls their focus. So it looks like I'm watching. Is that Alchemist?
No, we are on the Cobra side.
Cobra
so
side.
we need to figure out who we're watching on the Cobra side.
Okay. Mangler, a strong weapon, but it was nerfed for a while. Definitely not as useful. Heat wave there, drop down. I would have picked that up if I was him running over that. Looks like he's setting up P2. See, this is the spot that you want them to spawn. You want to get them trapped in this. This is yellow fridge. Right now. Backing up, playing his life. Looks like nobody's setting up for quantum is it quantum translator? I think that's what that power up is called. It wasn't in competitive.
I think we might be watching it.
All right, Hogeki. At a strong Apex, strong Overwatch. Time to see. Oh, okay.
Well, I find that those games aren't quite as shit.
Oh, is he right there? Thrust. Thrust is such a strong ability because he should have been dead. He was one shot, and what he did was he was able to thrust past the shots, melee back up, and then hit him with that headshot. And definitely a smart play. It looks like they're playing like a more defensive side here. Back on the
probably not try not to get exposed by over pushing. So they'd much rather that the Wolves push and then catch them off guard, maybe pick off one or two of them and then go for a flag. So kind of have like a quasi push, maybe send one person out, three of them are holding back, pick off one or two, then it's just a gunfight between maybe a 1v2, and then you can get a stronger push. I think that's what they're trying to do.
Right now, if they need to push out right here. They got one person sitting bottom P1. Oh,
there we go.
Looking like, is that a pull on the Cobras? I think it's kind of hard when all the teams have their different color changes on their UIs.
Right now, the blue that we're viewing right now is by way of the Cobras.
Okay.
So
the
Cobras lost their flag for a second. We're able to recover and snuff the Wolves out.
Oh, looking like we're back on the Wolves side. Yep. It looks like both teams are just playing back. They need to push forward. Somebody needs to. Looks like the Wolves have two people about to go into their base. Hopefully get a flag pull here. Yep, that's what's going on right here. Yep, Wolves are getting away with it, trying to pull it. Yep,
good throw.
Grab, throw. That's the way. That's the movement.
All right, and it looks like they may have gotten this one back.
This is what I like to see. Come on, Wolves. Yep. Over to the side. Oh, did he get it in? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he got it. Flag got it. Flag got captured. Now they just gotta slay. Hopefully, stay alive. Keep them off the base. Cobras look like they're in the Wolves' base right now.
Well, if I'm the Wolves, I'm 100% still pushing.
Oh yeah.
Right, my best defense is in offense, because when you sit there and you switch the way you were playing, like you invite a different level of gameplay and a different angle to deal with. So I'm pushing. I'm pushing hard. If I'm the Wolves, I'm trying to get two, because then you're gonna force the Cobras to sprint.
Oh yeah. And That's what's going to happen if you don't have your solid teamwork. You don't have a nice strat on this map. You're gonna do it. You're gonna keep spawning. If I'm the Cobras, I'm spawning yellow fridge, and because if there's 2 people in my base, one person blocking that Jin spawn. Okay.
Very aggressive play.
That was aggressive. I was rooting for him though. He almost had it.
Managed to take out one.
Oh yeah. Took out one and took shields out on another. That right there. That's
trade.
more than enough that he needed to do. His team should have capitalized on that a little more. Hearing a little feedback from the players out there. Going down bottom mid. That is a spot I do not like seeing people run through just because you're out in the open. That is a bad spot. You typically want to push car side, which this is.
Oh man, what are you talking about? That's the best spot. I like to chill there.
Hey man,
see where we're going, man.
you go ahead. You sit yellow table in front of my base. I'm shooting you, and then when I finish you, I'm shooting your body.
There's a little bit of some aggression in there, man.
Hey, Halo is that one game it pulls like the darkest side of me out. I don't know why.
It's supposed to.
The passion maybe.
I respect it.
Nice use of the heat wave here, sitting back base, back at the. Did we establish who? I think this is Cobra's base.
Yes.
Yeah,
so,
Cobra's blue base. Yep.
Yes. So if.
Ooh, nice strafe there.
So the red is the wolves.
Well, the hardest part here is because if the players haven't changed the UI color of the enemy, when we swap to both teams, it'll be blue and red on both. So I'm kind of going.
I think they did because I saw gold and purple.
So I think right now I'm trying to go off of whose base is what color. So I think it's looking like Wolves has blue side.
Yeah, the Wolves are winning.
Yep.
4 seconds. That's it. Do they have it?
And that's what I'm talking about. Good play here from the Wolves.
Back-to-back W's from the Wolves.
I like that. I like the aggression. I like the teamwork.
We are rolling into the next game here. NHL. Papa is available. Bubbles is available. Jekyll is available. You could go Jekyll's or LA in this situation. And the 3 that have to go in are Peruvian, Jorginho, and MJ. So off top, I'm leaning towards the Cobras. But if the Wolves can pull this off, it is 6-9. And knowing that there are 2 games that were throwaways, we could have been looking at a much closer game here. It's like the margin of error in these games is so fine. Like sometimes you see the score, and it looks worse than what it actually is. But yeah, I mean, we've got 2 minutes on that setup timer. NHL is a pretty quick one to set up. We were going from PC to console, so the setup timer got pushed down to 2 minutes.
And you're thinking Cobra's got this one?
I'm leaning towards the Cobras. For
okay.
Sure. Definitely leaning towards the Cobras. Would it surprise me if the Wolves won this? No. But who do I think has the advantage in this game with these lineups in particular? I think if Brene and Alchemist were there with maybe Big Bad or like any one of those 3, I'd be like, okay, it's a little bit more even out. But knowing that the Cobras have traditionally been a good sports team and that Pop Candle has been labbing the living crap out of this game and that the Bubbles plays it, I'm going to lean towards the Cobras.
Okay. I could definitely see that. I mean, NHL is one of those games. If you you still have a shot at practice, but it all depends on how much you can understand, like where to.
If you understand hockey,
yeah.
If you don't understand hockey, it's going to be foreign to you. That's really what it is.
You better hope you can adapt real quick. Still looking at Halo. There we go. We got MJ, Jorginho, and Peruvian in on the Wolves side, right? If that's updated, I believe that is. And then Pop, LA, and Bubbles. Okay, so yeah, you were right about that. LA Bubbles going in with Pop.
Right, they shouldn't touch it. And lo and behold, guess what's next? Smash Bros.
Oh, what do you know? I get to see it after all.
And I think Jekyll will be available too.
Yeah, he should be available. I don't think. Yeah, he's still one of the ones that's available right now. We're going into this. Looking like this is just going to be a regular puck.
Let's see. All right, we'll get who's who here for you in just a second. I know that Jorginho is rocking the purple cursor, so that's Jorginho right there. So that's the white are the Wolves, and I'm so happy to see teams using different teams in NHL. Like, don't be afraid. Like, everybody's so scared to play as if like there isn't ways to get around it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited to see that just from the standpoint. And it looks like we're gonna have a into the booth. This is an interesting development. Please ignore that background noise. This is a very interesting development. I don't know what to do with myself right now. I'm not gonna lie. Chat, viewers, I'm extremely excited. It is a blessing and honor and a privilege to be joined by the man. He is wiping his glasses right now. I will get back to the NHL gameplay for you in just a second. As we introduce this man, we are going to introduce AV Pimp to the scene right here. These guys are about to be clean. You're about to see, he's going to see everything in 50-50 vision. They had to create something for him, and here he comes. We are doing NHL right now.
I hate you so
The
much.
GOAT is here. Don't hate me, hate the game.
All
The GOAT
right.
has arrived.
Let's see here. So we are going to find out who is who here in just a second. But it looks like there's a lot going on at the goal, at least. See, passes it over. Oh, nice shot. Let's see who that was.
And that, I believe, is the Cobras.
Well, that's crazy because you also have to think about the fact that Jekyll is one of the stronger sports players in the league. Oh my gosh, I thought it was going for another one. Now we have here a ice puck. Gotta love that.
The Wolves can go ahead and capitalize on that right there. Take a point away, put a point on the board. It's not out of reach. They've managed to get a couple shots on goal. The new mechanic right over there with having the goalie get tired. Is that another goal? That one just slipped right through.
Yep, it sure did. And we will get that all up in there.
Yep. Looking at the faces of the Cobras, they're very comfortable. And you weren't, I mean, I'm sure you heard, but like I was alluding to it. This is really, oh no, okay. So it wasn't a goal. It was a violation.
Disrespectful. That makes more sense.
Yep. So here we go. Trying to get a good pass out. Luckily, they had somebody back. I would pass it out right here and keep it moving, keep it moving. I know a lot of teams are scared to do this, but like you can get breakaways, and whenever you do hold the puck like that, you just give it to the other team. And for me, that's just more of a disadvantage. Like, why would you want to keep putting yourself under pressure when you could actually pick the puck out and create pressure and scrambles? Yes, but it's a 50-50 at that point.
I get
Sometimes.
where you're coming from. Does it also replenish the stamina of the goalie?
Well, if you just sit there and sit on the goalie, he's gonna lose stamina regardless. So like if he's holding the puck and you just stand there like that, you're gonna decrease his stamina one way or another.
And I'm gonna apologize because I definitely said Jekyll and he's not even in. That's crazy.
Yeah, no. Where they really need to worry about Jekyll is in Smash coming. So that's gonna be a tough one for the Wolves to win coming up here. With Jekyll being available and LA. We'll see what they can do. I would like to see the Wolves here get this W, but it's going to be really tough. Look at the comfort and movement. And if I'm correct, that is, yep, that's Pop. So if you see yellow on the Bruins, that's Pop. And like I said, he's been getting a lot of training in this game. So he's very comfortable with it.
I mean, Rookie Sports Player of the Year.
Absolutely.
Got to come up and show up. See here.
I mean, technically, he has dropped 2, though.
That's true, but
it happens, though. Sometimes the sports games can be a little tricky. One of them was due to forfeit because the game wasn't set up properly, and then the other one is because you're going up against one of the best players in that particular game.
Yeah.
So it's not like, you know, it's not shade. It's just like it's an overall thing, right?
Ooh.
Like, oh, good poke.
Gets it back. All right, keeps him away, pushes over.
It's great.
Shoots it,
Great.
doesn't get it.
Great puck movement, great positioning from the Cobras. You can tell they're very comfortable. The Wolves not doing too bad. This is actually a decent match here. They're not very good with they're not as good with maneuvering the puck, but in terms of using their teammates and getting information, they're pretty good. Like over there, I think they're overextending on the puck defensively, which is leading to some open shots for the Bruins. And you've got your defender actually at the point of attack. So whoever's running that defender should probably hang back. That's who it is right there. 97 is their defender. So you can tell he's bigger, bulkier, needs a slower build. So that's a matter of understanding what position you're in too.
Yep, and he pushes it right on in there. Let's see if he's gonna. Oh no, he loses it. It's crazy. Goes round. Let's see. Now that the Cobras have this puck, they're gonna a lot of slap shots that I'm seeing here.
Slap shots are fine from a distance away, but like the thing about the slap shots that I think everybody in the league, well, I won't say everybody because I just saw a quick one, but if you're gonna do a slap shot, it has to be fast. Like you don't want to give the goalie a chance to see it.
Yeah, right.
Like, you know, so a lot of times they'll literally hold the stick back and it's like, okay, you can do the slap shot, but like right here, good wrist, good pressure on the goalie. That stamina is draining from the goalie with every single shot. At some point, one of these might get through, and that is so much pressure. But the goalie is doing his damnedest to hold it, push it out because he is tired. I would push it out and get this break going.
Get off me, bro. Leave me alone.
He's on red bars, man. I played some basketball earlier today, and my God, if I was not tired, so I already know how that goalie's feeling. You see what I'm saying? Like, just because you're holding the puck doesn't mean he's regaining his stamina.
That's true. I'm seeing that now.
Sometimes you actually want to push to give him more time to recover because you're just giving it right back. Unless you're going to get a great defensive stop, which you guys they're scrambling. That's the problem right now. They're not. So on offense, the Wolves seem to be doing fine in terms of positioning. It's not the best, but it's also not bad. But defensively, they are out of sorts because they're all kind of like chasing. Like right there, that's a really good one-timer.
Passes it right on out. Like you said earlier, it doesn't, like, you shouldn't hold on to it. Why would you give it to the other team? And that shows exactly why the Cobras did that as well. Really smart move by them.
That money puck is very crucial.
Yes, it is. And you want to do everything you can to keep that away.
If you're the Cobras, right? Like if you're the Cobras, it doesn't do anything for you, but the Wolves need it.
Yeah. So this is giving them the opportunity.
Even that last break, you can see that the Wolves were recognizing that they weren't getting back on defense, and they actually didn't have anybody up, so it made it easier for the goalie to pass it out. So you just kind of have to coordinate and communicate. That's really what it is. Good interception right there. Push it up. This is your chance. I would pass it. There you go. No. That was fine. That's fine. The problem there was that he was just a little bit behind the play, and they didn't use the dig movement. So that wasn't a bad option because you can really trip the goalie out because he's expecting a shot. So right here, see, like the slap shot there, not 100% necessary.
Yeah.
I would have tried to deke and get into the corner and get a goal that way.
All right. So now the Cobras have that control. Oh no, goes back over to the Wolves.
Big push. That was a good.
In my opinion, I don't think that they should have pushed it out that far if they meant to do that, because I feel like when you do that, you give the other team an opportunity to get
Oh my
the puck.
God.
Oh, he stole it.
Shoot the puck. Shoot the puck.
All right, passing it out. Got one person beside the goal. Gets it.
Push it out. Push it out.
Oh, no, he's holding it. Okay, cool.
That's what I'm saying. They don't want to push it out. They don't want to listen to me, man. Like I'm yelling at them. They don't want to listen.
Pushes over. Still didn't take that opportunity. And again, they're holding the puck. Did not. I don't think that was a good play. And the Cobras get it.
Timing is everything. Right? Like, notice right there, I didn't say push the puck out. Like, it just, I don't know.
Now, it puts the. This is still a game that the Wolves can win. Yeah,
they
because
just gotta be real nice with it.
So I mean, this next puck is just 1 point regular. Then they have a 2 point money puck coming up next, which is, I mean, honestly, I feel like
they missed the pass 2 times. Right?
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, like I would have tried to fit that pass in there, because right now you're up against time and you got to create opportunities. And at the very least, like even if they intercept it, it would have been a scramble. So like right there, utilize your teammate. See?
Oh,
you see what I'm saying?
He
like,
almost had it.
Like put pressure on them. Like if they have to intercept it, so be it. You have one hanging back. You have one hanging back, so take that. Push it up. Push it up. There you go. See? Like, oh no, he wasn't prepared for it, and I get it because sometimes you're off screen, and once more wasn't prepared. So it looks like this is gonna go to the Cobras. This is the third period, if I'm not mistaken. This was a huge game for the Wolves to take. Like a 6-9 with an hour left is not bad, but now you're going into one of the stronger games for the Cobras, being that Jekyll is available in Smash. Now items do help nullify him significantly. Not a bad shot. Not a
Still
bad
trying
idea.
their best to get that those slap shots in, but they have to. I feel like they need to. They really don't have time to take their time. Never mind.
There you go. See, and that's what I'm saying. Like you can apply pressure. So for as good as the Cobras are doing offensively, defensively, they're leaving the passing lanes. Like they're not intercepting very well.
That's very, very true, and I see a lot of that happening. Obviously, this game.
But good win for the Cobras.
All right, and that is game. The Cobras take another dub. All right, so what have you thought of the game so far?
I think there's now 3 games that the Wolves left. It should be 10, not 11.
You'll fix that in a second.
Just making sure. I mean, we might have missed the game early. I don't know.
Well, I mean, a lot of what I'm seeing in what I see a lot of from the Cobras is they start out really strong in the first half. We saw that for the Ghosts. They started out, they pretty much got a really good lead against the Ghosts. And I was talking about this earlier, that a lot of what happens with the Cobras is the second half, they start to trail off a little bit. Now, we saw that the Wolves had the opportunity to get they have 3 wins coming back from the second half, two or three.
Yeah.
You know, and they started out strong. Those were games that Cobras definitely could have taken.
Well, they got back-to-back W's after they lost that first one coming out of halftime, and I was really like, hey, like they could set up for a little run here to get back in. Now, see, this is a tricky situation because a lot of fighters have not rolled. Smash is another one that finally just rolled, and Jekyll's available. We know that in this matchup, the fighters definitely go to the Cobras, so it's going to be a steep hill to come back from. And they did drop a couple of the shooters, right? Overwatch, COD. Fully expecting them to play in COD. Now, see, Hogeki in Apex and Overwatch. Apex especially. Like, he did this thing in Overwatch, don't get me wrong, but, like, what I saw in Apex was frightening.
Yeah.
Like, I think you guys heard me. I was like, do not take it off of him. I want to see this. And boy, did he not disappoint.
Yeah.
Like, not only did you see this, you saw that. And so that so far has been the best Apex performance I've seen ever in the league.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a better performance. So big shout out to Hogeki on that one because the movement was fluid. The shots were fluid. But that's a game that I know that the Wolves thought that they could win. And Hogeki just came out and said, well, you ever see someone just take their thumb and just put it on an ant and just dig it in there?
Yes.
That's what he did.
So we got Smash coming up next. The way we play Super Smash Brothers is a 5v5 with items turned on high. Jekyll was so excited when he found out the items were going to be turned on. He is one of the better players, or one of the better end gamers in the league right now when it comes to Super Smash Brothers. From what I understand, he used to do a bunch of different tournaments and things like that. So, you know, he definitely wants to show off, right? Now, I believe we've seen the Wolves actually win Super Smash Brothers. They have some pretty good players.
It depends on who they were playing. They have solid players. And that's what I was stating earlier. I don't know if you caught what I was saying, but they have solid players, but they don't have the player.
Okay.
Also solid players, but they might have considered the player. You get what I'm saying? Especially with Jekyll, because Jekyll literally came into the league, Madden and Smash, Madden and Smash, Madden and Smash.
Madden and Smash, bro. That's crazy. All right. So it looks like we've gotten all of the Wolves in there. So we got Fox as Alchemist, Bernay as Dr. Mario, That is interesting. I don't see a lot of Dr. Mario. I usually see Marios, and here's what I'm going to say about Mario players. Typically, if you play Mario in Super Smash Brothers, you don't know how to play Super Smash Brothers. You pick Mario because you know who he is.
Watch your mouth.
Hey, man, show me somebody who actually knows how to play with Mario. Every time that I've seen a Mario, they have gotten washed. Next.
I pick Mario every time, man. What are you trying to say about me, man?
Show me something. We got TK going up first against MJ.
No, that's not.
I don't play Super Smash Brothers, bro. So,
who, you don't?
No.
Yeah, you do.
No.
You play it all the time.
Stop lying.
I saw your favorite.
Stop lying to people. Now,
I'm not lying to anybody, bro.
Got TK going in, and the slam, Falco, down smash, and knocks him away.
Oh,
got the item.
Great. Let me find out he's a sweat and smash.
Oh, of course he is.
Oh,
Jekyll's not gonna play today, bro. Knocks him right on out. See?
So
nice.
One of the points. Yeah, he's a sweat.
Gets the sword and knocks him right on out. That's a clip, baby.
Man, somebody check TK and see if he got deodorant on. Man.
Next is Jorginho.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Jack.
I wonder which one Jekyll is. Like which like where he is in the lineup.
Was that TK or Hogeki?
It looks like
never mind.
Oh, that is Hogeki.
Sorry, Hogeki. Somebody check Hogeki.
Hogeki's really been showing off today too. That's wild.
Yeah, after his break, he definitely.
Did we get the Will Smith? I missed it.
I don't think we did actually.
There we go. And Hogeki is going in, not really giving Jorginho a lot of time to prepare. No! What? Was that the fake smash ball? Into another item being thrown? That is wild. That's another clip, baby.
I think Hogeki's about to sweep, man. He's having a
Yeah, TK is sitting in the back, bro. He got his arms folded. He's not going to get a chance to play. All right, now he's going against Mr. Alchemist himself using that Fox.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Smash that I give credit. Like, it's not considered a traditional fighter, right? But,
no, it's not.
But if you know the frames and the margin of error in Smash is so it's small because you really have to know the frames and when you can get away with. No way. Like I said, Alchemist is solid, so it's not like it's gonna be a freebie. Like, you know what I mean?
So many items here, bro. It looks like Hogeki's frozen. Can he get out? He's trying his best. It's not going to do it. And he is out of there.
And that's what the items do.
Yeah.
Right? that right there is like, see me one-on-one. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
That's what the items do. The items put you in such a precarious situation because they can really throw off everything. Because all that spacing and timing that you know is usually without items, right? 1v1, mano a mano. Oh, we got two foxes.
Deuce. What just happened?
I got hear all play Smash, man. That's the homie, man. That's the homie. You already know.
But maybe they're just like, you know what? Throw it so Jekyll can do everything else.
No, but you can't rely on that. You just saw what happened.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And now we got Pop going in. Of course, Pop is picking one of the retro characters.
Oh, no, yeah. And one of the hardest characters to use, too.
He picked Little Mac because he remember Punch Out.
I mean, I love Little Mac, as you know. Like, I love boxers and video games. But, like, he's like literally all or nothing.
Yeah.
And has no stage stability whatsoever.
Knocked right on out. Falls right on down.
You can't save yourself with Little Mac. That's the problem. If you could save yourself with Little Mac, he'd be much more playable. But he's got a smaller range of motion.
And he doesn't have a lot of aerials either.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. He can't get on the map because his aerials are so weak.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I'm saying? Hey, make Little Mac better next time. But, you know what I mean?
King D to D.
But he got that power, though.
Do. All right. And smacks him with the hammer.
Dang, that's rough.
That is
Was
terrifying.
that actually Tiki? Yeah, yo, he would play a character. He looked like he looked like, I ain't gonna say it.
So Jekyll giving him a little bit of coaching, showing him telling him what he needs to do
I
next.
already know what Jekyll told him. He's like, hit him really hard.
Throw more items.
Use the big hammer, because he was actually a solid pick.
And we got Kazuya.
It's actually a solid pick, but you better not deal with King D.
Is he doing the 10-piece combo? That's not enough. Nice. Oh my gosh, he already plays. I like how TK plays. He's really like passive, but knows when to apply pressure.
Yeah, well, that's kind of how you have to play DD. You almost don't want to be overly. Oh God, what's happening?
I don't know. Whatever item this is the second time that we've seen the item, and it.
Yeah, the items freak me out because I don't know what none of them do.
I don't either. Oh, and he gets back up there. Not enough to knock him out. Uses the laser. Okay. And tries to absorb him, but not good enough.
Hit the smash. Yeah, don't chase it now. Oh,
and
God.
Knocks him with the hammer, and he has the super. It doesn't matter. He is knocked right on out.
All right.
Mr. Burnett.
We still haven't seen. I think LA's involved too, right?
I'm not sure. No, I believe so, probably. I'm sure LA's in there somewhere.
Well, here we go. We got some Bernay.
Absorbs him. Oh. What in the world? Yo, excuse me?
That's the items, man.
What?
That's the items.
He
bro.
put the star right under him as he was jumping, which made him go off the map.
He put the P on the chain wax.
That's that is wild.
I'm just glad you got that reference.
Yeah, oh my God. Yo, I'm so mad at you. And Jekyll playing one of the most annoying characters, Mr. Sonic himself. Very light character.
Oh, man, I love playing Sonics. Believe it or not.
And then we got Zero.
Like, go ahead, roll into me. You fast.
Oh, Jekyll. All of this hype that I done said about you, bro. Oh!
That's
he ends it just like that. Congratulations to the Wolves.
Congratulations, the item saved your ass.
Oh, my gosh. What is happening?
Yu-Gi-Oh! The bubble's probably going after this. Maybe Jekyll. I don't think the Wolves have a Yu-Gi-Oh team. Do they? Are they playing the Exodia deck?
Everybody's playing the Exodia deck.
Not us.
Not the Phantoms. I hope not.
We're not.
Because no, meaning not you guys, not the Phantoms. No, what I'm asking is, we're gonna see. I feel like we're gonna see the Exodia regardless, because that's something that I believe that the Cobras play unless.
So if both teams are running Exodia decks and they throw away a piece, we're just gonna be watching a poop show, aren't we?
Yeah. The one thing that is crazy about the Exodia deck is that, or from what I've seen from a lot of teams, is like Exodia decks have to be played to perfection. Right? If you mess up one thing, that's really gonna like blow your entire chance of winning. You can't get rid of those pieces. I mean, you can, but you need to have a lot of what I see with a lot of these in-gamers in their Yu-Gi-Oh decks is that they don't have anything to fix their mistake. Right? They don't have a backup. It's just all based off of Exodia.
So for me, right, I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in years, right? But if you have any sort of background in Yu-Gi-Oh, like to any extent, right? Like you will remember all that it is kind of like Pokemon, where you just have to know the new strats.
Yep.
So for me, if you've played Yu-Gi-Oh at any point in your life, it's actually a very simple game to understand.
Yeah.
It's just all the possibilities within that simple game is what make it seem complicated. So you have to understand the deck and the purpose of the deck. But if you learn one deck, you don't have to play the Exodia deck.
Yeah.
I'm actually ecstatic that it got brought to the league because it's like really showing like, okay, everybody's going for one strat that just wins you the game. Because we remember, oh my God, it's Exodia. And then Yugi's over there with his, weird looking self doing his thing. Oh, LA. I feel like LA played.
It's another Exodia deck. This is a really coachable game. Like, I mean,
It
that's
is.
essentially what Yu-Gi-Oh is.
Look,
Even if you don't know how to play the game, it is a very, very.
Man, I had no idea what the deck was, and I coached it. What?
Is this dragons? This is dragons.
Oh yeah, see, I
Yeah.
love seeing somebody who actually plays. It's great.
And Peruvian is actually the one that's going up first.
I love
So
it. I love it.
equipping something to his monster.
I love it.
I love dragons because with dragons you can get out high level monsters really easy. As you can see, he's got himself a 7-star already out. It's in face up defense position. I'm not exactly sure with the. Oh my gosh! Did he just put some of his cards in the deck? This is one way to counter the Exodia deck. Like, what are you gonna do here?
I just clap. That's what I do. I just clap.
Yeah, just shake my hand, bro. Go ahead
Because like for me personally, like this is, oh my God, off turn 1. Yeah, spin that wheel because Peruvian about to have him out the way.
2,800 beater just on the field. And he ends his turn. Let's see what our next game is. Rocket League. All right, let's go.
This is something that could go either way. Neither one of these teams particularly strong at Rocket League.
Bubbles says that he's one of the best, so let's.
Bubbles has gotten better.
Yes.
But
we'll get to that in a second. Right now, let's watch this Yu-Gi-Oh.
I know who the best Rocket League players in the league are, and they ain't never said nothing about the Bubbles, respectfully.
All right, so it looks like we've already lost some life points. I guess that's because he decided to use an effect. Peruvian used an effect on his side to, I'm assuming, negate. I don't think he negated it. He took damage for activating his spell or trap card. Oh no! And then he ends his turn. Because is there nothing for him to do?
That's right.
And this right here
is the problem with the Exodia.
Is the problem with the Exodia deck.
If you don't get your, like, it's literally off the luck of the first draw. Like, that's how it's gonna start off.
And then he also has Solemn Judgment.
Oh my God.
Any and everything he can do to stop them, there's nothing there they're gonna be able to do.
Did y'all want to see Black Diamond turn into a nerd?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh is out here. I'm about to pick this.
All right, so LA draws. It's I believe it's his turn. He's in the standby phase in main phase 1. We'll get you guys over to his hand here in just a second.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh. I completely forgot about how much I love this game. I used to spend, like, we would spend hours at night.
Same here. And again, every time that he activates a spell card, I'm assuming the effect of Peruvian's monster is that every time he activates a spell card,
it takes out his life.
He takes 500 life points.
I'm just clapping because, like, this is, the rest of the league will catch up and understand that you can't just run this Exodia meta, because people who are experienced are going to have counters for it, specifically for that.
Yeah.
Right. And then it makes for more interesting matches when they actually sit down. But I think people are just kind of intimidated by the game. Like, why are you putting? Oh, okay, no, this is Peruvian. So this is actually about to be game over here soon. I'd say about a turn or two more. That's if he can't summon another one of those. That's if he can't. If he can do another special summon like that, it's good night, Irene.
Okay. All right. Well, this is not looking too good for the Cobras in this game, and this is honestly going to give the Wolves the opportunity to get some momentum. Exactly what they need.
Which is crazy.
Exactly what they need.
Yeah, which is crazy because, like, when I really sit there and look at how this match is unfolded, like, there's some games that the Wolves dropped that, like, if they were able to pick them up, they definitely would have made it better. Yeah, so, and it's looking pretty good, and that's it. That's match.
That's game.
Yo, bump the Exodia deck. This is how we do it. This is what it is. I'm with it, Peruvian. Yeah. Yeah, some skill. Yeah.
It's so easy to counter Exodia decks, and hopefully the Cobras can learn from this and utilize this so that
hopefully the league can learn from this.
That's true.
Forget the coach.
That's true.
The league can learn from this.
We saw I think it was great that we saw the Exodia happen 2 times in one weekend, but like other teams are going to find a way to counter it. I apologize. I cut you off. What were you saying?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just glad that like people are saying that it's a very exposed. Like, yes, you get an automatic win, but that's because you don't know what's going on. So
Yeah.
it's, like, it's really simple. Okay, get a bunch of magic cards that put as many pieces in your hands that you get Exodia pieces, and then boom, bang. Okay, cool. And then make sure you're not discarding. But if your opponent has anything that banishes cards from your hand into the banish realm or whatever you want to call it, GG. Your strategy's done, and you have no monsters to even defend yourself.
Yep.
That's the Exodia strat. So it's super simple. And how do I know it's simple? Because I haven't played this game in forever, and I remember it. Like,
well, the Exodia deck is all based on going first, right? If you go first and they don't have anything to counter that, then
you could be on an endless loop.
You can be on an endless loop, but we didn't see so many players that are just sitting there like this. Well, when am I going to go next? You know, until the Exodia decks mess up. But now we've got Rocket League. And I'm sure Bubbles is super excited. He said I can't tell you how many times he critiques and criticizes so many people that play Rocket League when he's watching. I would love to see what he's going to do here because, again, Rocket League, the way we play it here is 1 to 4 people.
Oh yeah. So right? I mean, your best bet if you have solid players, especially if you're going around like that, you know, high diamond, grand champ ish level, is to just load it up with 4 because 4 just makes it so chaotic that if you have 2 people that are decent enough in Rocket League, they can at least defend. But the real thing is if they know musty flips, musty flick. But you get what I'm saying? Like if they know those advanced techniques and they can go off the walls and really air dribble and guide and actually set up their team. That's what you see with some of the top Rocket League teams is the fact that they understand that there's more chemistry to it than just what meets the eye more or less. So when you go 4v4, you make it solid enough. But if 2 of the let's say it's 4v3, if 2 of those 3 are high level enough, it can actually work in your favor because you know you have one person back defending, and just off the simple chaos, they might not even know what's going on. So yeah.
I think what the Wolves did here was really good. This definitely gives you the opportunity, especially for them, to go with a full reset, right? Because again, it's 1, 2, 4, and they only had 4 people available. Might as well just go ahead and send those 4 in, get themselves a full reset. Now, for the Cobras, the question is, are they only going to send 2 so that they can also just get a full reset, or are they going to send a full 4 as well? Are they sending just Bubbles?
You're kidding.
We'll get that respin here in just a sec.
I see why. It's because of the game mode, but it's still very questionable. Let's see what the next game is. But I will be right back.
We're going to have Ash come on in here and help me with commentating. All right. Perfect. And it looks like we are looking at, and we got Tekken 8 next. All right. So I believe that, so it is 4v4. We have Jekyll, LA, Bubbles, and Deuce that are all in right now for the Cobras. Now we will. What in the world is this game mode? Do you know anything about this game mode, Ash?
Not sure, but it looks like
it looks like a big old hoop because it looks like basketball.
I was gonna say it looks like their take on basketball.
This is actually pretty interesting to see. I haven't seen this saving this game before, and Alchemist is the first one to score. It's not looking too good. If we could potentially get the POV of Mr. Bubbles himself, I would love to see that if we can do that.
Oh, absolutely.
All righty, going up here. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. All right. So, not exactly in that hoop just yet.
Looks like they're trying to set something up, though.
It is. We may have it there, but it is blocked. All right. Seeing a lot of good chemistry here from the Wolves.
Now demos going down.
A lot of demos. Yep. And almost shot. And it looks like they're getting. Oh no! I'm about to say. I thought this was like based off of points, but it's not. It's just based off of like it's like almost shot and goal plus 10, but not good enough. All right, Bubbles pushing right on up, trying his best.
Oh, missed aerial there.
Now, one thing that I really need to see from the Cobras is more communication. I don't see Bubbles moving. His mouth's just wide open. And is that in? No, it is not. All right, and you can hear them. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. We are going to go ahead on our way and get there ourselves. All right, Jekyll, let's see what you got, buddy. Pushing right around. I like his car.
Oh, yeah.
Still wasn't able to catch that in the air. See if they're going to be able to stop it. The Cobras only have so much time left. 2 minutes and obviously under 30 seconds. So we got, and they only have 1 point. What is this car?
I don't know, but it's making me think of like a Hot Wheels car right now.
It does look like a little rhino.
Yeah.
He probably shouldn't have that on top of his car. He's going to pop that ball.
Definitely interesting to see what's going on here.
Another demo.
Especially
coming
with
from
Cobras,
Mr. Jekyll.
Cobras being down 1. I mean, it's still anybody's game right now, but a lot of spicy movement going on right now.
Yep. And Alchemist going ahead and doing his thing now.
Oh, nice little
Nice
setup
ball.
there.
Is that going to be enough? No, it is not.
Oh, return back.
Yep, a lot of back and forth, but honestly, the Wolves, what they need to do here is really just keep the ball away as much as possible, so they can go ahead and get this done. They need to start playing UEL. Of course, they should get another point just so they can feel a little bit more comfortable. But right now, look at all of that pressure. But right now, they just need to make sure they keep the ball away from the Cobras, and they're not doing a good job of it. The Cobras are still trying to get Bubbles with his mouth wide open.
Bubbles is so focused.
He's focused. He is locked in, but it's not looking too good. Going right back over to where the Wolves are, knocking it away. They've got a minute left.
You can see it. The Wolves can tell they're keeping this ball away from Bubbles right now.
They need to. They have to, and they're doing a really good job of it. They scored early and a demo. Take Bubbles out. Leave him out, bro. Don't give him a chance.
I think Wolves are looking really good right now.
Oh, do we got another? And it's in there. Ball scored by the Bubbles. Let's go. Bubbles. He is not happy with how this game is going. So now we got 41 seconds, potentially getting into an overtime until somebody decides to score that. So push. Oh, already another demo by
mid-air demo.
Yeah, that was crazy. So now the Wolves really need to focus up. They need to get this ball in this hoop. And is that going to happen? Oh, my gosh. No, they don't let it happen. It comes around. Oh, they knock it right back out. They saved it. Oh, my gosh.
Good play by Bubbles there.
Very, very good save. Going up. Trying to get it back over to the end. The Wolves are going to try to get it in there again. And another score. 11 seconds left. What are the Cobras going to do here? Bubbles really has to lead his team here, get this ball in there because they don't have a lot of time left. 10 seconds left. And then they have to keep the ball in the air if they want to continue. 3, 2,
what are they going to do? It's right there.
It is right there. It is right there.
LA got
Another opportunity.
Nope.
No. Come on. Let's see.
Still not dead. Still not dead.
And it is over. Man, that is unfortunate for the Cobras. Good job for the Wolves. Now they have done so well coming into this second half that now they're only 2 points away of tying the game up.
Yep.
And then potentially getting ahead.
And I mean, right there, the Wolves, they had a smart play. It was keep that ball away from Bubbles. Bubbles, he showed he knew what he was doing. I mean, you could see the focus. He was the gears were rolling. You could see the smoke coming out. But the Wolves, they were like, nah, we know you are a strong person on this team. And anytime that he had the ball, he couldn't even dribble it. They were
right on top on it. Making sure they got those demos, making sure they knocked him out and got him out of the way. Now we've got Tekken 8 coming up. Now, Tekken 8, like Black Diamond said before, a lot of the games that the Cobras play are fighters.
Yep.
So Tekken 8 is obviously relatively new. We just got it on the wheel. We haven't seen a lot from the Wolves as far as fighters go. I don't think that they are a fighting dominant team, but this gives the Cobras the opportunity to finally like catch up, right? And well, not catch up, but start to take more of a lead. I'm sorry. All right, and so we got TK versus Bernay in the first matchup. And the way that we play Tekken here, it is a 3v3, and it is you get 3 lives, and they carry on each round.
Okay.
Right. So if you beat somebody, if you take 3 lives from somebody, but you also lose 2 lives, that means going into that next fight, and the fight from then on is you have 1 life left.
Okay.
Right. So you can easily get knocked out, but you can also easily sweep.
And I am back. If y'all thought I was gonna miss Tekken, y'all must have missed. So we got Tekken coming up here. It honestly, for my viewing pleasure, I want to see it played, but for the game's sake, the Wolves need to forfeit. It's just, I don't think they're gonna be able to stand to it. They've got the simple controls up, which means you should be able to read exactly what it is. We got a June player who was extremely cracked at the beginning of the season. Good combo. No answer. This is gonna be perfect. And I already know. Who's active right now? TK. Yeah. I expect nothing less. TK with good mix-ups. Alchemist is active. He's got Kazuya, who's also a very good character. Simple controls are interesting though, because like you can literally see what they're gonna press. So you just have to block it. Like just block it. He's got the heat smash, counter heat smash. Take your time, TK. He doesn't know the game. Take your time.
Yeah, you can see he's not even focused on like what kind of frame data he's got going on right now. He's kind of just throwing.
Well, yeah, like right here, TK's got a good wall combo, good wall carry. You got 3 electrics, which is crazy. Because that is one of the hardest things to do, but with the simple controls, you literally just have to smash for a particular second. So it makes the game really easy, but not winnable. If I'm the Wolves, I honestly would have forfeited this, because you don't really have a chance, if I'm being quite honest. And TK is showing me something in this game in particular, that he has good knowledge, good demonstration of his combos. And then he was using June, who was honestly one of the most she was broken at the start. Just so solid. Patch nerfed her a little bit, but she's still got a lot of tricks up her sleeve. And TK just showing that and doing a really good job. Really nice showing. We've got Peruvian Poppy active now, and I'm telling you right now, that's not enough. Happy though, because Lars is actually playable, much more playable in this Tekken set. That's very nice. Yep. Oh, he's got the fight stick. He's ready to go. So, but so far so good from the Wolves. Like this, as AV was alluding to earlier, they've done a good job of coming back. Like, this just goes to show you those games that they dropped earlier that they had a chance of winning are super crucial right now, because they could have potentially been tied up or even in the lead, which, to be quite honest, coming into this matchup, people weren't expecting this, but now it looks like the fighters are about to start rolling. And that heavily favors the Cobras.
I definitely say when I see somebody walk out with that fight stick,
now here's why I would have forfeited if I was the Wolves, right? If you're really trying to win, you should understand that team is full of fighters, and you should have really come in, especially in a situation like this, already having a plan to forfeit, because it would have saved you time to go play some games that you can actually stand a chance in, like Gears, right? You have a much better chance in Gears than you do this, and Gears takes a lot longer to set up. So why not just use your forfeit, save 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, and then now you can move on to the next game after, especially if it's another fighter.
Oh yeah,
because you're at such a disadvantage unless you see that they have like, and this is not a shot, but they have like Pop, Deuce, and maybe somebody else for DNF. Then you have a chance.
Oh yeah. The Gears of War play coming out next. I'm definitely excited for this. This is another game that I had never really touched before, that I've been playing recently. That I'm definitely excited to see what kind of strats they pull out. Ooh.
So TK is letting it get a little close for comfort, in my opinion, in a lot of these rounds, but I understand. Tekken 8 really rewards you for being aggressive. As you see with the gray health meter, you get that back. So it's good that they reward you for that, but at the same time, it can leave you liable to, who also.
So from what is like? How do you gain that health back from that gray meter?
Just by attacking.
Okay.
By catching them in combos. So even chip damage will get your gray health back. But some of the grabs and some of the moves will actually sap the gray health. So for instance, TK hasn't done anything right there, a move that'll take away the gray health. And they've both gone into heat off top, which grants more strength. It's a good opening move right there from Peruvian. Peruvian, you know, he's gotten better for sure, I can say. Like, you see some level of patience, but he doesn't know the matchup, you can tell. And he's more so going off of his aggression. So right here, those are just pokes. And what TK did was completely set him up. So he did 1-3 low, 1-3 low, set him up, and then did one, then did highs. So it's like by the time you even think about blocking the lows, he's already attacked you with the highs. So that's just experience. But I like what I saw from Peruvian Poppy. Definitely an improvement. But now you're relying on Benet to sweep. So ultimately, like, this was not in your advantage. You want to play things like Rocket League, which I was saying earlier, they would have a much better chance of winning, and they went out and won.
Yeah.
Right. So I like what the Wolves have shown. I just think there's a couple of instances where they could have tightened some things up. Because imagine even if Tekken had come up about 10, 20 minutes ago. That's the difference in the forfeits.
Yeah.
So they could have been played this 20 minutes ago, and we've got a different score.
But that's just all a part of planning.
Oh, now see, this will be interesting. Let's see how you. King is probably one of the most frustrating characters to play because you have to literally put him in the lab and then, you know, figure out all of his grabs. But if I see simple controls, it don't matter because you're not going to know how to defend yourself. Yeah, he's not going to know how to defend himself. He's going to be focused on pressing them buttons. And I can tell because there's no. He's not backdashing at all. So all TK has to do really is just be patient. See how he got his. So some of the moves will activate heat.
Yeah.
And then that'll regain your health as well. So this should be an easy W for him. TK is just gonna sweep this whole thing. And yeah, looks good to me. So why, once more, for the viewers, what have we learned? Why waste the time playing in the post game? Know your opponent. Know where you're at.
At this point, so
they didn't even get to. Who else do they have? Jekyll, Hogeki. They didn't even get to them.
Oh.
Even if they did at this point, you'd have to like sweep. You only have one life. You literally couldn't lose a round. Like, you have
Renee's doing that.
It's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. Like they could even forfeit now. Like after the first one, forfeit. You have the forfeits. Like, are you trying to win, or are you just trying to like prove something?
And really, the only forfeit that has been used this entire game was just one that was based off of a setup error.
Exactly. The forfeits can be a tool. Like, people don't sleep on it. They can be a tool. Because in this instance, you've now lost 10 to 15 minutes of valuable game time in a game that's coming up next that's going to take some amount of time to at least set up in Gears. And you better hope it's not your setup, because sometimes Gears is excuse me, wishy-washy, and you guys have a legitimate shot to win Gears. Yep. So imagine if it's 9 to 11 with 23 minutes left, and the next two games are games that you can win.
And I was while I was out there, I went up and talked to Third, and from what I was hearing from all of them talking, they're very confident. I mean, they were giving down percentages on what could be picked up next, and kind of like little strategies here and there, and I was like, these guys are confident. There's not a single ounce of fear in their eyes on that they will lose this.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that there should be. I'm just saying if you're the Wolves and you're really trying to give this an honest attempt, which they've done well, like you need to be strategizing more around like your own strengths and weaknesses.
I completely agree.
You see what I'm saying? Like, because they've shown that they're a better team than given credit for, right? I won't say given credit for, but like overall, like, you know, I mean, they've got veterans, and that's why they try out this 5-man. And you know, some could argue like maybe Poison should be in, maybe True should be in, but hey, like this is what they rolled out, and they were able to win some games, right? Like so far, the biggest drop was in Madden. I would say Madden and Call of Duty. So 2 games right there that, you know, they should have won. So it's not like the Wolves have not shown well, but like you said, they're breaking down percentages because at the end of the day, we're about to be 20 games through. There's 33 games on the wheel, and we've been through 3 fighters. That's 3 more wins, and League of Legends also leans in. Like, League is 15 minutes.
Yep.
It's not only is it 15 minutes, but the Cobras have a significant advantage in League.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, that's where these forfeits come into play. Like, at this point, it behooves the Cobras to play every single game because they have a lead, and the chances of games being rolled that they're good at is pretty high.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like, thankfully, this whole day hasn't been a complete sweep. They've been able to give the Cobras scores of 8, having 3 less people, 2 less people.
Let's get the next game. Oh, and Pop Smoke is Pop Candle's available. So there's another loss for you guys. You got Big Bad MJ. I'm sure he's fine, but it's gonna be Pop in LA or Pop and Deuce. Actually, if Deuce is available, it's gonna be Pop and Deuce. And Pop is a rec / park player, so he knows all the strats. So even if you lose this right here, that's another game that's rolled up that is now playing in the Cobra's favor.
Looks like right now they're gonna go for some power weapons, which is smart. That Lancer, not a big fan of it. If you can't hit your shots with that Nasher, ooh. Still setting up here. Where's the point at? Which game mode is it?
I think it's just TDM.
Is it just TDM?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. And like cover to cover.
All right, we'll figure out what's the PC2. So yeah, and even in this game, the Cobras
like
have the lead.
Yeah, the swarm is gonna be the Cobras. So it's the alien looking dudes.
Over here on your left.
It's definitely a lot going on here. Everybody's kind of, it looks like everybody's kind of spread out a little bit. Looks like there's a little bit of movement there. I'm trying to see some wall bounces. One of the biggest things that I looked at, or that I noticed when picking up Gears of War, was the movement of this game. I mean, it's
very different.
It is completely different, very unique.
Some could say kind of ahead of its time, right? Because if you look at how like Apex and the game they play now with the fluid movement, like although Gears plays differently. Oh, and look at that, the Wolves are catching up. Got a little squad wipe going, but you know, some could say ahead of its time for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because like it introduced a new method,
like a new mechanic.
Exactly.
And the wall bouncing, I mean, you can utilize that in any way. I mean, whoever that was right there, they did kind of like they were trying to do it, but they hadn't mastered it yet. But wall bouncing, it was a hard skill to master. I tried using it. This weapon right here, I can't ever get to. I can never pick it up. I've been playing Gears of War for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and what is that, the torch bow? And everybody gatekeeps it. The dang weapon. And like boom shot, a grenade launcher here. Smart play, trying to get
looks like looks like
good slide there.
The Wolves have taken the lead and have bounced back. So this is a very crucial moment because once those lives are up, you're going to get down to the final 5. So this is a really big gunfight.
I can tell the Wolves have definitely been trying to.
Yeah, the Wolves are talking that talk too. So like they're communicating.
Yo, just looking at how they're moving from.
Oh my God! What a flip! What a flip!
Uh-oh.
The Cobras have managed to take the lead. This is a huge battle. Both teams are about to be down to their final 5 lives. The swarm. Oh my God.
Whoever's going in the middle, you're going too far out.
Yep, they're about to pick off somebody.
They're trying. Wolves are playing it smart though, staying behind that cover. I mean, they're peeking every once in a while, but it looks like
they gotta stop peeking. If I'm being quite honest.
Oh, I completely agree. They need to watch their flank because right there, it was like a Cobra was able to slide through.
Yeah, they're pushing at the wrong. Oh my God, 1-1. Oh my God.
I mean, look at that.
Did he finish that?
That movement there. He tried to get that.
So the Wolves have one. Oh my God. They're down to the last 3. The Wolves have 1 extra life. before their final 5. They're wiping. There's only 2 more. The Wolves coming in with a huge win here. 2K is going to be huge. They still have, both teams still have 2 timeouts. They're gonna have to deal with. Well, this is not over. Let me keep my mouth shut. This is not over.
Still anybody's game. The Cobras could.
Next setup will be 2 minutes as well, which is crazy because like that means we're getting into a fast setup, meaning that if the Wolves can pull off this miracle, if I'm them, I'm pushing. Like, oh my God, I can't believe they're about to sell.
Oh no!
It's 4v1. Jump this man. Jump this man. Oh my God, don't let him do this to you. Jump this.
Oh.
Now they have to go deal with Pop Candle and potentially Deuce in 2K. Okay, Deuce is not available, so it's gonna be Pop Candle or probably LA or maybe even Bubbles. Big Bad MJ had no place.
Yep.
Jorginho. Oh my God. Whew. And then even if the Wolves manage to win 2K, they have to hope that the next game is winnable for them.
Oh, absolutely.
And not just the next game, but the next 2 games.
Yeah, because we would go into an overtime, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And with 2K being on pro, it actually makes it easier for the Wolves because they could take bad shots and get away with it.
Well, the question is here: I don't know if they're going to have enough time to finish NBA and then go into a second game. Do you think so?
They should have enough time because they still have timeouts. That's the thing. So realistically, it's a matter of do they think this is worth playing right now or not? Because it's a 2-minute setup time where 2K 2v2 should take like 10 to 15 minutes. So if they win, they have one more game basically.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what the game is. That's going to be the last game that because they won't be able to forfeit. But not now. Do you see what I was saying? Well, I mean, you saw what I was saying. Like these games would have been played
earlier,
30 minutes ago, right? Still in the same time frame, still at 10, 11, whatever, and you'd get the same score on a lot of these games. So very interesting, very interesting. I'm going to be interested to see where Big Bad MJ is, and they decided to go with LA, which was the right pick here, or a very solid pick. Jorginho has to go in. It's gonna be tough, man. I'm just wondering if Pop is gonna play guard or big man. I know traditionally he plays big man, but he knows how to play guard. And I'm wondering what they're gonna go with. Obviously, like somewhat. It really depends on the big man. I'm assuming they're gonna go with a big who can shoot threes, which is fine. So that the lane is just 1v1s.
I'm gonna tell you, I know a lot less about NBA than I do Madden. So these words you're using, big man, what does that mean?
Tall guy who go like this in the paint.
Gotcha.
Big dunk, big dunk.
Big dunk. I like that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they're gonna do. And okay, good for the Cobras to use one time out. It's a game they're confident in. It's their setup. They don't want to have to be charged a forfeit. Stops the clock, which is good for the Wolves. Really puts the Wolves are kind of in a precarious situation because most of that wheel honestly is not in their favor. But there are enough games to where they can at least contest and win, like CTR. They might be able to sneak something out. You know what I mean, like that type of thing. Cards Drift hasn't rolled up. I know that they're pretty solid there. So at the Cobras, so that's another 50-50.
So NHL and Yu-Gi-Oh. Did the Wolves win those?
The Wolves on Yu-Gi-Oh.
Wolves on Yu-Gi-Oh.
Peruvian Bobby came out and did his thing.
Good.
Absolutely obliterated an Exodia deck. I love
like
to see
hear
it.
that.
And then they lost NHL, which was a huge game for them, in my opinion.
So then they won Smash?
They did win Smash, believe it or not.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll attribute that one to the items.
Because I was going through, I had 3 games the 3 games I wasn't in here for. I was trying to figure out who would won. I was taking care of something. And I was adding all this up, and I was like, NHL Smash Yu-Gi-Oh. The Wolves won 2 of those. And the one I thought that they were going to win, they didn't win. So that is, I mean, that's big. They won Smash and Yu-Gi-Oh, a strategy and a fighter game that they supposedly have a disadvantage at. They came out on top.
Oh, they definitely had a disadvantage, but those items are the great equalizer.
Don't blame it on the items.
I'm blaming it on items.
Skill issue.
Yeah, okay. I saw where the skill issues were, and they did not lie with the Cobras. Now I will say Alchemist and Renee performed very well. Like the Wolves did perform very well overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, like from top to bottom they did, but like Hogeki did, like if you were just no items it, like knowing your frames and your, like Hogeki got taken out because of the Pac-Man item, and then Jekyll got taken out because of the star. I forget what it was. No. It was
was
zero.
he playing DDD?
It was Zero Blade. No, that was TK. TK got taken out because of the star.
Yeah.
Jekyll got taken out because of the Zero Blade. I guess Zero came up and did like some slash and it took him out.
Okay.
It's like that stuff is like so hard to account for because you're trying not to get hit by the opponent, but then the items are just, you have to know what all the items do.
Yeah.
And then 2, you have to like literally be on the lookout because they'll hit you because you're so focused on your opponent. So it really gives you so many different things to,
And really just gatekeeping those items, that's important. You have to.
So it was a good performance from the Wolves. I think ultimately it's just who can get to the items first.
Mm-hmm. That's a big part of Smash. But then again, the difference is when it comes to competitive, there are none. But UEL, we got our own rule sets.
Well, there used to not be. It used to just be 4v4 chaos.
Really?
Oh yeah, which I liked. Believe it or not.
That sounds fun.
It was.
Because then that would be like a whole...
With friendly fire on.
That is just mad. I like that.
It created some really good moments.
I feel like that's just entertaining.
It was. And obviously a lot of the Smash traditionalists were not happy about it, but it made it really fun to watch.
Oh yeah.
So this is where Pop is gonna have to show his mettle. They used 2 timeouts to get it set up. Something is going on with 2K. It should be on the PS. Yep, it's on the PS5. That is the next gen version. The one that is on the Xbox is the old version. We do not play on that one. Something is happening. I'm assuming that too many controllers are connected. They're trying to figure it out. If I'm them, I'm resetting the whole thing. Turn it off, turn it back on. It'll take a second. Get into 2K, get these players picked, get these settings set up, and get it rolling.
Cobras had to burn another timeout. This could potentially be
result in a forfeit, which is going to be absolutely mad in my mind.
Because then now that saves the Wolves time. They still have one more game.
In a game they're probably going to lose.
I don't know.
I don't know if Jorginho plays this. I'm pretty sure Big Bad MJ does, so okay, good on him. But Pop plays this type of game mode, maybe not Blacktop per se, but Rec competitively, religiously. As a matter of fact, it's all on his feed. Like seriously, he posts stuff of him dominating people on his feed. So there we go. Looks like we're in there. They're choosing. Let's see what meta. Okay, so Ballers are going to be. Yep. So they're going with the 3-point meta, which is a big who can shoot threes. So they're going with Embiid. It's a good meta. I'm interested to see who they go with. Yep. It's so cracked. That's
yeah.
That's not. Yeah. Jordan's a fun pick, but against Kawhi, it's gonna be spooky on both ends. So Kawhi is like the best defender in the game. So this is gonna be really interesting. It looks like the Wolves don't really know what to do, if I'm being honest. I think they put Jorginho on Giannis, trying to protect him more or less from having to really score.
Wreckfest.
Wow. So if the Wolves can somehow pull this off,
I think they have a chance. If they could pull this off, Wreckfest. From what I understand, everybody goes with the bus strat. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how comfortable either one is.
It almost calls into question if the Wolves are. No, but then you're down 2.
Yeah.
Well, then you're down 3.
I think if you could play.
Yeah, but this isn't in their favor. They gave. So the problem is they gave Jorginho Giannis because he covers ground, but Embiid's a little bit bigger than Giannis. Giannis can challenge him defensively, but they have Jordan too, so their 3-point threat is next to none.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going to be able to score any threes because really you're just looking for big bad MJ to handle that.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan's 3-point jumper isn't exactly his strong suit. He's a cold assassin from the mid range. So we're having Giannis there just clogs the paint. Now you can shoot threes with Giannis if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
But you have to know what you're doing. So this is what I was saying, where it's like it's a tough pick. We'll get more direction on who is who. So, oh wait, actually, I got that completely backwards. So LA is Jordan, and Pop is Giannis. I'm so sorry, viewers. So I actually like what the Wolves did. It's not gonna be a problem, but it's not gonna be a problem for Pop to cover defensively. You're gonna be looking more. You're gonna be looking more at yeah. The real issue is gonna be between MJ and LA. But as you can see, Pop is very comfortable using Giannis. So you remember when I said if you know what you're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he knows what he's doing.
So then that puts a
Look at the help defense. Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's using Giannis because he covers a lot of ground. You're not gonna get that 3-point threat, but he covered, like, you see how he's roaming with Giannis.
Yeah.
That's what he's looking for. So, and then right there before you can even kick it out to Embiid for a 3, he's already covering it. So this is what it looks like when somebody knows exactly how to handle things defensively, and he's crowding just enough, shading to stop Big Bad MJ from. See, he's quiet. She's trying. Well, I mean, he was trying to post him up and then possibly spin, but he's got Jordan on him, and he's got to realize that. So, really, you're looking at Jorginho to beat Pop. So right here, LA kind of, and that's why I said the real battle is going to be between LA and on both ends. Yeah, it's going to be between LA and whether he can strap him up or not. And if he can't, it's going to be a problem. Pop, if I'm you, I'm testing it. Let him shoot. I'm testing. Yeah, if I'm Pop, I'm going to go help. I'm going to go help on defense.
He's looking for a bucket. He's looking to add to the scoreboard.
Yep. Yo, Pop is. Wow. How did that go? Well, okay, LA. Just take it. That was. Yeah, that's terrible. See, that deserves to go in.
Right now, it's a pretty close game going on.
Yeah, it is. LA got a really lucky 3 to go down.
Was that Pop right there?
That's Pop. You got a really lucky 3 to go down. Like literally not even the meter up. It just didn't matter. Bad pass.
Oh.
Yeah, so when it's on pro, it really doesn't matter how like good you are offensively, right? You're gonna get a lot of shots to go. And that's the thing, like did Jorginho just Pop?
I think he did.
Pop.
All right, here we go. Let's get it.
Let me find out that Jorginho knows how to play a little bit. See, that's what should happen. Right? The meter's not full. It's a bad shot. That should be good. But it really shouldn't because he didn't get a good meter. Now, this is what should be happening. Right? You don't fill up that meter. You don't get good shots. Like, that's a better shot. I can deal with that.
Wolves are pulling ahead.
Which is so interesting. And they have to do it quickly, too. That's the thing. Good shot.
Was it scored at 21?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're working with we'll probably get the time updated. I know that it's not really 6 minutes because of the 2 timeouts, so we're probably working with like 10 minutes.
Yeah,
so it's more than enough time for this to finish. the Cobras can come back. This kind of just goes to show you, like, those who traditionally like play 2K, like, you kind of have to get it perfect block. You kind of have to get adjusted, right, to like playing people who will get a lot more things to go down. I'll just put it to you that way. So it's that adjustment. Because right now Pop is like, well, yeah, like the way he plays, that's a good shot. Good job, LA. Now the Cobras are getting themselves back into the game. Oh, great pass. LA is falling asleep at the wheel. Big Bad MJ is doing his thing. Giannis with the good finish. Good job on Pop. He's got Embiid guarding him, so it's a little bit tougher to just dominate the lane. Oh my God, and that's body block. So body block is when you can't move and get to the defender because you're essentially like running into each other. It's an animation issue.
Gotcha.
Oh, I would have taken that if I were you, Pop. Make him respect you.
Great move.
So fun watching Jordan. You got your midi. It's Jordan. Good dunk.
Ooh.
Very interesting. I'm hoping that the Cobras do not sell here, but at the same time, I kind of am.
I think this is going to make for a good ending if the Wolves can pull this out. There's going to be a lot on the line for this next two.
There we go. Pop with a big defensive play. Yeah, Pop is locked in.
Also, he needs to be.
Yeah, because you got to turn up. You just got to turn up.
Like the Cobras see that they have a chance at losing this, and they're trying to tee up, and that's what
Good,
they
perfect
that's what
steal.
Needs to be.
I was about to say you need to hit the steal button. That's a mid-range. Take it. It's Jordan. His mid-range is. All right, it's tied up.
Wolves kind of choking here a little bit. We need them to do something.
I wouldn't say that they're choking. Yeah, a little bit.
Not like to a full extent, but I feel like they're getting a little stagnant. They're not providing any momentum.
For the sake of the story, I'm hoping that. Yep, there we go. Dominating with Giannis right there. If I'm Jorginho, I'm sticking with Giannis because he's got his badges up. Kawhi's got his badges. You just got to eat. You got to trust LA at this point. Look at the steal. LA said, come here. Oh, but a bad shot to put up by Pop. You got to kick it out.
Oh.
Okay, Jorginho.
Very interesting game to watch.
Pop is doing too much. That's the thing with Giannis. If you don't get paint points, it's GG's. Let's see what he's trying to do here. It's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Good steal. Good poke. Now this game has to end quickly. We'll get the update on the time. I'm sure that something tells me that. Oh God.
This is
so interesting.
Yeah, I mean things are really like
14 up. Cobras just tied it back up. There we go. The time's been updated. 8 minutes. So this is very doable.
Yep.
Big Bad MJ showing some good stuff here. Good spin, tough finish. Get off me. That was tough. Good stuff, Big Bad. It's crazy that Big Bad MJ is not using MJ, but okay. And he's got Kawhi's clamps up, so that is going to be a problem for LA. That is not what you want to see. Kawhi with the clamps. You don't want to see that. Pop says, sit down. Big body. Giannis has his badges activated as well, so everybody is on fire. Everybody's having a good time. Now, if Big Bad's really like that, he's going to hit a step back in MJ's face. Step back 3 at that. Because Kawhi has that in him. Like right there, step back, boom. But Jordan has his. That's a bad shot. Oh my God. Don't pull it. Don't pull it. What I say?
Oh,
they don't want to listen.
I thought that was going in.
No, I knew it wasn't. There's no way. Even on pro, that one was going in. And the Cobras come back to take the lead. This has been a match. Jordan was like, okay. Kawhi's badges are off. This is a problem. You should have taken that shot. Take the shot. You didn't have confidence in yourself.
Nope.
Come on, MJ.
There's a mental block there.
Oh, and he broke him. You gonna let LA break you like that? That's crazy. That's what I'm saying. He could have been created a step back three easily, and passed it right to him. And there we go. We've got a sell job coming here from the Wolves, and I am buying all the stock. Keep selling. Yep, we got a real sell job, and this game is momentum based. So, So, if I'm, that's good. Okay, so not quite done. I'm setting screens if I'm Embiid, then leaking out to the corner. Just let him go right past. That's a problem.
Nice little trophy there. Still really close.
Don't shoot it. Pop is on to you, boy. Don't shoot that either. Oh, tough. See, Kawhi's so strong, he can literally push people out the way. They can't give up a three here. They can afford a two. They can't give up a three. Oh. Big Bag MJ, they have the three ball hunt. The fact that they haven't set a screen yet is crazy to me.
This is close.
You have to hunt threes. See, they're going ISO, but Jordan has his badges up, and he's going to have his badges up longer than anybody. Set the screen. Set the screen. Pass it back. Set the screen again. Don't take the one because they're going to score on you. Don't shoot that. Don't shoot that. Oh, my God. These people make me nervous. I like that shot, but you're not that guy. See, he just needed a step back. That's it. Step back would have. Oh my God!
And there it goes.
Hey, Pop. Why are you yelling at the game master?
What a game there.
Woo. Yeah, I felt that.
Yeah. That was that's not at all what I expected from what we were talking about at the beginning, but that was beautiful.
So the problem with that right there was Big Bad MJ did not trust his jumper enough, and he had two opportunities to hit a couple step back threes. So they kept it within range, which was good because really they were trading threes for once, but ultimately they couldn't keep up. So with Wreckfest being up next, it's really a matter of if the teams want to play. I won't even say if, but yeah, it is if, because either team could forfeit it and just call an end to this. Is really up to them.
I know Third hates Wreckfest.
No, he loves it. He was telling me in the back like how much he really enjoys Wreckfest.
Yeah, man. He
loves it. It's like a rebirth for him, you know, like born again.
His favorite thing is the bus strat. Absolutely.
Yeah,
he loves buses.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I think Big Bad MJ showed very well. He got his Kawhi in rhythm, and that's what was really carrying them through. LA was having trouble keeping up with him. I just think he didn't really trust his step backs, and on pro it's very, you can do that even easier, right? So he had a couple times where LA was playing him perfectly defensively, that all he had to do is, you saw Kawhi had a couple bumps, just bump off of him in the other direction, and you would have been wide open because nobody was expecting it. So really interesting. Looks like they're gonna fire up Wreckfest and play it. Got lineups being sent, got a timeout. Yeah, I like the fight from the Wolves. Like they're deciding, like, no, like we're gonna play, like we're gonna get another point up there. We're gonna do what we do. They came in and competed well. A lot of the fighters actually did not roll. So it just goes to show you, like, anything can happen.
I think this is the first time that I have not seen all of the fighters rolled, except for I think King of Fighters is the only one that I never get to see. Everything else, though, I guess that's gonna be for our next time. Maybe another universe that it happened. But Wreckfest, I don't know. Be like a
Wreckfest.
Yeah.
I like watching it now. Like I really do. It's just entertaining. Like watching people just absolutely destroy each other.
Yeah, and I mean, it sucks to hear that a lot of people kind of just run like one little strat, but I mean, hopefully in the future they could come up with something different. Because we got how many buses we got? 6. There's a lot of buses. All right, I feel like we're going to school here. Time to learn how to play.
With the cars that vehicles we have available, it's the best strat. That's the thing. So it's like
No, couch is best strat. Sorry.
Are you right?
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah. So it just makes sense for everybody to run it that way. To be quite honest. Like,
Oh yeah.
Oh, just play for Rex. You could do racers, but like if you're going up against a team that races better than you, then you're trying to wreck them, and then it's like if you're trying to wreck them with cars, like shouldn't you just use a bus?
Yeah, that's fair.
There's already a better racer than you, so it's like you're gonna want a bus out there at some point.
Yeah. Pushing everybody over here now. Oh,
we got one wreck.
Looked like that was a wreck on the Cobras. I think that was was it Jackal? I don't know why. Struggled with his name.
Yep, and usually there's one racer for at least one on the sides. It's probably Pop.
Yeah, I think that's.
It looks like
a little banged up, but
I wonder what the next game is.
What could it be?
And I wonder if that'll influence something.
Ooh!
Hey guys, remember, play tempo.
Oh. Dragon Ball.
Yeah, yeah. This wouldn't have played well in the Wolves' favor either way. So even if they had won 2K and managed to win this, probably would have won.
Yeah. You're just assuming things, man. I have faith.
Oh, I'm assuming faith.
Assuming your faith is correct.
Yeah, I definitely got faith in what I'm assuming.
Yeah. I like that. But
this must look like I got crooked.
Wait, Billy. Oh,
this is like the most wreck-festiest wreck fest I've seen.
That was like an optimal spot to get a wrecked bus was right there.
Stay alive.
Looks like the Cobras are still up.
Got a minute and 2 seconds.
Jorginho's in first place.
Yeah, just live.
What that's worth.
And
Jorginho is PC 11.
PC 5 is Deuce, and I think that's who we're watching right now.
Deuce.
You look at the top left.
Add a little twang to that.
Deuce.
I'd say start a reset.
Not much going on. Kind of just, I guess, finishing laps now.
I did a lot more damage to him.
Keep driving.
15 seconds.
Looks like all the cars have definitely been finished out, though. I think the only car that was on there was Pop. I think Pop was the only car. The Pop is out.
Well, it's really between Jorginho and looks like Deuce now for first.
We had to fucking wreck him, bro.
Oh, they might be wrecked.
Yep.
All right, and that definitely takes us out. Oh, he forfeited it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Yeah, they forfeited that 1 second.
That's wild.
All right, it looks like we are now joined.
You want this?
No.
Should be on.
Somebody take that away from him. I don't feel like hearing this to that guy. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Somebody give it to Juki, please. Take it away from third. I don't.
Oh, no. Yeah. Juki's gonna be worse. You don't want Juki. You don't want Juki.
No, I want Juki. I'm sick of third. I'm sick of third.
No. We need the bench warmer up. Bench warmer. Hey, bench warmer. Yeah, that's the bench warmer right now. Apparently.
All right. We have.
Go ahead, Mr. Benchwarmer.
Hold on.
That's how we were addressed. Cute video, by the way. Cute video. Next time you don't want to be respectful. Next time you want to skip the handshake. Remember this. You got humble. Enjoy your Wreckfest win because Cobras don't play Wreckfest. Yeah. Enjoy that. Pop, you got anything to say before I lose my mind? Anybody else?
Well, I don't like them. Well, look, at the end of the day, y'all called us out. You know what I'm saying? Called me a bench warmer. A couple games I didn't win, but like I told you, I got teammates, man. That's all that matters. You know what I'm saying? My teammates showed up for me today. And 2K did come around. First time been playing 2K this season. And big stage. And guess what? Y'all was up by 5. And guess what? Giannis 15 for 20. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, I've got a legitimate question. I know there's a lot of beef here, but I wanted to point out something that I think performed extremely well. I'd like to hear from Hogeki because what I saw in Apex was literally the best performance. I need you to speak to that, and I need you to speak to Overwatch because you came out here and balled out today. What's going on, man?
Yo, what's up? I'm Hogeki. I came here for dubs. And Third told me that we was gonna get cocoa bread if I fragged out. So I was like, I love cocoa bread, and I fragged out, and that's what I do.
That's true. Sounds like Hogeki is Hungary. So we good to go.
Have you met this man? He's always hungry.
Absolutely. Hungry for dubs, mostly. But cocoa bread, very strong second.
Yeah. But seriously, all jokes aside, that was some like the second they peaked, you had that Kraber on their head.
I mean, it was crazy. They were unable to do anything.
Oh, it's my patented Kraber on head technique. Very effective.
But like you said, he's hungry for dubs, and he just had to do it.
Okay, and one last performance I'd like to touch on before we go and ship you guys out on a beautiful victory that you guys got. First off, you guys made it a little closer than I would have liked to see, so I'm going to throw that out there. But I would like to hear from Jekko exercising some of those Madden demons because you know what happens in the past. You would just throw those picks, but not today. They couldn't stop you. What happened, Jekko?
Skill, diff.
Oh my God!
This man came in saying he's one of the best Madden players in the league. Me coming in, exercising my demons, decide not to throw a pick. Decided to give. He threw 3, and didn't change his game plan. So
and Hogan don't even play sports. Let that sink in.
Imagine making a choice to not throw pick. You could just do that. He could just turn that off. You could just turn that off.
I made a choice not to fumble with more.
That's a talent. Deal with it. He's just better.
Look, we were joined here with the victors of today, the Cobras, 12-10. We will be signing off here tomorrow at 3. We are back in here. We will see you later.
We often stumble or trip, don't mean to mumble my shit. I'm chewing on boulders and bricks, complete with a soda and grits. It seems the order I get, can't leave, don't know where I've been. I mean to sober my mind, detoxing, I'm holding the wine. We talk but she blowing my high, no sense of controlling the riot that's boiling inside. I'm blowing her mind, wow, she blowing on my blunt to ash shit. I'm blunt, no asking, I form from passion. Now on to classics, a living, breathing legend. But I'm up for practice. This world is plastic to another bastard. I said, round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows. Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows.
Round and round, ups and downs, center of attention, but I was the clown, frequency ain't vibing, I'm feeling down, shitting on me, fuck how, tryna make a new plan now, any nigga in my way getting gunned down, put his body 6 feet under the ground, new king walking around, now I got a brand new crown. Yeah, nigga hating on me and I got this bitch, why you frown? I'll turn that motherfucker upside down until the merry-go round, round. Money keep spinning and the team keep winning. 2 B's in the air, I'ma keep on sinning till they burn me in hell. But oh well, I'm the hottest nigga out. Ouch, don't touch me, bitch, just bounce. Get the fuck off my couch. That's my ounce. Round and round we go. Lost your mind. Waste my time on no. I'm on mine. Yeah, 24/7, I'm on that grind. I gotta get mine. Make sure the team shine. We doing fine. Yeah. Fuck with mine, I'ma do time. I'ma sleep in my cell. I'ma do fine. Time gon' keep on spinning. Yeah. Time gon' keep on spinning. Yeah.
Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows. Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows.
A miracle in the making. Pen strokes when my soul feel vacant. Getting hard trying to find a replacement. Open up your vision, every verse does LASIK. It's hard to relate. Everything feels basic. Following my heart, can't phase this. You running out of time. Too easy when I chase it. I'm busy getting a grip. Finding a balance, no challenge will slip. Caught from a floor, she served me a zip. Loving her eyes with a blade on her lips. Once in a while, it's cutting too deep. Dragging the brush in my head when I sleep. Pain is a beauty and anguish. They cannot fuck with my language. I enjoy when it's dangerous, so I hang from the cliff. One hand pulling strings when I switch up the riff. The other a torch to light up the spliff. Leading the pack as I fall to the ground. Land on my feet, then I float in the sound. Can't skip rotation with merry-go-round. You wanted it pathetic, you could feel this. The synthetic, I'm a realist. I'ma grind off a heel flip, unsolved problem. I'm the wrong one to deal with. Study the finest of arts while searching for truth. Working to grow. Tap into my roots. Blunt in my hand while she's playing the flute. They're causing me issues, I chuck up the deuce. I step up to bat, man, they treat me like Bruce.
Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows. Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows.